era where the digital realm intertwines with nearly every facet of our lives, the art and science of digital marketing have emerged as a transformative force. Digital marketing refers to the strategic use of various online channels and technologies to connect, engage, and influence a target audience. It encompasses a diverse range of activities designed to promote products, services, or ideas while leveraging the vast expanse of the digital universe. Digital marketing professionals play a pivotal role in enhancing brand visibility, driving website traffic, increasing customer engagement, and ultimately boosting business growth. Whether you aspire to be a content creator, social media manager, SEO specialist, data analyst, or even a digital strategist, the realm of digital marketing holds a plethora of possibilities for those willing to dive into its depth. With that being said, hello everyone. I welcome you all to this very informative and interesting session on digital marketing by Intellipaat. As we journey through this guide to digital marketing, you will gain insights into the fundamental concepts, strategies, and tools that underpin this fascinating domain. From understanding the pillars of successful online campaigns to unraveling the mysteries of audience segmentation and conversion optimization, we will equip you with the knowledge and skills to embark on a digital marketing voyage. So whether you are a newcomer exploring career possibilities or a business owner seeking to amplify your online presence, this video will serve you as a compass in the captivating world of digital marketing. So let us take a look at the agenda. We will start with what is digital marketing, then move on to keyword search and keyword research process. After which we will see what is search engine marketing and what is email marketing. We will then take a look at some tips to avoid promotion folder. And as we move further, we will see what is SEO as well as components of on-page SEO. Moving forward, we have content optimization and types of content. You will then understand what is technical SEO crawling, along with off-page SEO and SEO performance, as well as key metrics. Then we move on to link building and social media marketing. Then we will see creating or auditing current social media strategy. Then comes developing a content strategy for social media and Facebook advertising structure. Lastly, we have a few very important digital marketing interview questions. But before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now, let's get started with the first topic.
All over the world, digital media spread is contributing 15% to the overall advertising. Digital media techniques are helping business enterprises spread its wings to face the challenges of the day. Gone are those days when we used to billboards for advancing our business interests. Business flourishes when we capture the attention of people. This is why Google and Facebook generate more income than any traditional advertising agency. Digital marketing has become an umbrella term for a wide variety of channels of marketing such as mobile applications, social media, web applications, email, search engines, or any new digital channel. It all narrows down to a much simpler definition that digital marketing is a form of marketing that involves electronic devices. As per TRAI, the number of smartphone users is expected to reach 442 million by 2022. This in turn implies that online market demand will surge. The job portals in India predict that there will be around 70 lakh job openings by 2025. Around 91% of top recruiters consider certification as a major criteria for hiring into the field. 48% offer higher packages for certified candidates. According to Goldman Sachs report, the digital marketing future in the Indian internet industry alone is going to be worth $160 billion by 2025, which is thrice from its current value. That makes us aware of the scope of digital marketing in India and digital marketing as an in-demand job. To enter a marketing field, apart from technical skills, you must have 3 C's: communication skills, creativity, and critical thinking. These 3 are important. Marketing is a way of communicating to customers, so proper communication is a must. To keep updated with new ideas and come up with new adaptations, creativity is much needed. Critical thinking makes you think clearly and rationally and also helps you understand the logical connection between ideas. In United States, digital media managers earn an average income of $72,015 per year that can rise up to 111,000 US dollars per year. Digital marketing managers in India earn on an average of 5,48,000 per year, which can increase up to 10 lakhs per year.
When it comes to keyword research, before I get into that, I wanted to share like what are the different marketing tools that are there in existence. This is a small snapshot, right? But all of the tools that we have in marketing is essentially to help us with some or the other, uh, let's say, thing that we are trying to achieve in marketing. Now, don't get overwhelmed when you look at this, but this is just to give you an idea of different things that are available. So, for example, when you're trying to or looking to reach users or reach audiences, probably you would be looking at analyzing websites or analyzing what type of searches they are, looking at the ranks and such. And maybe if you're looking to see like how people are converting or optimize your conversions, you may be looking at different A/B testing or tracking, live messaging, and so forth, right? So essentially, based on the type of goal that we have in marketing or what we are trying to achieve with it, there are n number of tools available, and that is the beauty of it, right? Like uh, oftentimes we may think like probably we need to get some kind of a data or maybe we have to work with some assumptions, but that is not true given how vast the field is and how big the entire market is. You will find one or the other tool that is available for anything that you would like to do. If you see that there is something that is taking a lot of your time, you may find some automation for that. If you see that you need some data, you will definitely find some research tool for that. If you see that you're like, let's say in social media, for example, if you are like spending a lot of time in scheduling your post or let's say posting or tracking the content and the metrics, there's going to be different social media management tools for that. So similarly, like there are different areas.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the primary goal of digital marketing? And your options are to create viral content, to increase organic search rankings, to reach and engage target audiences through digital channels, or to replace traditional marketing entirely. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Now, looking at keyword research, we are obviously going to go at the tools, a couple of tools, in fact, to understand like how keyword research is, how it differs and all. But the first important factor is to understand the why we do keyword research and what keyword research is all about. So when it comes to keyword research, right, it's basically uh, trying to understand the value of search queries. Now, what is a search query? When we say search query, it's nothing but what users search for or even what we search for, right? So when we go on Google, let's say we type something. So let's say we type like uh, how to make khichdi, for example, just as an idea. So that essentially becomes a search query. So while we are typing how to make khichdi, the keyword that is relevant to that may be something like khichdi recipes or recipes for khichdi or something like that, right? So essentially, the idea is to identify those search queries and see if we can actually sort of uh, understand like how many people are looking into it or essentially what are they are looking for exactly. So when I say like how to make khichdi, that's a very clear intent on me trying to make a khichdi. There is an action involved, there's an intent involved where I want to make it and that's why I'm looking for it. But let's say if I'm just searching for khichdi as a keyword, maybe I don't want the recipe, but I just want to understand what it is. Maybe I'm someone who does not even know the Indian cuisine, and in that case, I'm just trying to understand that okay, what that word even means. So there could be different intents behind it. There could be different information behind those different keywords. And with keyword research, that is what we are trying to understand and ascertain, right? So now to get into it, like why are we even doing it? Um, just to give you an idea, and this is why I sort of bought this graph over here. Oftentimes we assume that people are searching for something, and this is something a lot of website owners make as a mistake. And this is I believe this graph is from Ahrefs. Basically they have identified that over 90% of the website owners make a mistake wherein they select a topic, and they actually don't receive any traffic from Google for that topic. The reason that happens is because they have not done proper keyword research, and because of which a lot of pages gets created, a lot of effort gets put in, because writing an article or even like creating a page requires a lot of time and effort into it. But even after that, if no one visits it or no one even is looking into it, so that's completely wasted efforts, right? So as you can see, over 848 million pages had zero visits, which is huge. And around 80 million pages had 1 to 100 visits, 10 million had 100 to 1000 visits, and 2 million had more than 1000 visits, which shows like not doing a proper keyword research. That is the first part. And second is not writing or creating pages that is relevant for that keyword research is actually like not good at all. In the sense, like if you're not getting traffic, then what is the purpose of doing all of this? What is the purpose of creating the page? Because the minute that you're creating a website, there should be a purpose behind it, right? You're putting a lot of effort into it because you assume that people are going to visit it. So with that said, that is the entire agenda behind this, and that is also the reason keyword research is where you start off. Like if you're building a website, if you're doing some let's say search engine marketing, if you're doing SEO, or if you're just doing some market research to understand what kind of demand there is, wherein you're not even creating a website or anything, uh, as a marketing rule in general, keyword research becomes very important. And without the research, you will not understand what kind of demand there is, what kind of users there are, or essentially if it even makes sense for you to put efforts in something or not. What are the ways, and at least like what is the process of doing keyword research? So this is where my slide or deck ends, because this is where I basically take your help, and also like I'll be walking you through the process of how to do keyword research. So however, in general, like it's like the first thing is to understand your business, like what your business is all about, what it is trying to do, what is its goal, or who the customer is, or maybe in fact like what type of personas your business has, etc. Then it's about identifying the seed keyword. Now I'll also explain like what a seed keyword is, and then about your business, and utilizing competitor research to understand some of these seed keywords. Then we are going to look at keyword research using Google Ads Keyword Planner. So this is very helpful for SEM, which is search engine marketing. So it can be helpful for Google Ads. It can be helpful for even like Microsoft Ads, Amazon Ads to an extent. But it gives you an idea of how to do like keyword research for ads. And then we are also going to look at SEMrush, which goes a little bit into SEO side. I know the name says SEMrush, but it actually has very good tools for SEO analysis, understanding the competitors, etc. And finally, like the fourth is like targeting or analyzing the keywords and then utilizing those keywords to target them. So we are going to at the end look at like some of the brief understanding of how to use those keywords for different essentially different areas, different purposes. So with that said, let's first get into the initial part, right? And now, uh, let's understand the business a little bit, and try to um, like see like what are the primary things that we should be looking into when it comes to when it comes to keyword research from the perspective of business. So Slack, right? So what is Slack? Slack is, as we can see, like it's great teamwork, starts with digital HQ. So basically it's a communication tool. And it has like different features and solutions. Let's just take a quick look at that. One platform for your team and your work. So yeah, it's a communication tool for businesses, um, make decision. And yeah, so there are channels, there is Slack Connect, there is messaging, hurdles, clips. Okay, so basically a full-fledged communication tools that also includes integrations with different services. It has like a workflow, routine, and builder, etc. So we can look into this as more of a communication and collaboration tool. Then there is like different sources for different sizes. So let's say if it's a big enterprise company, they can also have different features around it. So that's what this business is all about. Now, given this business, right, let's also look at pricing to understand a bit more about the type of consumers they are looking to target. So this is looking at India as a location. Let me see if I can change the location. Yeah, I'll just put it US, so that interesting. Okay, so even with that, the pricing is for Indian, but that's okay. Okay, so there's free version, which is like it has up to 10 integrations, and then like some 90-day message history, etc. Then it has a pro version, which is for small team for better collaboration. There is a business version, which includes some of the business, I would say, enterprise level technology. And then enterprise is even much more deeper into it, wherein like you have support for HIPAA, enterprise key management, and so forth. So now with this, what are the things that we understood? One, that it is their goal is to help businesses or teams or any company of any size, be it let's say a few people to even like thousands and thousands of people. As you can see, like support for like almost 5 lakh users, to be able to communicate properly and effectively while managing different data. So it's about communication, it's about collaboration, it's about having that connectivity with everyone. So with that said, that's basically the part of the business, right? Now that we understood the business, the next goal is to identify some of these seed keywords for us to focus on. Now, like one thing is we understood what the business is all about, but let's also define a goal towards this business. So let me just create a spreadsheet so that I can collect this data. Let's just say Slack keyword research. Now, the next thing is we are looking at what the business offers. So business offerings, and you can like have your own version of this. This is just for an example to keep a track of everything. So we looked at chat, collab, collaboration tools, and communication. Uh, yeah, so I think internal communication is more apt here. So this is basically like what they are offering. Now the next thing is, so once we understand this, now when it comes to keyword research or any research for that, right, for the matter of fact, one thing you need to understand is the goal behind it. So here we have to create a goal, because obviously we are not doing marketing for Slack, but let's just say the goal is to increase signups. Now, in increase signups, maybe let's say uh, we can have two variations, right? Free and paid users. Okay, so essentially what this tells us is there's going to be two buckets. One is for free users and another is for paid users. And across these buckets, we can look at, let's say, chat software. We can look at collaboration tools and internal comms. Now, what are these exactly? So this is basically, you can think of these two as some of the, based on this particular summary of business, let's just call it business summary. Based on this, what we understood is we have two different type of buckets. One is for free users and one is for paid users. And we have three different kind of categories. Now, this again is will help us identify, like across these categories and these buckets, what are the different number of keywords, different number of search volumes, etc., that we can target and focus on. Now, the second thing is, so far we have just looked at this business. So over here, if we look at the seed term, now what exactly is a seed term? Now, uh, it's actually a metaphor for how plants essentially work, right? So a seed term is nothing but a term or a keyword that will help you determine the other branches of that particular keyword. So for example, when I say chat software, within chat as a category, there's going to be multiple other keywords. So there will be keywords like, let's say, buy chat software, or let's say chat software is online, chat software for business. All of those come under a chat software as a seed term. So from that seed term, a lot of other keywords branch out. So that exactly essentially becomes your seed term. So similarly, collaboration tools is a seed term. Internal communications is a seed term. So now these are the seed terms that we determined from the business. So let me just come a bit over here, and I'll just take this seed keywords internal. Okay, so this we were able to determine based on our business. Now, the second part to it is the competitor analysis, right? So in the competitor analysis, we are going to look at some of the competitors and understand what are the keywords they target. So in fact, like, because Slack itself is going to have a lot of keywords targeted, we can also look at that. But let's just try to look at the same. So for doing competitor research, however, we need to understand like what are the different competitors that are available. And the best part is tools like SEMrush actually helps us with the same. So now with all of this, we have a few things determined. The first is the business name is Slack. Let's also get the domain name over here, slack.com. This is the domain name or the website of our company. These are the initial seed keywords. And now the next uh, process of this is to identify what are the competitors of Slack. Second is to identify some more seed keywords. And next, we are going to look at some of the different keywords that we can essentially target as well. Just to show, like, when it comes to like the best way to go about it is just look for alternatives. So let's say Slack alternatives. This is like very easy. You get like a bunch of different competitors. Zoom, for example, is also one of that, which we are actually working with right now. There's Google Meet, obviously, Blink apparently. So there's going to be a bunch of these. Now, this is how it works for tech. You can like get alternatives and all. But another way is to just use the seed keyword, right? We have an understanding of what the business offering is, which is chat software. So let's just say chat software for business. So we can just search for this and we'll get like a bunch of different softwares. And similarly, and I know I'm going a bit deviating from the industry, but let's say if we were looking at real estate, for example. So maybe I'm looking for looking to target. So looking to target or identify what are the keywords for me to focus on when it comes to, or what are the competitors for real estate. So I just need to look for directly like uh, house for sale in Panvel, for example, just as an example. So in this itself, I'll get to know a bunch of, let's say, brokers also have a lot of keywords that they're using. 99 acres is using, housing is going to use a bunch of keywords. Then there is also going to be specific construction or builders that are also going to use a lot of keywords. I can do a lot of that. Similarly, based on the seed keyword that you have, you can actually just search for the seed keyword and identify if based on that seed keyword you are able to find some of the competitors for yourself. That is one way. Then there are businesses or websites like G2 that can be very useful in tech. If you need any software, etc., they basically have a bunch of like softwares, etc., available. This is primarily for businesses. So G2 is an example. Captera is one that I know of. These are some of the softwares that you can use, and it essentially has like different things. For example, here you can see like Zendesk support sheet, Zoho Desk. These are more related to live chat actually, not really a good one. Let's say chat software. Not so these are basically live chat softwares. Let's see. Business communication. Okay, so this is again going into a different tangent, I see. What was the other keyword that we selected? Collaboration tools. Let's just go with this one. Yeah. So we have Google Workspace, which makes sense. Blue Jeans Meeting. They have video conferencing and screen sharing. See, we are actually also getting quite a few categories here, but this is just one of the ways that you can look into it. Now, however, when it comes to like doing a research for non-tech category, you don't have a lot of these like lists, etc., available, and that is where things get tough. So for that, we have tools like SEMrush. So SEMrush is one that I like most often prefer because of primarily their pricing. It's not that great, but overall, when you compare to its biggest competitor, which is Ahref, it is definitely better. So yeah, so in SEMrush, you also get some free searches. There's like 10 reports that we can use for free. So I'm going to go through that. And so SEMrush, let's just look at slack.com, search. So now specific domain, like what are the different organic search traffic, paid search traffic, etc. Okay, so when it comes to SEMrush, it basically gives you a lot of information and data for you to work with. So one of the best part about this is you can do a lot of competitive research about it. So I chose Slack. Usually we don't do a research on our own website unless and until we are looking to understand the authority score, etc. But given that this is more of a keyword research, I just wanted to show like what are the different keywords that they target, or what are the different areas that they look at. So competitive research, again, as I mentioned, like it helps with all of these quite a bit. As you can see, there are two parts to it. One is organic. Organic is SEO, and the other is the paid. And you can see like how and what kind of different traffic levels they have from organic as well as paid in every month. So in organic, they are getting somewhere around more than like 6.5 million views traffic, and then in paid, they are getting more than like 1 lakh traffic. Organic keywords also helps us determine like what are the different keywords. For them, Slack is obviously the top organic keyword because that's their brand name and they have a good branding. It's quite interesting to see that they are also ranking for Google Drive. So for those of you who don't know what a rank in search is, so let's say when I type Slack, uh, the first result, so a rank in SEO or search is basically when is it your result shows up. So the first rank goes to Slack here, the second would be for their app, the third for the wiki page, then the fourth is a YouTube channel, then there's a Twitter, and then the Facebook and so forth, right? So these are basically the ranking of the results that you get. So similarly, if I were to search for how to make khichdi, we'll get a few different ranks here. So for example, we have one from indianhealthyrecipes.com. Then there is like there are different recipe rankings, Swasti's recipes, then there's like veg recipes of India. So these for them are different rankings. So let's say if any of these websites are targeting how to make khichdi as a keyword, uh, uh, these guys will say like they have a SERP ranking, which is like search engine ranking of 1, and these guys would probably come at second, third, and so forth. So these are the organic results, right? Similarly, even in inorganic, or basically in the paid media, you also have ranking. So let me just make sure. Yeah, it's disabled only. Let's just say uh, yeah. So similarly in advertisement also we have different ranking. So as you can see, these are ads. Their first rank will be for this. So this is called as an ad rank. Ad rank 2, ad rank 3, ad rank 4, and so forth. Now, obviously, when it comes to how we rank in this and how we rank in organic is very different. But this gives you an idea of what a rank is. These are the organic ranking. So for example, this is an organic result, this is an organic result, and this is an organic result, etc. And similarly, these are the paid results. Okay, so now with that said, obviously we can see that it also gives us the overview of what are the top organic keywords. It tells us like what is the positions for Slack. It's the position 1. Google Drive, they have a 9th position, which is quite interesting. Then apparently they also rank for Domino's in US, which is quite odd and interesting to be honest. But okay. So these are the different segments they have. Then there's also like informational segment, navigational segment, transactional segment. So when we look at the transactional aspect, we get some of the things like, okay, what exactly those keywords are, and we understand a little bit of intent as well. So for example, let's say if their particular user is probably looking for information or navigational things, so this keyword is for both of these intents. Then maybe they are looking to do some kind of a transaction. Obviously, in terms of Slack, SEMrush has poorly identified some of these, but you get the idea. You get a lot of these data, and you get a lot of these information available over here. Now, how to go about it? When it comes to Slack, there's going to be a bunch of different areas or sections here. So there's projects, and within projects, you have when you like look up a domain, you have SEO, you have local SEO, advertising, social media, content marketing, etc. In this particular scenario, for this session, since we are primarily looking at keyword research, what we are going to do is essentially understand what are the different keywords that we can focus on. When it comes to Slack, probably there's like their own organic keywords. If we look at it, there's not really much for us to go with. So let's just see within SEO what are the different things that is available, and probably what are the different things that we can look at. So there's SEO dashboard, there's the competitive research. So within which we get like a domain overview. Now, in this domain overview, one of the good things we have is while we have authority score is more of a score that is given by SEMrush to show like what kind of authority Slack has. Now, authority score is nothing but them telling us in terms of the Google search results, etc., what kind of authority the domain has. So let's say if you get a backlink from Slack, and because Slack has 82 authority, that means it is going to help us quite a bit. Now, if I looked at some other or some small website, probably their authority score is, let's say, 10 or something. Even if you get a backlink from them, maybe you'll not be getting a lot of traction in your organic traffic. So authority score is nothing but understanding like what kind of authority you hold for your industry or for your segment in terms of a website when it comes to Google search. Now, one of the things that it has is compare domain. So we can also like do a lot of comparison with different competitors, but let's first identify what those competitors are. So as you can see over here, uh, in terms of organic competitors, these are the ones that it has identified. Let's just take a quick look at these. So there is m.io. So m.io is basically Mio. It's like connect your enterprise chat platforms, which is quite interesting. So it's like it says like you can bridge Microsoft Teams, Slack, WebEx, and Zoom chat together. And the reason it shows up as a competitor is probably because it also dominates some of the Slack related keywords. We have karenapp.io. Okay, interesting. I'm not sure like why it would show up this as a competitor, but it does. But yeah, you get the point, right? Like they basically have shown a few of the competitors over here. I don't really see them as competitors a lot, because if you look at Slack in the competitive position mapping, you can see that there's like Slack has somewhere around like almost 3 lakh keywords, and it has like 2.1 million traffic. But if you look at some of these other competitors, you can see like there's only a few thousand keywords that they are looking at, and they have like only a few thousand traffic, like 16,000, 22,000 and such. They may have some common keywords, but probably not as many as we would like to look with or go ahead with. Then there is the paid part, or basically the advertising part when it comes to search. SEMrush also has provided as an overview of that. There's like some of the top paid keywords like Slack download, Slack app, etc. Let's just view some of this detail here. So we can understand that they are targeting Slack related keywords, and then they are also looking at sales enablement as a keyword, which is quite interesting. And it also shows us some of the main or primary paid competitors over here. So as you can see, there's like Mattermost, Seismic, Halio, Connect Team, HighSpot. Let's just look at some of these to understand like what type of competitors these are. So Mattermost is make your work flow, an open source platform for developer collaboration. Interesting. So basically, this is also a collaboration software, but this is more focused towards developers. They have different channels, very similar to Slack. In fact, they have a playbook, they have a board. Now, why does why do these competitors matter? Uh, it's quite ironic that they are called as Mattermost, but why do these competitors matter most, right? Uh, Essentially, The reason is because these are basically the competitors that are directly either targeting your keywords or keywords that you are also targeting. So similarly, if we look at this seismic, yeah, so this is also a similar platforms to Slack, but this is more in terms of sales enablement, buyer engagement, etc. Maybe some of the chat software related keywords are what they're targeting. There is hello. Okay, so this is more related to engagement. So probably not really very relevant, I would say. High spot, improve the productivity of sales teams. Okay, so that's like that gives an idea of what are the different competitors that are targeting like Slack or keywords related to Slack. But to be honest, we did not find anything very specific or interesting in this, right? Because most of these competitors are not direct competitors of Slack. So if I were to look at Slack alternatives, just to show you an example, maybe we can look at something like, what do you say, Google Chat or Google Meet. So let's just look at Google Chat, for example. So Google Chat, chat.google.com, probably not the appropriate landing page or domain to go with, but let's just go with this as a keyword, Google Chat. Okay, so Google Chat, you can see we can understand the keyword a bit and see like what are the different keyword variations for it. What are the SERP URLs in the top 10 ranking? They have dispatch .m.io. Interesting. Let's just visit this. Yeah, so basically it's an article that Mio has in terms of like Google Chat, etc. Probably Mio can also act as a decent competitor for us to, or not a competitor directly, but a website for us to look at in terms of getting some of those other keywords, right? Similarly, let's look at collaboration tools. Collaboration tools has 2.9 thousand volume, and let's see what other different results. So they have Hive, Snack Nation, online collaboration tools. Probably like this can give us an decent insight. Okay, so they have basically a list of collaboration tools. There's Monday. Yeah, Monday is also one of the collaboration based competitor that we can look at. Then there's Nectar. Nectar is employee recognition and rewards platform that bolsters online collaboration. Yeah, so probably this is also another competitor that we can look at. There's Pouncely. So, but you get the idea, right? Basically, these are like collaboration tools that exist. A lot of these tools actually also integrate with each other, so that's perfectly fine. But the main goal of this is to identify some of these competitors and see like how we can work with them. So, or at least like leverage them. So, in terms of these three C terms, if we look at competitors, we can probably for chat software we can say Google Chat, then there is Microsoft Teams, there was m.io, etc. Right? In collaboration tools we can talk about monday.com, Nectar, and what else did we get? Collaboration tools, probably we can also use something else. Fabro is the teamwork. Let's just go with teamwork. Now let's look at internal communication, right? Internal communication, and we can see like there are different internal communications tools. Let's look at internal communication tools in software. Yeah, so we have newsletters and such, not that helpful. Connect team, which is like for internal connections. Yeah, so this is manage your employees with one solution. Yeah, probably this is one thing that we can look at as well. This is like into communication and such. So Connect team can be one of the competitors. Okay, so basically they have like different Zoom obviously is one that we can also utilize. So just for the keyword research. So what you need to understand with keyword research is a competitor is not necessarily one that is sharing the same software or features, but one that is sharing the same keywords that you are looking to target. Okay, so keep that in mind when you're looking at these competitors. A lot of these keywords will give you an understanding of what are the things that people are looking for, but at the same time, it gives you an idea of what are the queries that you're targeting, or what are the different competitors for those keywords that you're going to work against. Because some of these may seem relevant, but at the same time, a lot of them may have widely different product, and they are also looking to rank. When it comes to keyword research, your primary goal is to make sure that the keyword itself is relevant, the first part. And second is to make sure that whatever the competitor that you're looking at is also like targeting that same keyword. So your goal is to beat them, or at least like get to a better ranking than them. So that is the reason the competitors sometimes may be different in terms of the features of the software that you have. The search engine results page, that is the full form of it. And what it means is nothing but what are the searches that we get on the search engine result page. So as we were talking about keywords and collaboration tools, so when look at this particular keyword over here, you can see like there is a SERP analysis. Now, what this shows is it gives us a breakdown on what are the results that we are going to get. So if I, let's say, target collaboration tool, or basically search for collaboration tool in Google, the search results are going to be these. So that is what we see here. See, the first one is resources.workable.com, resources.workable.com. The next one is Hive. So over here, 23 Hive, 23 collaboration tools, that also shows up here. Now, the ranking over here might be different from what you see here, is because of you being logged in. So Google sometimes like shows different ranking of different tools, etc. And it also differs based on the location that you have, or location that you are searching from. So in this particular scenario, for US location, probably collaboration tools, Hive is actually ranking second, but in India, probably it is ranking 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's ranking fourth. So SERP analysis basically tells you like what are the different like rankings of different websites, and that's basically what it is. So you because of the personalized search results, etc., that you get, and because of for you to understand more details about each keyword, it becomes fairly easy for you to directly use the SERP analysis that you have available in SEMrush for the keyword. So over here, you get like the search volume, which is like how many searches are there per month. It says like keyword difficulty, like how hard the keyword is. It gives you a global volume. Like for US, it's 2.9K, but for India, it's like 1,000. Then intent results, like this is basically like how many pages are indexed with this particular keyword. CPC is nothing but if, let's say, you're bidding on this keyword from Google Ads, probably this will be a good bid for US as a location. It gives you a trend of what are the different trends in terms of ranking. It gives you keyword variations, like what are the different keyword variations. So for example, if collaboration tool is your seed term, what are the different variations of this same keyword? Like online collaboration tool, as you can see, like it has like 1.3 thousand of volume or searches. Then collaboration tool without S also has a different search volume. Collaborate tools has a different search volume. So all of this helps you target. If, let's say, collaboration tool is a keyword that you're looking to target as a category, it gives you a proper analysis of what are the other keywords that you can focus on, which are very similar. If you focus on all of these 4,000 keywords, probably you will easily get somewhere around 40,000 of traffic. So as you see, as an independent keyword versus a collective category of keywords, what the strength of it becomes. Next is questions. So it gives you like some of the question based keywords, then related keywords. So let's say if there are any related keywords, however, it looks like it's just providing like misspells, and then the SERP analysis. PLA copies is more for shopping. So in this case, we don't see anything. And keyword ad history is number of ads, uh, basically number of ads that show up or gets created for this. So keyword overview part, I hope this is a bit clear, but we'll be diving deeper into it. However, the main goal of this was just to understand a bit more about like the competitor, or basically a bit more about how these different keywords essentially look like. So with that said, just to give you a quick recap, right? We basically, as per the process, what we were following was to understand the business. We understood what is the business summary. We understood like what are the business offerings, what is the goal. The goal is to get free users and paid users. I'll also talk about the intent and how to like drive intent using these different buckets. We looked at some of the initial seed terms, and then from those seed terms we determined like what are the different competitors. And next thing what we are going to do is we are going to utilize these competitors to do a competitor research in understanding what are the keywords that they are targeting that we can target as well. From that, we are going to finish up our list of seed terms, and then we will start our final journey of actual keyword analysis and getting the list of keywords, building the list of keywords, and essentially determining like how we are going to target those keywords. While to get the list of keywords, we are going to use definitely SEM Rush, and we are also going to use Google Ads Keyword Planner. Okay, so m.io, as we can see, it has an authority score of 53. It has 43,000 organic search, etc. Now, let's look at some of the top organic keywords that they're targeting. View details. So these are the different keywords. So they have Google Chat as a keyword that they're ranking for. Mio as a keyword, which is their brand term. Beeper is a keyword, which is quite interesting. Let's just look into this. Then there is Teams app, Slack alternatives, interesting. There is Teams background, Google Chat app, WebEx Teams, Microsoft Teams, and so forth. Looks like basically all of these keywords are more or less related to brand. Let's see if we are able to identify some of the non-brand keywords. I guess we don't have that here as a feature. Okay, so probably not a very good list to go with, but let's see. Let's do one thing. Not this one. Let me just see if I can get some good results in incognito mode. Yeah, see. So here what they have done is the problem with or the limitation that you have when it comes to an advertisement, you cannot use the trademark term in the ad copy. So this is an ad copy, a better team chat alternative. This is an ad copy. Ditch the herd, join the flock. So this is nothing but an ad copy. Similarly, Pumble is also like targeting this. This is an ad copy. Now, why this shows up when I'm searching for Slack alternative is because they are targeting Slack alternative as a keyword, but they are showing their own landing page. And then when I go to their website, it basically talks about different features that they have, etc., and different integrations, etc., that they have. Now, similarly, if I go down, these are blog articles. I'm not able to find a good resource. But yeah, basically a lot of companies do create pages where they talk about like why they are a better alternative. than let's say specific terms. I may have to search for it a bit, but I can show some of those. So what they try to do is they basically try to show how they are better, or how they can essentially what are the different features that they have. I think I just remembered one software. So probably if I look at Zapier alternative, Pably, I think they have a page as well. Here, nowhere they are actually mentioning Slack. The only place they are using Slack is on the keyword targeting within Google Ads. Similarly, if you noticed in some of these are blog posts, but sometimes websites themselves put up an article to rank for these competitor keywords. So maybe let's say Flock, for example, right? What they will do is flock.com/alternative to Slack. Maybe they'll create a page like that. And over there, they will try to target, or basically they will try to show like how Flock is better than Slack. They will try to do a comparison. They will show a comparison chart of the features that are available and so forth. And oftentimes in pricing and comparison, you will notice that uh, people utilize different brands products, or different brands names, etc. Sometimes to be smart enough, and when they fear that there might be a cease and desist, they just hide some part of the brand name. So for example, if it is Google, so probably Google Chat, right? So what some of them will be doing is they will be like, okay, I'll just do this, or maybe I'll just do this, Google Chat, competitor of Slack. Just as an example, maybe I'll just put the name as something like this in the landing page, so that it is not directly a challenge or an issue, but at the same time, people who are reading it will understand like what we are looking at or what we are targeting. So when it comes to competitor targeting, there are definitely different things. But the reason we look at competitors is to understand more about what type of keywords they are looking at, what type of searches they have, how they are better, and maybe if we can leverage some of those things for ourselves. So with that said, as we can see in this one, a lot of keywords are basically brand names. So for now, I'm just going to keep basically leverage these. I can export these. So for now, I'm just going to use these competitor keywords. So let me just create a separate section for this. m.io, then Google Chat. Let me just put it up here actually. And maybe what I can do is I can just name it as category. Over here, I'll just mention chat software, right? So this is a chat software. This is a chat software. Microsoft Teams is a chat software, and this is also in a high position in terms of a keyword. Let's just look at some of the keywords that they have. So they have Beeper is also one of the brand that is there, right? So this way you can basically create some of the seed terms that you want to use. In this case, we basically got the seed terms as some of these different brand names, but it also helps for you to understand like what are the different terms that you can utilize. So they have meeting. So yeah, video conferencing, I don't think Slack offers that, so we'll not use that. But the main agenda is to sort of understand what are those top keywords. So similarly, let's just look at Microsoft Teams, right? The main agenda is that. So similarly for collaboration tools, what we'll do is we'll try to decipher like what are the different keywords that these companies are using, and if we can leverage some of the same. Similarly, we'll do it for this as well. We basically from competitor, what we found is most of these competitor terms are based on brand because of the type of product that they have. So probably a lot of C terms that we will find in the competitor like research might just be brand names and not exactly the keywords that we are looking for. But that's okay. Probably we'll find some of the keywords that are a little over and out there. So let's just see monday.com. We look at the domain overview. It's the same thing. We go to the organic search traffic. We get some of the keywords. We can see like mostly it's Monday, but we also got something called as project management tools. So project management, it's a bit far-fetched with Slack, but let's just consider that for this particular scenario. Like, so let's say project management. We'll obviously use some of these brand names themselves, but monday.com, front.com, teamwork, but you get the idea, right? It's like basically we are creating those C terms. Project management tools is also one of the C terms. So similarly, we have CRM software. Slack is not exactly a CRM software, so we are not going to go with that. Gantt chart, that's a no. So a lot of these, like they have decent traffic. So we have sorted by the traffic percentage. Let's also sort by the volume and see. Based on the volume, not much really. There's a calendar, there's Trello. Notion is one of the collaboration tools out there. Google Sheets, Jira, Farfetched. Yep, not a lot to go with. Monday, Google Sheets. Let's just see if we can look at it based on the position that it has. Position of there's Monday, of course, Excel to-do list, mirror columns, form, back and Monday. So yeah, both of them do connect. So yeah, there's not a lot for us to go about with here. When it comes to a normal analysis, probably you can deep dive further, but in this case, we did not find much. Let's look at this another one, front.com. Organic. Okay, so there's talk to customer, front download, support, and starter, install, startup. See, there's not really much for us to go about with here. We are not able to find a specific category. Maybe let's say if we are able to get something from the volume. So we have Asana. Yeah, Asana is a good one. It's more of a collaboration tool, but yeah, it's still a good one. Might not be highly relevant, but we may get some relevant traffic from it. Zapier is a no. Pipedrive, and this is where knowing a business comes into play, right? Once you know the business, going through these keywords becomes fairly easy. So there's better.com, Retool, Snap Travel. So as I mentioned, like there's not a lot for us to go about with here. Let's just look at, so let's just switch to internal communication and see like what we can find in terms of the competitor keywords. Let's look at connectteam.com. They have business casual as a top keyword where they rank 12. There's morale, timesheet, calculator, time clock, scheduling. Yeah, I don't think these are the features of Slack. Yeah, there's really not much. HRIS is also not one of the things, so probably not relevant. There's Zoom. Zoom, I think zoom.us is the domain. Yeah, so zoom.us. So let's just look at some of the what do you call it, the paid traffic keywords that Zoom is targeting. Okay, so they have meeting. Meeting probably not that relevant. VoIP phone, nope. PBX, Zoom info, video call, VoIP, phone services, conference call, meetings. There's group chat. Group chat is something that we can definitely add. Let's just sort it by volume and see like what we get. So a quick distinction between traffic and volume, right? For those who don't know, traffic is basically visitors of the website. So people who are visiting zoom.us. Volume is basically people who are searching for it. So for example, when it comes to meeting, there are like almost 50,000 people who are searching for it every month. But out of that, about 650 people are actually visiting Zoom for it. There's webinar, screen share, business phone, PBX, VoIP, chat app, conference call. So not really a lot for us to go with here, which is perfectly fine. So anyways, we have decent set of keywords in terms of brand and such. Let's also add Zoom here. Connect team is probably not that relevant. And we also have some seed terms. So this is just one of the ways for you to do a quick competitor research. So yeah, we can see they have an authority score of 30. They have 21,000 of organic traffic. They have 554 paid traffic. They have 3,000 backlinks. Now, the goal of this is to identify the keywords, right? So we can see in terms of organic keywords, what are the keywords that they are ranking for or getting the traffic from. So we see pillow. So as you can see, like it is much more easier over here for us to identify what are the categories or keywords to look at. We can look at pillow, we can look at pregnancy pillow, neck pillow, sofa cushions. So these are some of the good categories that we can like use as seed terms directly. There is cervical pillow, which is also decent seed terms. It has good volume as well in India. Tailbone, probably very generic. Memory foam pillow, again a decent one. So these as you can see, like I can basically select all of these keywords and start working with them as seed terms. So similarly, if I go to the, let's just go to their paid ones. So let's just look at what are the keywords that they are paying for. So there are 13 keywords that SEMrush could identify. Probably there are more. But they are paying for cervical pillow, white willow, which is a brand name. There is, I don't know how to pronounce this, but there's this another question. Online pillow. Interesting. They are also targeting like buy pillow online as one of the keywords, baby pillow and such. So all of these are also like some of the easy way for me to identify for some of the keywords. So let's just say, for example, if I were to look at this as one of the competitor, right? Competitor seed category. So probably it would look something like this. So over here, let's say the category is pillows. In this case, I'm just like showing it as an example. So white willow itself will become one of the keyword. And then from there, I also take like some of these keywords. Cervical pillow. I can take this one. I can take baby pillow. The goal with these seed terms are supposed to be that this should be very broad in nature, because seed is supposed to be broad, right? From that you'll be branching it out. So similarly, let's just look at the organic research part of this. So as we can see, let's just view this. Yeah, we looked at a pregnancy pillow, neck pillow, cervical pillow. So all of these basically we can make a list of. And this essentially becomes like some of the seed keywords for us to focus on. The reason I wanted to show with a different domain is so that you guys understand like how it works for different competitors. So yeah, that's pretty much on the seed terms, right? So now that we have some of the list of seed keywords, since we are looking at the chat software part, let's just go with these and let's just utilize them, right? So these are competitor seeds. And these are the like the actual seed keywords. Now comes the part where we will actually look at the next step, right? So we looked at identifying the seed terms and all. So as we were like, just to give you guys a quick recap, right? Basically, we understood the business, we understood what Slack is all about, we understood like what they are offering and such. We looked at identifying some of the seed keywords from based on their business, based on the competitor, etc. In this case, we did not have a lot of seed terms from competitor, but primarily brand terms from competitor to go with. And next, what we are going to do is we are going to use Google Ads Keyword Planner for understanding like how to get like some of the searches, uh, or at least like utilize Google Ads to understand like how to do keyword research. And we are also going to use SEMrush to understand how to do keyword research. So far, we just looked at the competitor data. Now we are going to look at the keyword research part.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following is not a common digital marketing channel? And their options are social media marketing, email marketing, radio advertising, or search engine optimization. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
Their Google Play Store, the apps within Android, all of those things, and in fact Gmail as well, right? So all of those different areas or networks that Google owns. In fact, even Google Maps, you can advertise through this. You can essentially advertise through Google Ads. Now, in Google Ads, one of the good things that they have available is something called as Keyword Planner. So once you like open a Google account or a Google Ads account, it's free to create. You don't need to like make any initial payment for that. So once you do that, you can go to tools and settings. And within that, you have under planning, you have something called as keyword planner. Okay. So, and you have two options. One is discover new keywords and another is get search volume and forecast. So I'll walk you through what these two are. There's a third option that recently they released in some accounts, but for now, like we just need to focus on these two. So when it comes to discover new keywords, this is where we will utilize our seed keywords. However, if you are not able to determine the seed keywords, you can still use Keyword Planner to help you with that. So they have in Discover New Keywords, they have two options: start with keywords and start with a website. Start with keywords is wherein you put your seed terms. Now you can enter, for example, we have chat software as a seed term, right? So we can enter that. Then we have collaboration tools as a seed term. So similarly, like you can basically enter those different seed terms and you can start with it. My suggestion is to usually keep these separate category of seed terms differently, so that it is much easier for you to do the keyword research, but you can also like put them together. That's fine. Like it's all about like how well you can work with the data. So in this case, before I start with the seed terms, let's just look at the website itself and see what are the different keywords that Google is able to match with Slack, so that we can see like how it functions differently when it comes to versus what do you call it, SEMrush as well. So let's just select US as the location, and Yeah, so I'm going to select like entire site. The difference between this is, let's say if within Slack, maybe I want them to look at specific page. Maybe I want them to look at only page related to engineering. So I can just add this one and I can just say like only use this page. But in this case, since I'm trying to understand their entire website of business, I'm just going to use select this option and click get results. So there's a bunch of things here. The moment you click get results, we'll go through each of them so that we understand like what they are. So the first is on the top, it shows you what you have searched for. On the left hand side, before we get into this, there's like keyword ideas. There's forecasting. So forecasting is more related to Google Ads. So let's say when you're creating campaign, search campaign on Google Ads, you can use forecasting to determine how much you have to spend and all. You can use that if you are planning to create a search campaign. Then within keyword plan, we have saved keywords. So you can actually select certain keywords and save them and analyze them here. And in negative keywords, it's more like if negative keywords is a different ball game. It's more again related to Google search, wherein like just to give you a quick gist of what negative keyword is. Let's say if you are targeting a keyword called as let's just go with sneakers, right? Let's just say you are selling sneakers, which is like a type of shoe, and however you don't want to get traffic from people who are searching for sneaker reviews. You just want to get traffic from people who are looking to buy sneakers. So what you'll do is in negative keyword you will add a keyword called as review. So that way what will happen is if someone is searching for review, those for those search terms or for those searches, your ad copy will not display. So these are nothing but keywords that you don't want your ads to display for, and you can add them for forecasting purposes. For keyword research purpose, this is not really that helpful, but for forecasting, it can be helpful. So with that said, let's go in keyword ideas because that is where we are and that is what we are looking for. So we selected Slack. You can select like search partners as well. Search partner is nothing but other partners who are using Google search and they can display our ads over there. This particular, like for in this case, you can also select or change your location here. You can go as deep as selecting a specific city. So let's say San Francisco can be selected as a city. You can select a DMA region, a region altogether, county, city, country. All of these different things can be selected from the location. For now, I've just selected United States as a whole. You can also determine like what are the different languages that people search in and the date range of the search volume. So average monthly searches are nothing but the overall search volume of people searching it on a monthly basis. But this will change based on the historical period that you select. So what this will basically do is this will give you an average from October to September. So whatever number of people searched. So let's say, for example, if we take an average of October to December, maybe in October, 100 people search for something, and in December, only 30 searched for it. And in November, maybe around 50 people search for it. So the average of 30 plus 50 plus 100, which is like 180 divided by 3, that comes to around 60. So 60 becomes your average search volume, so or average monthly searches. So that is how it is calculated, and that's why like usually we take last 12 months. So you can also select the same unless and until you have some kind of seasonality. What I mean by seasonality is, for example, when is it that we file our taxes? A lot of you people might have filed taxes for your IT returns, etc. Right? So basically, we usually do it. Okay, so we basically do it for month of, let's say, June or July, because the last date for filing taxes is July. So in this particular case, what will happen is June, July will become like a seasonality time. Because the number of people looking to file taxes during that time will be high. So during that time, the number of searches will also be very high. So if your business is something that is based on seasonality, probably you will be looking at June and July if you're looking to target during, or you're looking to target your ads during that time only. So that is how you basically go about it. If let's say your business is into Goa tourism or some kind of something like that, maybe you'll target something like November to January as like one of the time periods for seasonality, because that is the time when a lot of people end up coming to Goa. If you are into, let's say, New Year celebrations or something like that, maybe you'll look at like 1st January or something, this period around that. So then in that case, you'll be selecting December to January as the month for your research. So this essentially depends on seasonality, but in case of Slack, there's no seasonality as such, so we'll not consider that. Now, the second thing is, once you have that, there is something called as broaden your searches. So like we'll get suggestions for this when we use some different keywords, but in this case, like there was no suggestion from Google. And then we have some filters over here. So in the filters, we can exclude or add certain things. So for example, if I want to filter for keywords containing something, if I want to filter for how high or low or medium the competition is for the keyword, then add impression share, let's say basically what are the top or top of the page bid, low range, high range. So again, these are very specific to Google Ads. If you're looking to do keyword research for Google Ads, you can probably leverage these. So similarly, you have a lot of these different things or data available that you can utilize. So now in this particular scenario, what we'll do is we'll look at these keywords, and over here, yeah, there's also refine keywords, by the way. Refine keywords is nothing but it helps you refine keywords based on certain search terms or certain groupings that Google is able to identify. In this case, it looks like they were not able to identify anything. So now let's look at this. So we have a bunch of keywords that are available over here. What I'm going to do is, to make it easy, I'm going to simply download these keywords and work with them. Now, when we look at these keywords, right? So actually, let me also explain what these columns are before we get into Excel. We have the keyword ideas. So based on the website, they suggested some of the keyword ideas. There are average monthly searches. So this is in range. If you are a good paying customer, probably you'll not see the ranges, but because this is an account that I don't even use, we see it in ranges. Usually when it comes to creating a new account, you'll only see a range and not the actual searches. So, but this at least gives you an indication for you to work with, which is fine. 3-month change is nothing but the amount of change in percentage in the average monthly searches that happens. Year on year change is, again, as it says, like it's over the year, what kind of change has happened in the search volume. Competition is more in terms of how many people are actually bidding on the same keyword. And ad impression share is like out of, let's say, whatever number of searches are there, what are the actual impressions the ads usually receive. And then there is like a top of page bid, high range and low range. So this gives you an indication of how much you should be bidding for each click if you want to come on the top of the search result page. Okay, so that's what we have over here. In this particular scenario, I'm only going to take the keyword and I'm going to take the monthly search volume, because I'm just trying to understand like what are the different keywords that are available. So let me zoom in a bit. So with this, let's just filter for Slack. The reason I did that is because I don't want to look at the brand keyword itself. So I can see that in total, we have gotten somewhere around 2,900 keywords, but out of that, 2,873 keywords contain this term Slack. So probably not the keyword that I want to look at. So let's say does not contain Slack. And I can see like there are some keywords that probably I can utilize. So let's just look at it. There is work messaging. So this is a keyword that I can use. Let me just color that green for my reference. Work chat software, work chat program, work messaging app, team communication app. There is real-time messaging API, probably not something that I want to target. Chat systems for work, office messaging app. So as you can see, like I'm able to find some of the keywords that are not related to my brand, because that like in this particular case, that is what I want to find out. If I wanted to look at some of the brand based terms, probably I could have looked at those as well. So workplace communication app, office messaging system, team messaging platform, free work chat app. So these are some of the keywords that Google was able to identify based on the domain name that we selected earlier. So if I were to filter it by color, I can see like I have 17 keywords. And overall, these keywords have somewhere around 12,000 searches every month, which is actually quite nice. Keyword. And then let me also take the search volumes. I can also get some seed terms. So let me just sort it. I can use team communication app, team messaging app, work messaging. So these are some of the 3 keywords that I can probably use. And in fact, like even this, let me just put that up over here. See terms. Let me remove, actually app is fine. Work messaging is fine. So I don't need this one. Work instant messaging. Right? So now that we have these seed terms, let's just do a quick research with these seed terms to identify the keywords again with Google Keyword Planner, just like similar to this. Okay. Everything we got here. Now here we entered the website. In this particular case, when we start with keywords, we can just enter the seed terms directly and we can get started with that. So I want to look at United States. Yes. I want to look at English. Yes. And then get results. See, if you notice, broaden your searches, we got like some of the more other keywords that we can also utilize here. So collaboration software, yes, let's use that, get results. And then there's like corporate communication, etc. So you can basically add some more keywords from here. And then refine keywords, if you notice refine keywords, there's some options here as well. So we can select like if you want to look at some of the brand keywords or not. So what are the different brands, etc. It has like all of those listed over here. What are the different companies, other brands? In this particular scenario, what I'm going to do is I just avoid. Yes, I think I can probably use these keywords. This is also fine. And yeah, these look okay. Miro tool, probably not used, not. Let me just untag these. I'll probably, okay, Slack does not have video, so not good. Collaborating coding, not good. Screen, I think we are okay with not using these. So using refined keywords, if you see out of 3,800 keywords, we just need to go through 1,600 keywords now. And when we are doing keyword research, oftentimes we do have to manually go through each of these keywords. So it all depends on how well you are able to group or work with them. So in this case, we are going to download these CSV. We have the data. Let's just select the monthly searches and the keywords. Okay, so if you notice the monthly searches, we also have some keywords that have not gotten any average monthly search volume, we can directly remove these because these are not relevant for us at all. In the sense, if they don't have any searches, doesn't make sense. Then there is something called with zero as well. So if they are zero, then again, no use for us. Let's just remove those. And now we have 50, 500, 5,000, and 50,000. So we can probably leverage these, all of these, right? We have somewhere around 1,589 keywords. So now the main part starts wherein we have to go through all of these keywords. Obviously, it takes a lot of time to go through them each and individually, right? So the best way to do sort of this is a hack that I've created. And in fact, a lot of professionals use it. We call it Ngram. A simplified version of that is you just like have all the keywords, and then you go to data, you do text column, space, finish. Okay, so it did not work. 1 second. Yeah. So it divides all the words in like different columns. So for you, it becomes easier to work with. Now, what I'll do is let me just quickly use this for analysis. You can use a bunch of tools that are available, but this is something that I usually do, wherein I just select all of these different keywords. I remove its duplicates, word count, and then I just count if the range consists this criteria. So it tells me how many times the word has been repeated. So if I zoom in here, you can see uh, like in terms of the words, collaboration is repeated like 740 times, software is repeated 360 times, tools is repeated so many times. So all of these can basically become some of our different categories and help us determine if these are even relevant for us or not. And I get like the same keyword delimited in different columns. Now what I've done is I want to make sure that all of these words are in a single column. So for that, I just took all of these keywords and added them in a single column. So you can also like, I essentially do this wherein I cut all of those words and put them at the bottom of each other. But you can like do it in a different way if that suits you. So probably you can take the second column and put it below the first column, and you can take the third column, and then also like you can put it below the first column. So this way, all the words, individual words, they come in a single column. And once that happens, what you can do is you can essentially take all of these words. So what I'll do is, let me actually use this list itself. So you can basically take all of these words, copy this. So I've selected the column this way. You just copy that column. You create a new sheet, you paste them there, and then the next thing you do is you sort it. So you can just sort it from A to Z. So you can like do this, sort it A to Z, and all of these will get sorted while the blanks go below this. So now you just select this, you go to data again, you remove duplicates. Okay. If you see like it found some duplicate values and 400 something remains. Then I've just added like another column on top, mentioned this as word, this is count, and I've used a formula which is called as count if. So what I'm saying with count if is count if this column, this is the range of column, I've just selected that, this column contains this word. And like basically if it contains that word, then count it. So how many times it is repeated there. So similarly, I've just like dragged the formula down. So I can just do that by doing by like selecting the entire. So what I've done is like I've selected this entire area, then I've pressed Control D. So that way it dragged the entire formula down. Once I've done that, I copied it and pasted it as values so that it becomes easier for me to work with. I put a filter and then I sorted based on the count, and that is what I got. So one of the thing is, when it comes to marketing, right, you have to work with a lot of data. And because of that, you also have to make Excel your friend. So I would say, like, whenever you get time or whenever it's possible, do learn Excel. It's my go-to tool when it comes to working with data, because essentially it helps me sort through and work with data in much ease. So now coming to collaboration software and all, right? So what I can basically do is I can go back to my list of keywords here. I can just search for collaboration. Now I know, like, there are these many keywords that are related to collaboration. I can, like, quickly take a look and I can see if these are relevant for me or not. And once I've done that, I can just categorize them as collaboration. Right. Similarly, what I can do is there was another one which was software. Software is very generic, probably not a good segregator. Tools, chat, then there is chat, right? So chat is something that I can filter with. So there is, all of these are chat. So I can create a category called as chat. And I've marked all of these as chat category. Similarly, there is like online, internal, communication, collaborative. So all of these different words are there that help me. There's whiteboard. Whiteboard, I don't need whiteboard at all. So I can directly just go to this. I can remove whiteboard because Slack does not have whiteboarding. I can look at team, I can look at best. So all of these different themes I have here. Based on that, once I've sorted through it, what will happen is I can select like what are the keywords that I want to go ahead with. So as you can see, like there's like 969 keywords. And now for me, it becomes fairly easy to work with these list of keywords, right? Sorry. For me, it becomes fairly easy to work with these list of keywords because now I know like what to validate them against. And if that is something that Slack or basically we offer or not. So over here, I can see in chat, like it's like 123 flash chat app. So that's not relevant. I can just select this as no. Chat software is very generic, but maybe I can use it. So I'll just tag it as broad. AI chat software, again, it's not an AI chat software exactly, so I'll just select that as no. Audio chat software, that's a no. Automotive chat software, again, that's a no. So similarly, I can like quickly go through these keywords, and once I've finalized them, I can take them up and put them in my list of keywords over here. So obviously I'll have to remove the ones that are not relevant. But yeah, so we can see like these are more or less relevant. So I can use the same. So Bittrex again is a competitor, so maybe I'll not use that, but you get the idea, right? So the idea is to get a list of these keywords. Now, once we did that, if you just look at these individual categories, so let me just show that as an example. Insert pivot table. Actually, I'll just create in a new sheet. And I just select category and average monthly searches. You can see in terms of numbers, uh, we are basically for chat, we are using those keywords, we are able to capture like 50,000, almost like not 50, but 45,000 key searches. Using collaboration as that category, we are able to capture somewhere around 1,13,000 searches. So seed keywords itself alone may not feel like it's a lot, but when you like look at its branching keywords, so that is why it's called as a seed term, right? The seed term may seem small, but when you start to grow on it, when you start to look at like what are the different things, or what are the different keywords that can be relevant from it, that is when you recognize like how big it is, and that is where you see you are able to capture all of these different search volume. So this is essentially one of the way for you to get a list of keywords, and this is how you can do it through uh, keyword planner that is available in Google Ads. So yeah, that's a gist of Google Ads keyword planner. When you think of email marketing, all of us over here, I'm sure, have used emails. We have email. Most of us use Gmail, and at the same time, we see like so many emails that come to us. There is promotional email, there are transactional email, there are emails about whatever we have shopped for, or if we have added something to cart, there's email about that. And at the same time, it's like there are so many like emails which essentially try to communicate to you about different aspects of things, right? Previously, traditionally, all of these things we would have over at through normal mails, which essentially means like they would send it to our address at home. But these days, all of these things have transferred into email. Now, with that said, email, because of all of this transformation and because communication for businesses is important, what has essentially happened is almost like most of the people who have access to internet would have an email at least, and that figure is almost like 4.4 billion people in the world. There's like 8 plus billion people in the world today, and like more than half of them have an email address, right? And at the same time, email is like one of the most preferred channel for any kind of communication, be it related to your credit card or the statements, bank statements. Then there is like promotion and so many different things, right? Because it is much easier, it saves time, it is instant, and essentially the minute you see an email, like you have all the informations you need. You don't need to, type an address and all. You just need to click a link and you can access so many different things. So with that said, email is obviously quite important. Okay, so there are a set of things that I'm going to talk about when it comes to email marketing. I'm going to talk about various aspects of email marketing. I'm going to talk about how to measure it, what it is, what are the different tactics and tips for you to go with. And let's look into that. And we'll start with personalization first. Okay, so and now one of the best things about email is being able to personalize it in a for a specific user. Okay, so this is just an example of Google Ads. I'm sure when you just Google something, you'd see an ad around it, right? Now, what happens with Google Ads is those ads are not personalized. They are essentially ads that are related to your searches. They are not related to you. Essentially, the ad will never say like, for example, let's say, hi, your name or whatever that is, right? It'll not go there. It'll not say like, hi, John Cena or something like that. It'll just be like, okay, you're searching for cars. You can search for cars over here. If you want to sell your cars, you can sell your cars over here. That's about it. So, and that is something that happens across majority of the online advertisements, be it Google ads, be it Facebook ads, be it LinkedIn ads, because of so many different reasons, right? But when it comes to email ads, that's not the case. So this is an example of Facebook ad. As you can see, it says like, okay, manage your agency customers faster, improve their performance. But like there is no personalization here. It's like, okay, if you are interested into it, you can probably do it. Same goes with one of the Instagram posts. So as I mentioned, right, it does not address any specific person. it doesn't address any specific problem that the specific user might have. And it also does not address the specific user's buying or browsing behavior. Like, you can definitely target interests, you can definitely target behaviors of people. You can do this across social media and Google Ads, etc. But you cannot know about the person directly and then do it, right? So essentially, at overall, it's like, because of so many different reasons, it's not personal. Because when you think of it, due to so many privacy laws and all, what essentially happens across the ad platforms is, you have to make sure that you're not able to identify a single user for targeting the advertisements. So unless and until you're using the first party, let's say, audiences, it becomes like uh, highly impossible for you to do or identify a specific users unless and until you know the user in and out about their demographics, etc. So with that said, that is not the case with email, because the email subscribers that you have are people that you already know, or they are maybe your customers, or maybe they are somehow associated with you. They have shared certain information with you, and utilizing all of that, you can make it personal. So just to take a look, right, like, what is personalization over here? As you can see over here, like, this is one of the examples of personalized email. The name is included. You're directly addressing the person here. There's a coupon that you can include, which also includes their name over here. You can also share products that they might actually be interested in. You can do all of these things by like, essentially automating and utilizing whatever data that you have already collected of the user. Let's say if they have signed up with your website, maybe they are browsing some of the products, and then you notice, like, okay, probably these products might be of interest to them. They or maybe they have ordered some products in the past, and you would like to target them or focus on them, right? So all of those things are possible because of personalization and by utilizing email marketing, right? That is how powerful it is. So here's another example. So this is an email, old email of Dropbox. They are addressing the person by the name, and based on their behavior, they are essentially telling, like, what the like, they're trying to retain the user for a higher period of time, so that they can use different features of the application. So oftentimes it happens that our, let's say, if you have a application or a software, there might be some features that the users are using and the others that they are not. And if you're tasked with, let's say, increasing the utilization of the other parts, you can collect the data around it. You can send emails and let them know. Essentially, oftentimes I've seen software will have a lot of features, but people are just not aware of it. And email campaigns around it can be very fruitful. Similarly, there is this other example around personalization of emails. Now, over here, this is more of the birthday related email. So essentially, if in this case, there was someone's birthday, which is Ben, and Ben got an email related to birthday, the color, and exclusive discount code, etc. And in fact, this is something that a lot of e-commerce websites still do, especially for members, or if, let's say, you are a specific member and you have shared these details, they would keep sharing these coupons, etc. with you, because what happens is, the minute you see it, you are more inclined to make that purchase. And that is why personalization is the key. Now, the second aspect of why it is important is emails, right? And emails essentially being accessible on mobile. Now, this is obviously a little bit old data, but all of you know how important smartphones are, especially in India. uh, Smartphones and their internet usage has increased tremendously, so big that most of the popular online social media or social networks will mostly have Indians. And that is the power of numbers, right? That is the power of scale, which essentially tells us like how big the market is. Right now, I'm sure like over 70% of the people in India will have access to internet, and this is possible because of something that we all know, right? Which is geo. So essentially, that is how big it is. And given that emails are something which are very integral to a smartphone. So when you, let's say, get a new phone, right? What is the first thing that you do? You essentially input your Google ID. Or at least you create a Google email account. The minute you do that, you're essentially creating an email ID, and that is the reason the number of people here has increased like crazy. So with that said, the minute there's an email that goes to a user's email account, there's also a notification that comes up, which enables them to go to the particular email and view it as well. So that is how powerful it is. Um, Now, as Khushi over here mentioned, right, obviously there's going to be emails that are going to go into promotional section. And we are going to talk about that as well. I have a slide about promotional section and essentially like how you can sort of look into avoiding that. But overall, like obviously when we are promoting something, there is going to be a high chance that it goes to promotional section. But even if it does that, like what happens is there are so many people who still check promotional section as well, and that is also a big market, and it is still going to be a big market. But still, I'm going to talk about like what are the ways that you can avoid it, so don't worry about it. Now the third reason is it is cheap. So compared to other ad platforms, emails are much more cheaper than let's say an advertisement, etc. So like obviously the cost to send an email can range between 10 paisa to 20 paisa. There are some ways that you can even lower that further. It depends on what kind of scale that you're working at. Sometimes people send emails using um, let's say different servers, different technologies. As you get deeper into it, and that's the best part about it, right? This is not something that is doable in advertisements or online ad platforms. But emails, as you scale it up, your cost for that can also get lower. But that is not the same with advertisement. In ads, what happens is as you scale up, oftentimes the cost of acquisition or essentially keeps increasing. So as you can see, right, the cost of acquisition, if we were just to compare it and look into it in a Google ads, probably it will be somewhere around 3,000 on average. Maybe social media it will be around 2,800, but email marketing will be somewhere around 1,800 because of the history of how people open the email, then click the link, and then essentially become a customer or at least make a sale. So because that is what it is all about, right? So if you look into it at the end of the month, let's say you spend 5,000 in Facebook, 3,000 in Google, and 2,000 email, that's like 10,000 on marketing. And if let's say you have received 1,000 customers for that, the cost of acquisition is basically 10 rupees, right? So this is the basic way you calculate the cost of acquisition of customer. But essentially that is what it is all about. Like when you look at how the cost, when you compare the cost, it is going to be cheaper. However, as a marketer, I'm not saying that you should not be advertising on Google, you should not be advertising on social media. I'm just talking about why it is important, right? Now it is also smart and automated. One of the best things about email is there is so many opportunity, there's so many ways that you can automate a lot of things around email. So essentially, let's say if you own a gym, and let's say you want to make sure that you want to drop emails to them after certain times, so you can do that. So and this is something that happens quite a lot in e-commerce, right? So I'm sure many of you on Myntra, for example, or even on Amazon, if you add something to cart, Soon after that, you will receive an email, follow-up email, saying that you were interested in this, you did not proceed further with this, or maybe it'll say like, why don't like, is there something that we can do? Is what is stopping you? Anything, right? So there is going to be a follow-up email which tells you that why haven't you actually proceeded with it? Or and what happens is, oftentimes by looking at that email, customers are like, okay, maybe they forgot about it, maybe they were in the process of buying it but they did not actually convert it. So because of this, what happens is they are able to then convert these customers as well. And this is an industry metric that I have usually seen, wherein oftentimes when you send an email for an abandoned cart, so that's what we call it, because they have abandoned the shopping cart of the shopping website. So when you send an email for someone who has abandoned a cart, oftentimes there's somewhere between 5 to 10% of conversion rate, which is huge when you compare with any other let's say form of marketing. And the best part is this is automated. You don't need to like get the list of people who have abandoned and then like email them separately and all of this can be set up automatically. There's like, for example, Mailchimp is one of the popular platform that we are going to look at as well, and you can automatically set it to work that way. So this is one of those examples, right? Like how essentially the automation works. So and this is like essentially a drip email marketing is what we can call it. So there's like, let's say you sent a one email to someone. Now in email there is something called as open rate. So let's say out of 100 people, there's an open rate of maybe 50 people, or let's go with 40. Okay, so let's say there's an open rate of 40%, which means like 40 people opened it, and then out of 60 people did not open it. Now what will happen is, based on people who have opened it and who have not opened it, so the ones who have not opened it, they will receive a follow-up email maybe like 48 hours later. And the ones who have opened it and they have responded, the second mail will go ahead with like how they can proceed further with the sale or something like that. If they have not responded, again after 48 hours, they will get a follow-up email. So essentially a follow-up email, this might be the same email or different based on like what the criteria is, but a follow-up email will be sent based on this automation, and that is something that can be easily done, even if and it does not require for you to understand coding and all. It is just a normal flowchart. You can build whatever type of flowchart that you want, and all of this is possible utilizing something like, let's say, a Mailchimp or any of these tools. Mailchimp is one of the most popular, but there are n number of tools which allow this. So these are some of the scenarios, right, around like what are the things that you can automate with email follow-up. So it's like, let's say if they have not made any purchase in some time, if let's say they have abandoned the cart, and let's say based on their online behavior, you can also send them details of different things, different discounts and all of those things, right, based on their interest in particular category. So let's say if in Myntra you are interested in jackets, and maybe during the month of October to December, Myntra has identified that you often, like every year, you look at jackets and try to buy those. So what happens is Myntra will now, what they will do is they will look at this behavior, and based on that, between this period, they will send you some emails around different jackets or new designs of jackets that are there that may be of interest to you. So uh, by doing so, one is they will remind you that Myntra is available. Two is that essentially you will then be more inclined to browse it, because this is something that you're already used to doing. So you'll be like, oh yeah, you have made purchases from Myntra, why don't you go again, and why don't you take a look at it again? So that is essentially how you can do it. So these are some of the other platforms as well. I mentioned Mailchimp, there's Netcore, then Octane. But yeah, like there are so many different platforms that allow automation. When you're sending an email, right? I'm not talking about so essentially when you're sending an email using some of these email tools like Mailchimp, for example, or any of the other email marketing tools, right? You can actually all of these tools will also offer analytics. They will provide you analytics on uh, what is the delivery rate, how many emails actually went to spam, how many went to the inbox. Then second is they will also tell you like if someone has opened the email or not. And after that, they will also tell you if someone has clicked a link from that email or not, how many times they have opened the link. So, or how many times they have also opened the email. So all of those details and data is available in any of the email marketing tools that are available. So you can leverage that, you can utilize this analytics, and then you can essentially proceed ahead. Essentially, mostly what they do is the email that you write in that, uh, they will essentially embed a code, and that code will include that tracking so that it is easier for you to recognize if someone has done those actions or not. If let's say you are using your own server, then there is a method that you would have to follow of warming up the IPs and whatnot. So usually it is best to sort of work with these email platforms like Mailchimp and all. But as you grow into it, as you get into it further, you can also sort of start to branch out. Essentially, you would look at the open rate. You would look at how many people have opened, how many have not. Then the ones who have not opened, maybe you will send a follow-up email and all of those things, right? Then you will also look at optimizing things like the subject line, the content. Maybe you can do an A/B testing around content. You can send like 50% of the emails you can subscribers, you can send like one type of content. Other 50% you can send a different type of content and see like what type of content works. You can change the links. Maybe you can provide only one link or more link. There are so many opportunities, and that is what a marketer should do. Essentially, look at different ways to keep optimizing and improve the results, right? And that is where the next part is. It is measurable. Now, best part about email is like the reason you can measure and optimize all of this is because email is measurable. And this is what I was talking about. You can measure the number of people who have opened email, the number of clicks that you have gotten from the email. What is the click-through rate, which is nothing but the number of unique clicks divided by number of emails open into 100 for changing it into percentage. Then conversions. This is nothing but like the number of people who have actually made the purchase or became a lead uh, through the emails that you have sent. So this is an example of like how you can calculate the percentage or the open rates and all. This is nothing but the percentage calculation. So let's say when I say 50% people or 50% is the open rate, that basically means like the number of people who have opened divided by the total number of emails that are sent. Similarly, when I say click-through rate, it's nothing but the number of people who have opened. So the number of people who have opened becomes the denominator, and the number of people who have clicked becomes the numerator. So it's essentially the clicks divided by the opens. You multiply it by 100 and you get the percentage. So similarly, then when you look at the percentage of people who have actually made the purchase, you would take the purchases divided by clicks. So this is essentially how you would go ahead with this. This is an example of what the data could look like. So as you can see, there's like the open rate, then um, some of the marketing tools, email marketing tools, that is, they also provide like list average, industry average, and all. But it basically gives you a good idea of what is the open rate, and then what is the click rate, number of opens, number of clicks, how many bounced, how many unsubscribed. All of these details are available. So that's pretty much like I would say why email marketing is so important, right? Like there is so many things around it. There is so much data around it that email has become one of the most popular things. Now, while we understand its importance and why it is so good and all, so WhatsApp marketing, to be honest, is a growing trend in the industry, and a lot of businesses are using it. The reason it is so powerful right now is because uh, just like email marketing, there are not a lot of, I would say, there's a not there isn't a lot of friction around it. As long as you have a phone number of someone who uses WhatsApp and then you sign up as a business, there's a good chance that you can essentially send a message to them which they might be interested in. Now, given that emails has so much friction these days, wherein you will have to look at the number of bounced emails, maybe the spelling of the email was incorrect, then they also unsubscribe and whatnot. Obviously, even WhatsApp, they can report you, they can block you. But I just wanted to sort of talk about that real quick. So now let's quickly look at what is email marketing. So we looked at why it is important. We understood what are the different aspects to it. We understood that it is something which has a lot of accessibility. It is something that can be automated, and it is also something that can be measured. So now let's try and understand more about email marketing, right? So as I mentioned, it's nothing but a way of delivering messages. So essentially, this is way businesses can generate revenue. So oftentimes what happens is you will have a bunch of customers, but and then you have, let's say, social media platform and whatnot. But at the same time, if you would like to interact with these customers once again, emails are the best way to do that. So even when it comes to launching a new product, or let's say you have, if you have a software, maybe you launched a new feature, if you are offering services and you have launched a new service, all of those things can be promoted through email marketing, because that's the best way to do an outreach to people who have already utilized your business, are aware of your business, and are in some way connected to your business, right? So there are some examples around email marketing. Let's take a quick look at these, so that we can understand and understand this a bit better. Okay. So yeah, now this is an email from Flipkart, and this is an example like promotional email from Flipkart. Um, is this email marketing? I mean, yeah. Uh, like then there is like Amazon promotional email. There is Coupon Dunia promotional email. Yeah. Then now I would like, so I did not talk about these because obviously these are email marketing, but what would you talk about this? Would you say this is email marketing? This is nothing but blogger or information that is being shared. This is more of an informational or a newsletter. Yes, this can be email marketing, but at the same time, what about transactional emails? Would you say transactional emails are email marketing? Transactional email could be credit card statements, it could be bank statements, it could be order information that you have placed order and all. Correct. So exactly what you guys are saying, right? So essentially, email marketing is a way for your business to achieve a goal. That goal can be sales, as we saw here. That goal can be for them to book flights and all. That goal can be for them to interact with your website, engage with your website, bring traffic to your website. But a transactional email is something that happens after a transaction is already done. It's just us sharing information to them like, okay, this is the transaction that you have made. So obviously that is not email marketing. So when you're doing email marketing, make sure you differentiate between these two. However, oftentimes I've also seen some of the marketers utilize transactional emails to upsell other products or other services. So let's say if they have bought something, they will send a transactional email with details, and at the bottom probably they will also add some kind of a promotional content like, okay, maybe you have bought shoes, are you interested in socks? I'm just coming up with an example out of top of my mind, but what would you call that? Would you call it transactional? Would you call it promotional? What would you call it? Because it is still sharing transactional information. Promotional. But yeah, it's a bit of both, because essentially you are sharing transactional details, but at the same time you're also promoting something a little bit. However, what happens here is this is just something that I have seen a few marketers try. It works sometimes, it doesn't. The reason it does not work is when you add some promotional content, right? Oftentimes, the email might not go into the updates folder or the actual inbox. So because of that, oftentimes when customers also not receive a confirmation that they have done a transaction, that can have a drop in the brand value. So always measure when you're trying something new, or when you're trying something based on what I mentioned. Always make sure that you measure and understand if something is working or not, how it is impacting, how it is, let's say, instead of positive impact, if it has a negative impact in some way, is like you should be measuring that and understanding that, so that you can create changes accordingly.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what does SEO stands for in digital marketing? And your options are search engine outreach, search engine optimization, search engine outcast, or social engagement optimization. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
Okay, so yeah, now let's take a look at some of the problems with email marketing, right? So now, and this is something that in fact like it's more in line with the promotional aspect as well. But when you look at this, right, which email would you prefer? The one on the left is nothing but an HTML email, right? So you create it over using HTML. Obviously, there are tools wherein you can build these HTML emails much more easily. You don't need to know the language of HTML to do that. But this is essentially an HTML email. And now this is basically a black and white text email, right? So it just like, okay, hi, whatever the person name, you like have a quick greeting to them, you talk about something interesting, and then you're like, okay, let me know if you need any help and so forth. So now to people who said that let's say the left one is better, the right one is better. So obviously the left one is more graphically intensive, but at the same time, I wouldn't call it very intensive, but at the same time, it is much more defined in terms of a promotional mail. The minute you look at it, the minute you open it, it is a promotional mail. However, sometimes because people are used to such emails, for your business, if let's say your business is more into let's say sales or B2C customers and so forth, the one on the left might actually work out better than for you. However, if let's say you're more into B2B, or where customers actually have take time to convert, or let's say you're managing account, something on the right might work for you. And yeah, exactly. As Lalit also said, like right gives more of a personal feel, left feels more of an advertisement. Now, here is the thing, right? There is a good chance that based on what your business is, based on what your business is doing, one of this type of email might work the best for you, and one of this might not. So this is what I was talking about when I mentioned the measurable aspect to it, and how you optimize your email based on the content. So at the end of the day, we are digital marketers. We are supposed to be data driven, and these are the type of tests that you should conduct when you're trying to understand, or when you're trying to finalize what type of content that you would go forward. So yeah, uh, at the end of the day, left is also right, right one is also right. It all depends on the business and what type of thing that you guys are doing. So now there is another aspect to emails, right? Which is the sender name. One of the thing with email is email marketing specifically, you can also customize the name of the sender. So now let's look at some of these examples. So in this sender, the sender is Spice Shit. In here, the sender is Cash Karo. And here, the sender is Nico Papas, right? So this guy is from yesway.com, but you get the idea, right? So now what is happening here is someone who's receiving an email will also check the sender of the email, because uh, emails are nothing but something which can also be very personal. So what are the two things that are visible, right? So the moment you have an email or you get an email, the two things that are visible are the subject of the email and the person who is sending the email, the name of the person. So the moment you have email IDs which says like sales or promotion or something at the rate at whatever the company, or do not reply, no reply at company, what happens is that becomes quite robotic. And we as humans, because we have seen so many such emails, we often tend to ignore it because we know like it is something that is not even relevant for us, or more there's a good chance that it is just marketing. Now, similarly, in the second one also, the email was pretty much robotic, and like it gives an image that it was just marketing and whatnot. But when it comes to the third one, right? So when it comes to this one, it feels more personal. You actually get to see the name of the person. You actually get to see like, okay, a photo or whatnot. It becomes more personal. So when you see this, there is a higher chance that you might end up opening this email. And that is also very important because this helps you separate emails that are promotional emails versus the ones that are more personal. Now, how can you use this for normal email marketing, right? I'm not sure how many of you might have seen such emails, but oftentimes there will be people who would send emails like, let's say, Nico from Yesware. Because what happens is it is also important that you don't miss out on adding your brand name, right? Your brand name is your identity, so you cannot make it too personal. So the best way that people actually navigate through that is just by adding the first name of someone who manages emails or who is a sales rep, and then saying like from this particular let's say domain or this particular company. And this is something that I've seen actually work quite well for a lot of companies. So email marketing optimized for mobiles, right? Now, one of the things that I was mentioning earlier is how mobile phone is where a lot of emails are open because of its accessibility, because it is so easy for people to use emails on mobile. Even my work emails, oftentimes I end up opening on mobile because I might not be at my desk when I receive them. And it's just much easier for me to go through them, right? So that is how far email on mobiles have reached. So with that said, obviously, it is very important to optimize the emails that are sent to mobile. Now, one of the best things today is when you're sending just text email, the way that you see it on mobile versus the way that you see it on desktop will be different. However, when you're sending an HTML email, it is important that it looks good on mobile as well. So one of the things is the platforms these days, like MailChimp, actually have this already available. So any template or any emails that you create will by default be optimized for mobile. So you don't really need to worry that much about it. But as you move forward, as you scale out of it, it is important that you look into it. And even if, let's say, you're not using MailChimp, whatever other platforms you use, make sure that it has uh, the mobile aspect also very well maintained, so at least that you can get a preview of what you're going to send on mobile, and you're also optimizing it for mobile accordingly. So like this is just a quick example, right? Like if you notice this one, it is so unreadable, you would have to zoom into it and so forth, but this one is much more easy to read. Obviously, like the image is not shortened and whatnot, and it is much easier to go through. So that is the aspect of when you open the email. But before even opening the email, as I mentioned earlier, there is the name that you see, there is the subject that you see, and then there is also the some part or the starting part of the content that you would see. So now one of the thing is when it comes to mobile phones, what happens is the subject is usually very short. Because if you have a very long subject, as you can see, it gets truncated over here, right? Because it is too long. The same goes with this one, like it gets truncated over here. But because these are like short subjects, it is much more easier for them to know like what exactly it is, the email that is all about, and it is also something that is more likely to get opened. So let's look at optimization for mobile, right? When it comes to optimizing emails for mobile, um, like make sure that you include your full name, or at least you put your name, so that it is much more easier. And as I mentioned earlier, it feels more personal. So it also helps improve your open rate, obviously, because then people are like, okay, probably this is an personal email. Then yeah, apart from that, it's also about making sure that your mail is displayed correctly on mobile devices. It should include a good subject line and all of these different things, right? So essentially, what happens is oftentimes when we are working on email marketing, we forget that the way that marketing works, or at least your content or whatever your content that you're promoting looks different in different devices. So it is very important that you remember it and also optimize it accordingly, because based on the majority users or the users where they are from, you may want to optimize your content to be able to let them see it and like at least interact with it properly. So with that said, obviously concise subject line, make it short, keep it short, make it easy, and at the same time a pre-header text. So basically, as you noticed over here, this is the pre-header text, right? So make sure that this is also something that is that at least describes what your email is all about. Then obviously it should also include your full name. So as we talked about it, like it basically makes the emails a lot more personal. like while MailChimp is one of the email marketing tools out there for sending emails, Be Free, this is the website of Be Free. This is something which you can just directly use. And as you can see, mobile responsive emails. You can directly just use this to create beautiful emails. And essentially, it is completely free. They also have a pro version for certain features and whatnot. But essentially, you can just use Be Free and also like get started with majority of the things. So you don't even need to sign up with the pro version for getting most of the templates and all of those. So as an example, as you can see, it has like so many different email templates already ready. You can just get started with it, and it loads up the email template for you. And then you can preview the email over here. And in the preview mode, you have desktop and mobile. If you select mobile, you can see like what it will look like on mobile as well. So there are a bunch of tools for email these days. And personally, I love Be Free. Like as I mentioned, like it is important to be mobile optimized. But there is one another thing that we should keep in mind, which is like spam, when email goes to spam. And this is um, let's say whatever email tool that you use, right? Whatever email software, etc., that you use, if your email continues to go to spam, there is a high chance that they might actually send warnings to you, and they might also like then ask you not to send emails to that. Or I have seen people also like suspending accounts of ones who have a high spam rate. So the reason for this is, and as someone mentioned here earlier, what happens is because of spam, your domain or your email server will start to get blacklisted. That should never happen. Now, essentially, there is like sometimes what happens is in marketing we are trying to promote something so bad that we end up adding some messaging or some content to it which is not at all good. So for navigating through that and to make sure that the email does not go to spam is also very important. So it's not just about being able to reach the inbox or the updates folder, but it's also about making sure that you don't go to spam. Now, obviously, some of the emails do end up going to spam no matter what you do. That is perfectly fine. It's all about maintaining a good ratio to email to inbox ratio. So usually I would say like having 1% spam rate is okay. That is also on the higher side, but I would say like try to maintain it at that. But with that said, like let's understand more about it, right? So, and for example, let's say if you randomly receive email from someone who does not want to send you emails or you don't even know about. In this example, it's a resort in Goa, and they're talking about their benefits, amenities, and whatnot. But now the first thing is you have no intention to even travel to Goa in the next 90 days. So in that case, obviously the email is spam because first of all, you don't even know about this. And then second is like you're like suddenly getting something that is not even relevant to you. The situation two is wherein, let's say you're planning to travel to Goa in the next 60 days and you're planning your itinerary and all, and then you received it. But like while this email may not be considered a spam, it is still something that you did not ask for. Okay. So there is a very thin line between spam and overall, let's say, it going to inbox. So it is very important that you send emails for people who you know it is going to be relevant for. So if, for example, someone is interested in shoes, but you send emails to them about jackets, uh, what are the chances that they might like it? Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But are you like depending on where you are with your email marketing, you should ask yourself it is if that is something that you can risk or not. I would say like given that that is more or less in the similar industry and category, they may be interested. But now let's just consider another example, right? Let's say you have email list of someone who bought shoes from your store, and now you're trying to send them an email related to let's say travel. So that means like probably they are not even they don't even know if they are interested in it or not, unless and until you send them the email saying like you have launched something new, you have launched a travel aspect. A good example of that is Flipkart Travel, Amazon Travel, and whatnot. They basically tie up with these different travel websites to offer like ticket booking, etc. But unless and until it is a feature or something new that you're providing, if they have not asked for this email, or if that email is not relevant for you for them, then that's pretty much like spam. So now, however, what happens is going to spam folder means like your email is pretty much like not going to be read, right? But when it goes to promotional folder, it will still have around 19% of read rate. It is low, agreed, but it is still better than going to the spam folder. Now, what this means is across, let's say if 100 emails are sent, 19 emails are read, and the rest are either unread or deleted. And I know for sure, I don't know if this is just me, but I've seen so many of my friends having loads and loads of emails that are just not read. They are just there. And I'm sure most of you can actually relate to that. So it is very important to make sure that your emails are being sent to people who are relevant, as well as people who have asked for it in some or the other form. Uh, let's say if you're sending emails by getting some list of emails, or sending emails to people who did not ask for certain emails, that is when it would be considered as spam if it is not relevant to them. A good example of this would also be, let's say if someone has basically you have an e-commerce store, someone is a user of yours, or a customer of yours, and then you're suddenly sending them credit card offers. So did they ask for it, or are they interested in it? You wouldn't know, and that is basically spam for them, right? So what I'm talking about here is like what exactly spam is and why it is important to make sure that the emails you're sending are relevant to them, because irrelevant messages not only go to spam, but it also hampers your brand, and it also like decreases your like further emails that you would send. The rate at which they get delivered to inbox will also get decreased. So it is important to make sure that you send only relevant emails, or at least emails to audiences that you know. So Priya, what happens is usually sending emails costs money, and no one would actually have a email list of basically your competitors will not have your list. So that kind of thing never happens. And like essentially people may try to copy your brand name, etc., but emails have a lot of authentication. There is something called as DKIM, there is something called as SPF. So essentially if they do copy your brand and then send emails, you can actually put a legal case on them for of forgery, or essentially pretending to be your brand. So I've never seen a brand do that, but that is how it is. What ended up happening is initially, let's say if they were getting like 10 lakh revenue per month, just by sending emails to the existing users, and these are list of users who they had collected like for a period of 5 years or so, just by sending emails, we were able to increase the revenue to somewhere around 25 lakhs per month, which means like almost 15 lakhs was contributed just from email, which is more than 50% of their overall revenue. So in my experience with every businesses that I've worked, email marketing has done wonders for them just by sending emails to existing users. It can be about offers, promotion, new collections, whatever that is. Especially with e-commerce, it works great. Uh, Now, second question that you have is how do we target new audiences? So essentially, it's more about building a new audience list. Uh, Like I mentioned, for that, one is you would have to provide some kind of incentive for them to sign up to be your email user. And I'm going to talk a bit about that. I have a few slides, 2 to 3 slides about building an email list. Okay, so the first thing is the subject line. Now, the subject line obviously is what a user would look at when they are deciding if they would like to open the email or not. So always make sure for avoiding, if you want to avoid promotion folders, it basically does not have anything related to promotion. Plain and simple, right? Like basically when it comes to Gmail, what it does is it will look at terms like discount, free, off, buy it now, exclamation marks, free trial, guarantee, limited time offer, limited time only. Like these are all of these things. The minute you look at it, that is what you that is the idea that you get, right? Like it's a promotion. And that is what Gmail looks for or Google looks for when they are sorting your email and the bucket that the email should go in. And to make sure that your email does not have these keywords in the subject, you can basically try to create emails that are more relevant and are more information related. So trying to, let's say, I will actually show you an email. Like, yeah, yeah. The next part is the mail content. And as we just talked about, and we looked at one of the examples, the mail content and the words that you use in that will also result in it. And HTML content also results in the same thing, right? So basically, emails which have a lot of images, all most of the time lands in promotional email or promotional folder, unless and until its content says otherwise. And there is second thing, which is the number of links. That if your email has like multiple links, then obviously it will also be considered as a promotional mail. So the best practice is to include only one link in your mail, so that that link can redirect to a landing page that is related to the email marketing content, right? So this way what happens is you're trying to make sure that your email does not go into promotions because there are like multiple links and whatnot. So this now we earlier we were talking about something around what an email could look like, what a promotional email could look like, and all. We talked about HTML content versus plain text content. So this is what you call as plain text content. So in this, if you see, this email basically has only one single link, and it talks about like, okay, like essentially it talks about webinar or whatever that is, but it does not have a lot of content around like direct promotion. It is indirectly, or the content is built around making sure that the promotion is more towards having someone register for a webinar. So as you can see, it's like, hi Rajat. The Rajat is the person who received this email, and this email is from Neil Patel. But if you read this email, it feels a lot more personal. It feels like something that you would write as a person as well. So that is one of the way that you can also maximize your reach. Obviously, I'm not saying like all the businesses should do this and all, but uh, at the end of the day, you have to try different types of content. You can try text-based content, you can try HTML content, and see what works. See what works with different audience types, and then based on that, you can determine if then based on that, you can determine if that is the type of content that you would go with. But that is also one of the ways that you can avoid the promotional folder. And yeah, there's also going to be a lot of free email marketing tools that you might find. I'm not talking about MailChimp particularly, but there are some tools which are like completely offer like a huge free email marketing. Or let's say, for example, if you're sending promotional emails from your web hosting or website hosting and all, there's a high chance that because that's a shared server, there's a good chance of the emails being delivered to promotional folders or sometimes even spam folder, right? So make sure that if your business is working at scale, and I think there was also one of the questions around it, like as you scale up, it is important that you spend money on paid tools. And one of the great things about paid tools is as you also scale up, the cost of that also keeps going down. So it is like a no-brainer when it comes to email marketing. Okay, so this is a tool that I personally use a lot, MX Toolbox. And this basically tells you if your domain or your website is blacklisted somewhere or has any blacklisting or something like that, right? So this is a domain that I own, vizuma.com, for example. I can just like look it up, and it does it has this super tool which looks up like different things. And as you can see, it basically tells me like what are the things that it has checked and what are the problems it has found. So it basically says that there is no DMARC record found, the DMARC policy is not enabled, and the DNS record is published, but it is found as well. So probably the only thing that if I want to use this domain for sending email marketing and all, I would want to make sure that the DMARC record is found and it is also enabled. But that's about it. Similarly, let's look at Myntra. So you can see they have a DMARC record as well. It is also like properly enabled and whatnot, and it is able to send emails properly. Similarly, if I like go to find problems, it will tell me like if there are any specific problems with it. So I can enter myntra.com. So it told me like what are the number of problems. It passed like there are almost 637 different tests that they did with problems, and it passed like 630 of those. There are 7 warnings. Then next is blacklist. So apparently there are like 546 blacklists, which is passed as well. Mail server, web server, DNS. So this tool basically tells you all. Some of these things are something that oftentimes the, let's say, server guy or the technical guy is aware of, and it does not require you to take any action, but it is like good to know. So that is what the warning is all about, right? So when it comes to like those words, sometimes it may flag them, sometimes it may not, because at the end of the day, like it's still an algorithm which checks all of these things, right? So at the end of the day, it's like is that uh, if the algorithm finds it to be promotional material, or if let's say you're repeating certain words quite often, then yeah, then it might go into the promotional folder. It's all about the content of your mail. Try to make sure that it feels less like a promotion and more like something that users would want to take a look at, and that is how you avoid the promotional folders. As I mentioned in the slides over here, these are some of the example words that you would avoid, uh, and any other words as well, right? There's no predefined list to it. You would know what is more like a promotion or a word that has promotion and all of those things. At the end of the day, it's more about testing and finding out yourself like what works and what doesn't, because it keeps changing and it keeps evolving. As we know, the algorithms become smarter every day. So that's where it's at, or at least like blacklist and whatnot. There are a bunch of technical things. Most of the time, you actually don't need to like look into all of those things, but DMARC is nothing but like a record. So let's say, for example, Myntra, right? So when I say Myntra, so Myntra is a domain name. Now, this domain name, there are certain records, DNS records. I know I'm going a bit technical here, but basically the DNS records you can add. Um, so there's going to be something called as a record. There's going to be SMTP record. There's going to be DKIM record. There are multiple different types of record, and each of them have different use cases and usage. So like for your purpose and how to make sure that it works is, I would say, like uh, best way is to have a technical guy who understands this to work with it, but usually it is pretty simple to go forward. So as you can see, like there are different things, right? SMTP is there. Let me zoom in a bit. So there's SMTP, there's SPF record, text record, there's PTR record, CNAME. So all of these things are nothing but DNS records, and most of the time it is very easy to add them as well. If you're missing something, you just use this tool, you just look it up, and it will tell you like what are the things that you're missing and how you can proceed forward with that. And all of these records are nothing but something that helps recognize if your domain is valid, true, and whatever email you're sending is also something that comes from a valid source. So this is a website which basically shows like what are the different domain records, and as you can see, like there's like a bunch of these, and DMARC record is just like one of these records, right? It essentially is a validator which validates if your domain is something like essentially if let's say if you're sending an email through that domain, your domain is validly mapped to the email server or not. That's about it. So that's essentially what DMARC is. Okay, so we looked at MX Toolbox as well, and as I mentioned, like just run the tool, you'll be able to find if your domain mail has been blacklisted somewhere. Blacklist is what you would want to avoid, and if you are blacklisted, you can definitely contact these. MX Toolbox actually offers a way for you to like get yourself whitelisted again, and it's quite straightforward for you to do that if you're blacklisted in any of the uh, let's say lists that checks for spam and all. So this is also one of the things that I mentioned earlier. You should always try to avoid going to spam, because the more you go to spam, there's a good chance that one of the lists would add you to blacklist. And these lists are used by all the different email service providers like Gmail, Outlook, and so forth to understand if your domain is a part of a blacklist or not. Okay, so now let's look at how to compose a good email, right? The body of a good email should not have more than 100 words, right? So basically for a B2C, like for a B2C business, if you're sending promotional mailers and have all, they can like they should have words that are within 100 words itself. And for B2B, your first mail should be less than 100 words. The reason for this is uh, basically when someone is reading your email, for them it should be very easy to go through. They should be able to they should not be like, okay, there's a long email, I will not read it and all. So the best way is to make sure that the number of words that you have is less. There are multiple tools for counting word counter is one of them. I would suggest that you take a look at this as well to make sure that you don't go to spam. It's basically personalizing the subject, making sure that you add a product or name the product where the user has shown interest. And I'm not talking that you should include all of these in the subject line, but try to add as much relevant content and as much personal content as possible. You can also add a number so that it's easier for audience to understand the value. But again, you should do it only if it makes sense or if it is relevant. You don't need to actually add it if it is like out of the context. You should also look at curiosity, try to gain curiosity of the users. The Go IBO email that I showed is a good example of that. And you should keep the subject line short. And this is actually a good link to test your subject line as well. Now, the next thing is follow the WVQ principle. So what is this? This is nothing but why email. So essentially, this is where you address why you're sending the user an email. So this should always be there in your email body, that is. Second is the value. You should highlight the value or the benefit that the user will get when they go through your instructions in the email. And third is a question. So essentially, whenever you're sending any promotional content, you should have a call to action. In terms of an email, it is going to be your question, right? So let's say if it is a normal email that you have composed, you should try to ask them a question so that they respond to it. And if, let's say, if it is more of a promotional mail, the uh, you can basically go away with question. You can just have a button which acts more like a call to action, wherein you're asking the user to take an action. The next thing is adding an email signature. So this basically is what makes it more personable. You add your personality to it. You make sure that it's easy to communicate. It becomes like an online visiting card and also helps you promote. Now, why does it help promote? Because the email signature, oftentimes, after we have written our name, designation, number, and whatnot, we can also add some kind of a promotion like let's say some kind of an offer that is running on the store and so forth. So that's pretty much what this is all about, right? After that, next we are going to talk about some of the practical, like how you can build a mail campaign. We are going to look at in like Mailchimp, and also like try to see like how we can register to it and go further. I'll just do a quick demo on that. I'll do a quick demo on Be Free. A lot of companies, even today, when I talk to them, they don't have an understanding of even being able to use the email list that they already have, and that itself tells us like what kind of entire gap there is in the market. So I would say, yeah, there is still big scope of email marketing. Even if a business is already into it, then there is scope of optimizing that, improving that, growing that list. There are so many different things, because email is the channel of communication when it comes to professional communication of any kind. The scope is still big and it keeps growing as the number of internet user keeps growing. So this is Mailchimp, right? Like they actually have a bunch of different things now. So even they have like optimized with AI analytics and such. They are a big company in email marketing. In fact, I would say like they are the top company. You have a journey builder, you have like segmentation and all of these different things. So the primary thing that we are going to look at is email marketing. They also have like a bunch of different tools, but email is what we are going to focus on for now. So you can sign up with it. Like there are different plans, and while like they have premium and all, they also have a free plan for you to get started. And as I was mentioning, monthly you can send around 2,500 emails. And one seat is nothing but like one user can log into that one account. You have email support for first 30 days, and you also have all of these good features available even with the free plan, right? Like pre-built email templates, integrations, reporting and analytics, forms, landing pages, as well as creative assistant. So there are a few other like features which are a lot more, I would say, based on the pro version and such. Now, as your business grows, probably you can go with that. But mostly for start of a business, like the free version will work for you unless and until you're exceeding in terms of the sending limit. So okay, so the minute you open it, uh, like basically you get a dashboard which has details on the audiences. Audiences are nothing but people who have your email subscribers. You will have on the left hand side, you have an option for creating an email campaign. You have an option to view all of your campaigns. So when I go to this, you can see like there are some test campaigns that I created in this. There are some email templates that you can also view. So if I have bought any, so they also have a marketplace for that. If I've saved any of the email templates, you can also view that. Then there is the audience part, right? So audience is where you will have all of your users. So in the audience, Obviously there are like all the contacts of yours, what are the different lists of yours, and if you notice there is something called as a segmentation, right? So essentially you can select a new segment, you can segment it based on different things. So if you notice over here, let's just say, for example, this particular list that I have, I want to create a segment of this. Okay, so it has like 3 email IDs. It has test1, test2, test3, and I want to create a segment of this. So what I can do is I can just select new segment based on the data I added, right? So obviously I can match this based on any or all, but let's say contacts match all of the following condition. So I'm like, then there are all of these different conditions that are available. Obviously, you can customize some of these conditions as well based on the data that you upload here. But let's say, for example, birthday. So I want to segment people who have their birthdays in different months. So I can be like, okay, their birthday month is in basically, let's say, February or March and so forth. And I can just like preview segment and it will tell me like how many users come into that segment. Similarly, if let's say if I go to email marketing engagement is new. What this means is like I have never interacted with them so far and they are very new. Rarely. Essentially, they engaged once or twice, but like they are not really engaging that much. Sometimes it's like okay, probably they engage sometimes, but not always. And often is like every time I send an email, there's like 4 out of 5 times they are going to engage with that email. What is an engagement? Engagement is nothing but them doing or taking some action, be it opening the email, be it clicking a link, be it also like purchasing something, be it anything, right? So they are engaging. So I can segment it based on engagement. Marketing status. So over here is one of, let's say I can say they are subscribed, unsubscribed, maybe someone has subscribed and then you want to get them back. They have not even subscribed. Like essentially these are the list of emails that you um, got of customers who who are your customers, but at the same time they are like they don't want to receive email. This is important because of GDPR. If you're let's say if you're doing email marketing in Europe or any country that uses GDPR policies, then you have to keep a note of this. And then cleaned is nothing but let's say bounced email addresses and whatnot. So similarly, you have like multiple different things available. So you can also have like automation activity. You can also have campaign activity wherein they opened any of the last 5 campaigns. Conversation app activity. Like there are so many different ways that you can segment it. So now what you can do is you can either send the emails to them directly, or what you can do is you can create a list based on um, segment one, which can be related to, let's say, purchased shoes. So maybe you're selling shoes, then maybe you're selling jackets. Then let's say maybe you're selling hats, right? So essentially you have like different type of users. Now to make sure that your email content is more relevant to them, you would segment them, right? So maybe out of 10,000, let's say 2,000 of them purchase shoes and 4,000 of them purchase jackets and the other 4,000 of them purchase hats. So what you can do is you can essentially create this segmentation. You can divide these existing audiences of 10,000. So let's say if you're trying to segment or send relevant emails to these users, you can segment them based on their purchases. You can segment them based on their behaviors and so forth, right? So that is the crux of this segmentation. So audiences has that, you can manage them, you can understand like what are the different segments around it, and so forth. Then you have something called as automations. Automations is nothing but for you to like build a journey. So as we talked about it earlier, you can actually build a proper automation here wherein you can send create essentially like repeat customers. You can abandon cart reminders, send order confirmation. These are pre-built journeys that they already have. So you can utilize these. Or what you can also do is you can create a journey of your own if you have some like a customized automation journey that you want, wherein you want to do something different. Okay. Then there's like transactional emails is also something that you can send through MailChimp if you would like to. Analytics is again based on the performance and all, the number of emails sent, open rate, click rate. You guys might remember the dashboard that I was talking about, right? So this is an example of that dashboard. As it can see, like this is a sample data, but it gives you a good idea of how your email has been performing and all of those things. So as you can see, like it shows the campaign sent, what the campaign is, how many emails were sent, what is the click rate. Similarly over here, what is the click rate and so forth. So if I disable, look at the click rate over here, or maybe let's say I just said this none, and I just want to know the number of users who have opened it. So I get to see like every day how many people opened it. I can get to see how many people unsubscribe from it. So all of these analytics is also available for you to easily go through. So these are some of the important things, right? These are additional products that MailChimp has, but these are some of the things that you would essentially look at when you're utilizing MailChimp. Email marketing, right? So even if you don't have a list, the way that you go ahead with it is you start to build a list. Now, the way that you can do it is by like in MailChimp, they have something called as sign up forms, but obviously you can use different methods to do it. You can create a landing page. You can essentially have people sign up to newsletters and such on your websites. You can do some promotion. Now, the question here is, why will someone give you the email? So for that, you have to build some kind of a like magnet, or essentially lead magnet is what you call it. The reason you would get more or you would even do that is because sometimes what happens is if let's say your sales cycle is high, and for someone to actually make a purchase from your startup, they would have to go through multiple hoops and things. In that case, the best option is to have people sign up through email or your newsletter, etc., so that they can essentially be then contacted with, connected with, and at least like you can start outreaching to them and start building a list. Oftentimes I have seen companies create a newsletter of sorts wherein they are publishing like weekly news, or providing some kind of a good magnet. The magnet would be, let's say, an ebook, analysis of the market or anything, right? That is where advertising and other channels come in. At the end of the day, you're a digital marketer utilizing multiple channels, right? Okay, so we talked about like different areas of this. Let's look at campaign creation, right? So let's just go with the email design. So MailChimp keeps updating things. Let's just go with the classic builder for now. You can definitely experiment with it. It's completely free to use. So once you get here, basically it'll let you select templates, and there are like, as you can see, there are so many different templates. So these are nothing but layouts, the type of layout that you would like to use. Apparently the feature layout, these layouts are available when you upgrade to a plan, but there are other layouts that can be directly used. Then there are like basic layouts which will have a logo, maybe some description, some image and whatnot. And then you can also look at themes. So these are nothing but something that is already pre-made, and like you can directly like leverage these. Some of those are free, some of those require you to sign up. Let's just look at appointment reminder as an example. And as you can see, it does have like a walkthrough of how you can do it. But yeah, that's basically how it is. Like you have this template over here. Now you can edit this you can, once you edit, like you have different options. You can, let's say, replace this image with a different image. You can upload a file. So you can upload a file, you can look at products, Giphy or any of these things, right? So for now, I'm just going to use Giphy. And as you can see, this has changed, right? So similarly, then over here, you can edit this text, like what you want this text to be. You can edit the call to action, what you want it to be, what the URL should be. So all of these are very easy for you to edit and update. And once you do, you also have a preview option. So you just click on that preview, you select enter preview, and you can see like how it would look like on desktop, on mobile, and even inbox preview. So inbox preview, I think, is limited. It has like limited number of previews that you can get, but it's nothing but like different inbox, like how in different email clients your email could look like. It's taking quite some time to load, but that's basically how the builder works. And once you have built it, you just continue with it. And yep, after that, over here, like you can select uh, who this is going to go to. So two is basically who your subscribers are. So in this case, there's only 3 recipients, but let's say if you have thousands of subscribers, you can just select all of them in one go over here. You can select from. So over here, let's say what the from should be, the name, the email address. Now, one of the thing is this email address will then get validated by MailChimp if you change it. But yeah, like that is the email address and the name. Then the subject line of the campaign. So let's say what is the subject that you would like to add. And one of the great thing is that they also have some of the best practices around the subject as you type it. And the preview text is also something that you can customize over here. After that, you have the content, and yeah, so that's about it. Like once you're done with all of this, you can just schedule it and then send the email. So basically, you can add subscribers. Obviously, one of the thing about MailChimp is you can also integrate the subscribers directly. So you don't need to like when it comes to, let's say, Shopify, WooCommerce and all, you have MailChimp plugins. So this is an example, right? So MailChimp, Shopify, one of the best thing about this is all of these integrations are free. So you can just directly select these integrations and you can apply them, and they will all directly like add all the customers, etc., to MailChimp. And if you have like a manual list, you can add a subscriber, and you can like also import an audience. So import an audience, you can do it from a different service wherein you are connecting with one of the existing tools. You can upload a file, and finally, you can also copy paste. So in copy paste, you just have to make sure it is in the proper text. So these are the different ways that you can do it. By default, you have to include the unsubscribe option in your email. The reason is if you don't, a lot of your emails will then also be considered as spam. So when you're sending a promotional email specifically, and by default, any email tool that you use will have the unsubscribe option added by default. You cannot like you can modify it a bit, but like ideally you should not remove it, because that gives the user an option to unsubscribe, and that also makes it easier for you to manage and make sure that whatever emails you're sending is going to people who are interested in them. If someone is unsubscribing, that shows that probably they are not interested, and you should not even waste money on them in that case. Okay, so that's basically what MailChimp is, right? You can manage different campaigns, you can manage your audiences, you can integrate it, you can automate it. All of those things are available and more. You can also like grow your audiences using sign up forms and all of these things. And whatever that design is, you can like start to modify it. It's pretty powerful platform. I would say it's pretty comparable, or if not like better than MailChimp in some of the cases, but not in all the cases, obviously. So you can like update it, edit it directly over here. And then you can also like still go to the template catalog, you can preview the data, and after that you can download this directly. So once you download it, you can also import it to MailChimp. Look at some of the emails with bad content to understand like what are the type of content to avoid. Okay, so like when you look at this, right, the minute if you open an email, if you see it, what is the first thing that comes to your mind? Would you even go ahead and read it? Sending emails, and as I was mentioning earlier, like try to limit it to 100 words, so that it is easy to read, and it try to make sure that there are different paragraphs which convey the messages of why and what you're offering, a question or a call to action, right? So don't send emails which are this lengthy. At least your first email, try to keep it concise, and then you can try to improve upon it. This one again, as you can see, like there are like 2 links that they are offering, and there are like so many content. While like I might be reading like 1 or 2 parts of it, there's like just so many things that he's talking about, right? So try to make sure that you are providing good value. Then there is this email as well, right? So this looks like something from 2008 or something like that. Like that is the era that this email comes from. So having a good email template also matters a lot, because that essentially tells you like if people are going to use it. And as you can see, there's so much content over here. Like there's a good chance that they might not even like it. So these are just some examples I wanted to show so that you understand like what to avoid. And then further we can look at like what are the things that you should do to make email marketing more efficient. We sort of discussed some of these already, but let's look into that in a much deeper way. The data that they have with you or not. So while GDPR is primarily focused only in Europe, the European region and all, uh, any company who has presence in US will probably also try to market in Europe. So that is the reason they had to change their entire method of how they would do email marketing. So because of this, when it comes to email marketing these days, most of the companies will do a double opt-in. What that means is the first opt-in is when someone would essentially sign up or fill a form on your website and confirm that they are going to receive the marketing emails from you. They say yes for that. Second opt-in is once they say yes, they will receive an email wherein they will have to confirm that they have shared the email ID here and they would want to continue receiving the email or not. So if they click or confirm that they are okay to receive those, that is the double opt-in. So this essentially, while it impacted a lot in how the emails were collected by companies, the number of email collections reduced. However, it also in a way made sure that whatever emails were being sent or whoever was subscribing to these emails, they indeed in fact wanted to receive them. So that actually also ended up increasing the conversion rate, because the number of emails that were being sent got lowered. So that impacted and made the emails more relevant. So there is pros and cons of it, obviously, but at the end of the day, it's all about being transparent and being able to make sure that you are targeting to the customers in the right way. So that is what GDPR had done. And it essentially scrubbed a lot of the spam and the way that the data is being shared and all, especially in Europe, not in India because it's not applicable in India, but yeah, especially in Europe. Okay, so let's look at making email marketing efficient, right? So we already talked about it, but the main crux of this is segmentation of email. So basically, these are some of the different areas where you can segment your email. We already looked at some of the deeper and advanced ways that you can segment emails, but you can also look at new customers, add to cart customers, non-active users, category specific. We talked about categories. So yeah, basically when you segment users, right, you can make sure that the emails that you send is for that segmented user list. And by doing that, the content that you send to them is more relevant. So essentially your emails become more and more effective and more optimized. So we also looked at email list, collection of email address, and how you can distinguish other email and all. How to build an email list. Obviously, you can purchase email database. I honestly don't recommend this because oftentimes what happens is the email databases or the people who are selling the email database, that email might end up blacklisting your domain. But if you have a valid agency that knows the exact market data and all, then you might go for it. But at the same time, it's a very high risk, especially in today's world. So you will get a lot of offers for purchasing email database. If given so many transparency laws and relevance laws, etc., I would not recommend this. Affiliate agencies. So you can run affiliate campaigns for emails, or you can work with affiliate agencies to get email list. These are good because what happens is a lot of agencies that basically run affiliate campaigns, they have list of users, their interest, and what they are into. However, these are people who have not subscribed to you. So you can, because, however, as we were looking at it, if you know who the user is and what the user is all about, and given that GDPR is not in India, thankfully, so far, you can still leverage those lists to send relevant emails. And those, if those emails are relevant, obviously there's a good chance that you might find conversions for them. Third is referrals. Obviously, you can try to build emails through people referring to your email list, or let's say saying that the content that you share is good, or having other people refer to sign up to your emails. One of the good ways to do it is by running a contest wherein you can have or have people sign up to your email ID and such. And finally, you can also look at social media and all to collect email address. So basically asking them to go to a landing page and submit a form through social media. So how to build an email list, right? Like I was talking about lead magnets. So this is one of the lead magnets. You can essentially like provide a checklist of things that people should do, or your relevant audience might do. So let's say if you're a marketing agency, talk about a checklist of on-page SEO, talk about how to look at marketing, or how to look at Google ads, for example, how to look at email marketing itself. And you can provide some kind of a checklist template, and for them to get those things, they would have to share their emails with you. So that essentially gives them a reason for them to essentially sign up with your email list. Second is then this is again another example, like you can create something like this. A cheat sheet for blog post or an ebook is also something that you can provide. White papers is something that you can provide. You can provide toolkits, you can provide SOPs, process notes, whatever it is, right? It's essentially trying to leverage some of the data that you already have, and creating lead magnets using it. Even big companies like Oracle or Salesforce and all of these companies, right? They also use lead magnets to uh, gain business contacts, and this has been and is still one of the best ways to sort of get or build an email list. This is another example. Create a professional client proposal. So you can basically have a sample proposal, and you can like send it to them on email when they sign up to you, right? So that's pretty much how you can like look at building a list as well. So yeah, Apart from that, we can also look at some of the industry benchmarks. These benchmarks are, I would say, somewhat a bit dated, but at the same time, this gives you a good idea of what are the different like industry open rates, click rate, and unsubscription rate. So this also helps you understand like it's okay to get unsubscribes, and it's also okay to get let's say 3%, 2%, or 1% clicks. Overall, on average, I have seen an open rate of somewhere between 20 to 30%. And this is across industries, right? And when it comes to clicks, I've seen it between 2% to 5%. So that's the average that I usually look at. If any, let's say, if any list is doing better than that, that's amazing. Probably I would try to optimize that more. I would try to utilize that more, but this gives you a basic idea of what are the targets that you should try to achieve.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the purpose of A/B testing in digital marketing? And your options are to analyze the accuracy of website analytic tools, or to compare two different marketing channels, or to test different versions of a web page or content to determine which performs better, or to automate email responses to customer inquiries. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
Now, let's try and understand about SEO, right? As all of you have mentioned, and as all of you have rightly mentioned, SEO is something that helps improve your like visibility on search results. So when you go on Google search, for example, and you type for something, you will see a list of websites. And SEO is nothing but trying to get your website among one of those lists. And at the end of the day, obviously, the goal is to rank at the first spot. But obviously, there's going to be a lot of competition, so that you work alongside those competitions and keep optimizing your website so that you can rank higher, right? So with that said, overall, SEO is the practice of increasing both quantity and quality of the traffic. So it's not just about ranking your web page for any keyword, but it's the process of ranking for relevant keywords so that you get relevant traffic. So overall, when you look at SEO, it is primarily dominated by Google search in today's day and age. And what I mean by that is like over 80% of searches today, like if someone is like searching for something on internet, they are going to search it on Google. In fact, it is suffice to say in most of the countries, it's 85 to 90% as well. But at the same time, and this is something that some of you may be aware of as well, that there is another competitor which is also rising and giving Google a tough competition. So they are currently trying to change the entire landscape. When it comes to search engine, it's Bing. So Bing is the one that is trying to give a competition, and the way that they are doing it is by leveraging generative AI, which is nothing but generating or providing the answers directly so that you don't have to visit a website. And that has also like given, you can say it like it has also given Google a kick to the boot so that they also start to work through the competition. And that is how they have launched Bard as well. So if you have not heard of these terms, don't worry about it. You will see it soon. But overall, the main thing about this is that the search engine landscape is changing. And when I say that, obviously, it is important to make sure that you also adopt to those changes in the landscape. So a lot of things that I'm going to teach today is going to help you set the basics, the foundation or the very foundation of what SEO is and what are the things that you need to do. So no matter the change in the landscape, those basics will still be the same. But at the end of the day, by leveraging those basics, how you deploy that or how you utilize that for the changing landscape is something that will set you apart and still dominates the searches, right? Like, and most of the searches actually are coming from mobile. On desktop, it's almost like 80%. On mobile or tablet, it's like 95% is from Google and so forth. We know all of these, right? Like, okay, the search engine, like this is the one that is working, this is the one that dominates, and this is the search engine war, if you call it. But at the end of the day, how does search engine actually function, right? Like, what is the basic of a search engine and how does it actually function? So overall, on a very basic and foundational level, right? A search engine is made up of three things. The first is a crawler. The second is an index. And the third is an algorithm. However, when it comes to any search engine, right, be it Google or Bing or any of these search engines, it's made up of these three things, which is one, it has a crawler. And second, it has an index. And finally, it has an algorithm, right? So now what is a crawler? Crawler is nothing but it's like a robot. Okay, it's like a Google bot. And what this Google bot does is it goes to every website on internet. Like literally, Google will send this bot to every website that is on internet, and that the job of this crawler is to go to all the websites, all the pages of that website, and collect data. So that is what a crawler does. It's a small bot. I wouldn't call it small actually, but it's a bot that goes to every different website and collects data. So now once it collects data, the second step is indexing. What is indexing? Indexing is nothing but once it has collected the data, it will try to create a database out of all of that. It will try to create like, okay, this website has this data, this website has this data, etc. Once it has all of that data indexed, the third step is the algorithm, which is how it will match your web page to specific search query of a user or a keyword of a user. Okay, so what does all of this mean? Let's look at it in a deeper way, right? So as I mentioned, a crawler is a bot, robot, or a spider that goes around the internet, and it saves the HTML version of a page. So you guys don't need to do this, but I'm just showing like what it typically looks like when it comes to the crawler and what it saves, right? So let's say if I search for shoes online. So now when I just search for shoes online, for example, you can see that there are so many listings. All of these listings came because that spider or the Google bot basically went to all of these websites and collected different information. And it also saved a HTML version of this page. So what does this HTML version of this page look like? We can see it when we go to the caged section. So you don't need to worry about it, but it basically shows like what the crawler actually captured or added to the database. So what it was able to capture is nothing but like a screenshot. So it's like a screenshot of the entire website that is stored within Google itself for Google to access it anytime it wants, whenever there is a search. Looks like the cage is not loading right now. That's okay. But overall, this is what happens, right? So once it creates that cage and it adds that to its database, after that, once I search for something, right? So this search is nothing but the search term, or what my search query is. My search query is shoes online. This is also called as keyword, by the way. So now when I search for something, all of these lists show up based on the algorithm that Google has. So this algorithm will determine, based on what I'm searching for, what my location is. So it captures my location in the background. And then if I have, let's say, based on my user details, whatever details that it already has, it would then try to match all of these informations to the database that it has, and then show me a bunch of results. And this is what it showed me. Like the first result, it shows as Myntra, because according to it, Myntra is a good website for me to go and find shoes online. Then there's Flipkart, AGO, Amazon, Tata Click, etc. Right? And then it also shows me some of the popular products that are available. So overall, what it tries to do is, based on my search query, it utilizes the algorithm, and it's a very complicated and sophisticated algorithm, right? It utilizes that algorithm to show me the results that are going to be most relevant for me. And that's how Google search engine functions. So that's what like the crawler is. Basically, the crawler is nothing but it sends the bot, Google bot, which is like a spider, to different websites, and it consolidates all of that data to be present in the search engine. Now, with that said, and I've already talked about the algorithm, right? Now, with that said, one of the thing about algorithm is that Google will obviously not share the exact algorithm that they utilize with anyone. And it's like a industry secret. The reason for that is because it wants to make sure that people don't game that algorithm. Um, if I consider around 10, 15 years back, right? Uh, at that time, Google didn't tell or share that, okay, the way that we look at search results and how we map those is based on backlinks. So if you have a high number of backlinks, that means a lot of other websites are giving you a good vote, and that means we are going to rank you higher. People took that and they started to spam backlinks. They started to like create fake backlinks and all, using multiple different methods, and it worked. They started to rank their websites at a very top spot on Google. They started to get like page one, rank one, and so forth for all the keywords that they wanted, etc. Now, what happened with that is a lot of information that was getting ranked, or a lot of pages that were getting ranked, were not providing the highly relevant information that they should have. And that is when Google started to launch different updates to their algorithms. And to this state, after that, all of that happened, the algorithm is now so complicated and sophisticated that no one can actually game it anymore. They cannot just like, promise a rank one, because there's like so much work involved. There's like so many things that you need to keep in mind. So that's basically what the algorithm is all about in short. I have like a bunch of different resources and details around it. Don't worry, I'll be sharing all of that. But overall, like that's the story behind the algorithm. So in short, it's nothing but let's say you have a website, and if someone else adds a link to your website on their own, that is a backlink. So because you're getting people to come to your website from someone else, plain and simple, right? Funny is asking, based on previous search history or even IP address of a user, do everyone get different search results, or it's often the same results all get driven by SEO ranking? Funny, so like sometimes the results do change based on the previous search history and the user's activities, but more or less based on the location. The location is mostly determined through the IP address, etc. But based on the location of the user, etc., the results will definitely change. So let's say if you search for shoes online in India versus shoes online in US, you will see completely different websites. With all of this said, right, like what is Google's mission? Google's mission is nothing but to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. So why is this mission important, right? Before Google search even came online, one of the things is that there were a lot of websites, and at that time they weren't as many as today, but they were like thousands and thousands of websites, right? But all of those websites, while they provided good information, no one could search for them or no one could find them. So Google search enabled us to find these websites, enabled us to get the information from these websites. Today, we are able to get all of that information from just a simple search. But in those days, that was not at all possible. So the reason for Google's mission and for you to understand this mission is because this is going to be the very driving factor of what Google expects from different websites. So their expectation is that you provide information that can be accessible and useful. It says right in their mission statement, right? It should be accessible by anyone. When you talk about accessibility, there's like so many different things that we can think of. When we talk about usefulness, there's so many different things we can think of over there as well. But at the end of the day, it's all about providing the right information to the users and making sure that is useful for them. So the minute you get this and the minute you're able to provide the same level of information, all that backlink that I was talking about, right? Oftentimes you may not even need that. It's oftentimes even without that, you should be able to start to see some traffic from Google. And I have seen that. That is called as on-page optimization. And just from on-page optimization, which we are going to talk about today, you will see that if you provide good information, you can still get traffic from it. So now let's dive a little deeper, right? Let's try to understand some of the fundamental questions around it. It's all about making sure that you ask these questions when you're working on SEO. So the first question is obviously, are you serving good content? Okay, so are you serving good content? Are you serving content that is fast and easy to access? Is it something that can show up on Google or not? And let's say if your business is actually showing up on Google, is your website secure? Is your website fast? How easy it is to leverage the content or access it? Are you giving the answer straight away, or are you like, talking about it because you want the content to be long enough? So obviously it is good that you give the answer straight away, right? So at the end of the day, it's more about making sure that whatever content you provide has these fundamental qualities. Now that you understand these fundamental questions, it's all about your business at the end of the day, right? Like, why are we even doing SEO? This is mostly done for businesses, but at the same time, oftentimes it is also done for your personal blog, personal content, etc., and such. Now, overall, when it comes to Google search, there's typically two things that you need to keep in mind. The first is, what are you saying to Google? And second is, what is the world saying to the Google? Okay, so what are you saying to the Google is nothing but your content, etc. Like what type of content you have, what type of information you are sharing, how it is useful to the users, etc. And the second one is what the world is telling to the Google. So this is all about off-page SEO, wherein other websites are also telling like, okay, your website is the one that offers the good information, or your website is the one that offers quality content around certain topics, right? So that's what the world or and if the society is like, okay, this website is good, and if this website is something that is offering useful information, then people are definitely going to respect you and have good trust around your website, right? So that's what this is all about. So at the end of the day, it's about what you are saying to Google and what the world is saying to Google as well. When I say what you're saying to Google and what world is saying to the Google, that's what on-page versus off-page SEO is all about, right? So on-page is more about what you're saying to the Google, and off-page is all about what the world is saying to the Google, right? So the main thing that we are going to focus on is the on-page SEO. So let's try and understand what is the difference between on-page and off-page. On-page is nothing but these are factors that help decide the ranking of your website. Now, it could include making sure that you have relevant content. It could include making sure that you have like zero technical issues or basically no technical issues. You have good website. Technically, it is very fast, it is stable, and at the same time, it is also about making sure that the content that you have, the overall details that you have shared on your website is relevant to the topics that you're talking about. So imagine a blog post, right? Or imagine, let's say you are searching for some kind of an information online. Maybe you're searching for something along the lines of top destinations to go to for a vacation, right? So that's like a very common search. Now, when you do that, and when you go to the first website, what you expect is that the first thing is that the website loads very quickly so that you don't need to wait for the content to show up. And once it loads, you would expect that it is providing the answer straightforward. You're not going to go through like a 1000, 2000 word blog post, right? You want it to give you the answer directly, like, okay, these are the spots, and this is why you should visit it, this is the good season, etc., etc. So it's all about that. It's all about making sure that you have relevant content. If the website does not have relevant content, if let's say if it takes 1 minute to load, would any of you wait for that? I don't think so, right? So it's all about making sure that your website is offering the relevant content and it is offering it in a way that is useful and easily accessible to anyone. So that's what the relevance part is all about. And the second is the off-page factors. So off-page is nothing but it means getting links from other websites, social media, or the type of signals that social media has, or any kind of other marketing activities that you do, which may not be within your website's control. So this is not about what you're saying to Google, but instead this is more about what others are saying to Google, right? So let's say, for example, there are websites. So maybe you have published some kind of an article, and maybe that article is around some kind of a groundbreaking cure for a disease. Now, the minute you do that, the news websites are going to pick it up. They are going to be like, okay, this company or this website has published some new details about helping us getting rid of this disease or something like that. And what happens with that is, overall, you're going to get a lot of traffic, because people are going to be like, a lot of media and a lot of other websites are talking about your website because it has helpful content, it has done something significant. And by doing so, your website starts to gain authority because you will be treated as a website that is offering relevant and good, useful content. So that way, you start to build a lot of authority, since all of these big media houses are basically telling that you have good content or you have relevant content. Now, in this scenario, obviously, you are also going to see a lot of social media chatter. You're also going to see that people are going to talk about your URL or your website on different platforms and different methods, right? So it's not just about getting backlinks. Backlink, as I mentioned, is the links from other websites, but it's all about different type of activities that happen can also be counted as an off-page factor altogether. And this helps build authority. So in simple terms, on-page is all about relevance. So you are offering relevant content, you're offering high quality content while making sure that your website is easy to access and it is secure. And on off page is more about getting authority from other websites, social signals, or marketing activities. So it's relevance versus authority. On page is about relevance, off page is about authority. What is the process of SEO, right? Like when you go and tell them like you want to do SEO for some website, etc. What is the process all about? So typically, the process would look at something that is long term. Always remember that SEO is a long term strategy. It's something that happens over time. It's not something that you do in a short term. If you're looking for short term, advertisement would be a better fit. But for any business that wants to make sure that long term they are getting good value and they are getting good traffic, they would be doing SEO. So with that said, it's more about building that long-term strategy. It takes at least 6 months before you get meaningful results, and sometimes even more than that. Um, After that, obviously, it involves a lot of keyword research. I'll be talking about keyword research in depth. Don't worry. Then it also revolves around creating content based on those keyword research, building links. So this is more on the off page. And finally, it's all about optimizing and fixing any kind of technical issues that your website may have, which involves technical SEO. Internal linking is a part of on page. It's not a part of backlink. So internal linking is more about making sure that your content is better accessible and more easily understood by crawlers. There's like multiple components of on-page SEO, and we are going to look into that. So when it comes to on-page SEO, there's like 4 important components. The first is the content. Second is keywords. Third is accessibility of search engine for your content. And the fourth is how the user is also able to access it and what kind of experience user has for your content. Okay, so overall, when it comes to on-page SEO, as I was mentioning, content is important, but equally keywords are also important, because based on the keywords is how you're going to create content. So going to do some keyword research, as well as a lot of like creation of SEO plan plus content optimization as well. And after all of this, the next part is mostly around technical SEO, which involves search engine accessibility, how the search engine is able to access your website, and how the users are able to access your website as well. Now, keywords are the most important factor or the most important thing when it comes to any SEO strategy. Without keywords, you cannot build SEO strategy at all, be it for on-page, be it for off-page or anything. Everything starts from keyword, and only with proper keyword research, you'll be able to define or properly make sure that your SEO strategy is towards something that is measurable and relevant as well. So with that said, let's look at what are these keywords and what are different types of keywords and so forth. Now, what are keywords? Keyword is nothing but the search phrase. Okay, so when I'm searching for something on Google, that is nothing but the keyword. So at the end of the day, my goal should be to optimize my content for that keyword. But however, what are those keywords? Like, what are the different types of keywords? And in terms of these keywords, like, how can I actually make sure that I'm properly differentiating it, right? So with that said, the first thing is that keywords are nothing but the search terms for which you want to rank your web page. So take this for example, right? If you're selling ice creams, would you want to rank for a keyword that is about hair oil? No, right? Because it doesn't make sense. So if you are maybe if you also has like hair oil brand or something like that, then it makes sense. But if you are just selling ice cream, then you would not want to rank for a hair oil a keyword at all, because even if you rank for it, it is going to give you traffic that is going to be irrelevant, and that traffic will be like basically bad for your website overall, because people are not going to find anything relevant at all. And overall, when they don't find anything relevant, they'll just go back to a different website, right? So it doesn't make sense. So with that said, it's all about identifying those different keywords. And now, even when it comes to identifying those different keywords or those searches that people search for, it is also important to understand what they are searching for or what level they are searching for. So let's say if I am a travel agency, in this example, I've taken travel agency as an example. So let's say I'm a travel agency. Now, if someone searches for travel or travel agency or something like that, that is going to be relevant for my website. But does that mean I'm going to get people to, let's say, consult with me or book tickets from me? Not really, right? Because that's like people are just searching for some kind of a travel related information. They may or may not want to work with my business. However, my business still comes under that travel category. But let's say if I offer booking tickets or if I offer travel packages, etc., keywords like best travel destination in Goa and such will be much more highly relevant for me, because that is something that I directly offer. But are people actually searching for that entire sentence? The chances are not that high, right? Because when you compare travel, just that travel word, probably this will have like lakhs and lakhs of searches. However, best travel destination in Goa will probably have like a maybe 30, 50,000 or something like that searches per month, right? So what do these things mean? This is nothing but your head, mid, and the long tail keyword. So when it comes to a head keyword, it's nothing but something which will have a very high competition. It is not that specific to your business, but it is relevant for your business still. And at the same time, while it has a very high competition, it is also something that will have a lot of people searching for it as well. Mid-tail is something which has competition, but at the same time, it's not as high as a head keyword. And at the same time, the overall specificity of it is much more specific to your business. So, like for example, travel, right? So travel in Goa could be a mid-tail keyword. Now, long tail keyword is like the most specific it can get. So if you are offering like ticketing services for Goa, or if you have like Goa packages, a long tail keyword could be like packages in Goa or best packages for Goa travel, right? So because it is so specific, the chances that a lot of people are searching for it becomes less. And while it becomes less, at the same time, it is also very specific to your business as well, right? So overall, this is how it works. Now, if you think about it, in today's day and age, when you search for something, or when, let's say, you want to buy something, uh, we we are no longer typing a lot. we just try to like type like 1 or 2 words and then we let Google figure it out, because we know like, okay, we have certain intent and Google will provide us websites that are relevant to those intent. So that's the reason some of you may be like, okay, why are we not just focused on long tail? Because long tail is good, but at the same time, it is very important that you have a strategy that is distributed along these three. So when it comes to head keyword is nothing but this is like the very top, or like a very topical keyword, which has a lot of competition. It has a lot of people searching for it, but at the same time, it is like not directly related with your services or products or whatever that you are offering on your website. So, for example, let's say mom blogs. So, people who are offering different stories, etc. Right now, those can be like head keywords. Like when you search for mom blogs, that can be like a head keyword because it has like a lot of information and all about children and family. But when you go within the content will be very different across different blogs. Similarly for food blog also, right? Like there will be different websites that have different recipes. There are some websites that will be only providing vegan recipes, for example. There will be some websites that are providing protein based recipes, some websites that are providing like let's say South Indian recipes, some that are providing Punjabi recipes. So it could be like anything. So at the end of the day, if you are offering recipes that are like vegan food, obviously you come under food blog, but that doesn't mean food blog is a very relevant keyword for you. It is a good keyword, but at the same time, it is not directly as relevant for you, right? So that's why it is called as a head keyword for your vegan food blog. Now, similarly, Moz blog, right? So Moz is a brand that offers a lot of tools and information related to SEO. It's a very good website, by the way, and most of their content, etc., is about SEO, and they offer SEO related things. But even for them, uh, when you just search for, let's say, Moz, etc., you or the Moz blog or just SEO, you are going to find a lot of content from them. But the main goal that they have will be to help users who want to learn about SEO or leverage different tools of SEO, right? So that's what the head term is. Head term typically includes just 1 or 2 words in the keyword, and it has a lot of traffic, but it's like the top most topic or the main topic of your overall website. Okay, so that's head keyword. Now, talking about mid-tail keyword, what are mid-tail keywords? So I was taking that example of travel packages and travel agency, right? So let's say if that is what I am offering. Now, with that said, my head keyword would be something like travel packages. However, given the amount of competition there is for travel packages, there's a good chance that I will not be able to rank as good for it. And even if I do, I will be posting a lot of content, right? It's not going to be just like 1 or 2 blog posts that I put. I'm going to also put a lot of different content, and I cannot rank all my content for just that travel packages keywords. So in such a scenario, I would be looking at some of the mid-tail keywords as well, so that I can like make sure that my content is ranking for different type of keywords. So similarly, what I will do is for travel packages, I will be then looking at some of the mid-tail keywords like Goa travel packages, Kashmir travel packages, let's say so maybe even outside of India, Dubai travel packages, Turkey travel packages, etc. Right? So overall, what I would be doing is I would be expanding further on travel packages, like what are the different travel packages that I can offer, and that is what mid-tail keywords is. It's like an expansion on your existing head terms or head keywords. And as some of you may have guessed, long tail keywords are nothing but a further expansion of that. It's more specific, and the searches for these are going to be less common. So for example, let's say if head keywords have maybe 10 lakh searches per month, Mid-tail would have somewhere around 50,000 or 10,000 keywords or something searches per month. Long tail will have anywhere between 50 to 1,000 searches per month. So that is how it works. The reason for that is because the people who are searching for such a long keyword, they have a very high intent that, okay, they want to do something which is very specific, but with that specificity, the number of people who may be actually interested in that may not be as much. So some of the examples around that for travel itself would be things like, let's say, best travel destinations in Kerala. So similarly, best travel destinations in Goa, best places to travel in specific budgets, how to book a travel package in Goa, and all of these different things, right? So if you notice, you can see like how long these keywords are. These keywords are very long, and at the same time, because they are so long, they are also very specific to what your business is actually offering. So what happens with these keywords is most of the time the competition for this is actually very less. And for these keywords are typically less because a lot of big brands would not want to focus on such low search result or low search volume keywords. And in doing so, they help us in making sure that we are focusing on these keywords as well. And by doing so, we are also ranking for some of these keywords so that we can get some traffic. So that's what long tail keyword is all about. So think of it in terms of a customer journey, right? In terms of a customer journey, a customer typically goes through these phases, right? They will first do a research, then they will consider if they are going to like what kind of business they want to work with or what kind of purchases they want to make and all, and finally they make the purchase. So if you divide these keyword types across the customer journey, head keywords are typically used for research where people are just trying to find like what are the different, so in terms of travel as well, right? People are just trying to find what are the different travel agencies or travel websites and all, or destinations to travel. In the consideration, they are looking more specific, like, okay, now they have decided they want to travel to Goa maybe, so they are going to be like, okay, Goa travel packages, etc. Now, once they have looked at certain packages, they are like, okay, I want to do it within certain budget, and I want to make a purchase now. So in that case, they will go a lot more long tail, which is going to be like, okay, these are the different travel packages, or what are the best travel packages to book, etc. So that is how you can divide your um, um, keyword types, like head, mid, or long tail types across the customer journey. And once someone makes a purchase, let's say if they liked your services, there's a high chance that then they will directly make a purchase from you even with the head terms. So maybe your website is what is that? Make My Trip, right? So let's say your website is Make My Trip. Once people have made purchase on Make My Trip, and if they like it, they are directly going to search for Make My Trip. They are not going to search for best travel packages and all, and then they will directly like book through your website, right? So that is how you can map these different types of keywords across customer journey as well. I would say travel Kerala can be mid. Travel Kerala can be like between head or mid. So one thing that I wanted to share is sometimes a keyword can be between some of these as well. That's completely fine. But in your scenario, travel Kerala, I would actually consider it as a mid keyword. Explore Munnar would also be mid, and enjoy Alleppey backwaters, probably long tail because not a lot of people would be searching for it. But at the same time, is there like an actual user query that you're answering from enjoy from that keyword, right? So that is something that you should be looking at as well. So when it comes to the customer or the user questions or the journey that they take, there's actually a good tool around it, which I'm going to look at briefly. And okay, So now, how do you choose the right keyword, right? At the end of the day, it's all about understanding what kind of volume they have, what kind of relevance they have to your business, how much competition there is, and that is how you actually identify the right keyword, right? So when I say frequency, frequency is not the right word. It's more about the volume. So it's about volume, relevance, and competition at the end of the day. You have to find a good balance of all of these to make sure that you're working with the right keywords. So with that said, it is also important to look at keywords based on the intent of the user. So is user maybe if it is about Ladakh, right? If user intent is to understand or identify what are the places to visit. If the business intent is to sell Ladakh packages, then the mix of these two intent would be how to plan a budget trip to Ladakh. This can be a long tail keyword, but overall, sometimes you're focusing on this, sometimes you're focusing on this, sometimes you're actually just focusing on the mix of these keywords. So overall, when you're brainstorming or identifying the right keywords, it's all about understanding how you can work with these. So the question that you should be asking, or the way that you should be doing when it comes to brainstorming keywords or looking for keyword ideas, is plain and simply put yourself in the customer's shoes. What is the customer going to search for? So now when you look at this, the first step is you should ask questions like, what are the services that you offer? And then you have to remember that the users may not be searching the same search terms as the service that you offer. So in this example, if you look at it, high value air transport or G76 eligible discount ticket. So this is nothing but something that is related to flights and all, but the users may not be searching for this, right? While this may be relevant for your business, it is not something that the users will be searching for. What users will be searching for is going to be something like cheap flights. So it's all about identifying keywords like these and then finding the search volumes of these to understand what are the different keywords around it, and also like identifying more keywords around those search terms or search keywords, and then utilizing different tools to get a bunch of keywords that you can leverage. Once you have that, you will be doing something called as keyword categorization. So in keyword categorization, you will be looking into relevant themes or topics, and then you will be categorizing them accordingly, right? So so there's like different keyword research tools. So there's like Google Keyword Planner. You can use Keyword Planner to identify some of the new keywords or keywords around it. You can then leverage some of the other tools like Uber Suggest. So Uber Suggest is also like a decent keyword for you to go, sorry, decent tool to use. There's keywordtool.io. Then there is Answer the Public. So funny, you were mentioning about like things around what could be some of the questions that users would ask, right? So if you just mention some of those topics and Answer the Public, it will actually give you like a list of things or questions that people may ask. So for example, let's say if the search was around holiday, let me see if I can open this image in a new tab. Anyways, so what it contains is it has like different questions around holidays with kids, holidays with let's say family, then holidays without flying, without flights, holidays is, let's say, around is, for, to, near, can. So all of these different questions, it shows you like what are some of the things that users may be searching for. And then there's like also a tool for competition analysis like SpyFu, which gives you like a very good insights on the competition as well. So now, like some of these tools are like free. So for example, Google Keyword Planner is completely free to use. You just need a Google Ads account for it. Keyword research tools like Uber Suggest, Answer the Public, Keyword Tool, etc. They have a specific limit on how many searches you can make. So for example, and when it comes to SpyFu also has like a limit on how many searches, free searches that you can make as well. So typically these are like paid tools, but at the same time, they do allow some free searches, 1 or 2 free searches per day. So that is how it goes. So let's take an example and let's try to work through it, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use Google Ads Keyword Planner. The way that you access it, you just go to ads.google.com, something online, right? Like shoes online or buy shoes online or something like that. Um, you will see two different type of results. You will see advertisements and you will also see the organic results. So Google Ads Keyword Planner will actually provide you information that is related to advertisement, not related to the organic. However, the search volume that it offers and different keyword listing that it offers is going to be the same for both organic as well as the advertisements. So that is the reason this is still one of the top used tools. So we'll just go to tools, we'll go to planning and then keyword planner. And in this, you have two options. So if you already have a list of keywords, you can like use get search volume and forecast because you just want to know like what kind of search volume those keywords have. If you want to discover new keywords or find new keywords, you use discover new keywords, right? So now the first thing around this is to identify what are the seed terms. So what is a seed term? Seed term is nothing but a very initial keyword that you offer. Seed term is something that is supposed to be close to a head term. So just like in the head terms that I talked about, seed term is supposed to be like a head term only. That is more of a category similar to the things that you offer or services that you offer. So if I'm a travel agency, what are the services that I offer? I will offer travel packages. I will be offering travel. I would be adding like different keywords that are going to be most related to my business. And these keywords are supposed to be something that are like only 1 or 2 words or maybe 3 words, not more than that, so that I can get more results on what are the different keywords that are relevant for me. Then I will select the language and location. So let's say if I'm targeting people who use English as a language and I'm looking at India as a location, so I'll just do that. And then finally, I'll click on get results. So once I clicked on get results, these are some of the keyword ideas that Google is telling me, like trip planner, cheap hotels, Agoda hotel, vacation packages, etc. So what I can do with all of this is I can take a look at all of these and identify what are some of the good keywords that I want to leverage. So I can also use refine keywords, by the way, so that it becomes faster for me. So right now, if you notice, there's like 1,150 keywords. So from this, maybe I want to refine this further. So I'll just make sure that these keywords are non-brand keywords, so that it does not include any brand name like Agoda, Oyo, etc. The services, I think these services are okay. And rest also looks fine for me. Maybe I'm not looking for some of these other ones, right? After that, what happens is I have like 600 or so keywords left. Now I can simply download this by clicking this download button. I'm going to select Google Sheets. So what it does is this is the information that it offers on that screen. So it has keyword, it has average monthly search volume, like how many monthly searches you're having on average. Then it has like what kind of change happened in the last 3 months, and year on year, what kind of change happened to the search volume. Now, apart from that, it also includes competition and top of the page bid, etc. But these are related to Google Ads. These are not related to Google organic search, or these are not related to SEO. So for our scenario, this will not be useful. However, when it comes to SEO, competition is actually very useful. But since this competition data is around advertisement, we will not be able to use it directly. So for that reason, I'm not considering this data over here. Okay, so this is very important and keep this in mind. Now, for my purpose, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste these keywords in a different tab along with their search volumes. And based on this, I'm going to mark if these keywords are relevant for my business or not, or if I can use these keywords for my business or not. So business. See, it has like three, okay, it has only one search. If you sign up, it has 3 searches. So if you notice, paid difficulty is 59, which means this is the Google Ads difficulty, or when you advertise on it, the difficulty is 59, but SEO difficulty is 47. So this is like for the organic results, the competition number is different. So you will have to use a tool like this one to get the information around the SEO difficulty. And this SEO difficulty is the competition that you will be considering. So if you notice, it also gives some ideas and it says the SEO difficulty over here. SD is the SEO difficulty. It says like for different keyword ideas, what is the SEO difficulty overall. So you can select something which has like a lower difficulty like 20, 23 or 30, etc. and work through those. Okay, so the reason for the difference in the competition is because when it comes to advertisement, the number of competitors in the advertisements are going to be different. These are going to be people who are paying to show their ads on the keyword, and the number of ads that are available are only 3. So you will not see more than 3 ads on Google search. Whenever you're like on the top listing, I'm talking about on the top, there will not be more than 3 ads. Now, what happens is that is like the people who are competing for showing within those top 3 search results of the advertisement. But below that, the entire organic starts. Okay, so with that said, the next thing is you would be identifying the business relevance for these keywords. So for example, travel packages, is this relevant for a travel agency? I would say yes. Hotel bookings, it's kind of relevant. It's not like directly relevant. So I'm still going to mark it as yes for now. Travel plans, not as relevant because while I offer travel plans, it could be around different things. So it's not directly relevant. So that's why I'm not going to consider this. Travel itinerary, etc. So I would be looking at different things, right? So for example, cheap hotels. Since I'm offering hotel bookings, I would consider that as a yes. Vacation packages, then holiday packages, road trip planner, not really, I'm not into that exactly. Then hotel booking sites. So similarly, I would be identifying like what are the keywords that are relevant for my business. And once I have that, I will be able to capture like, okay, these are the keywords that I want to focus on. And from there, I will be going on to the next step, right? So this is what I'm going to do. Make sure the keyword talks about, let's say, cheap flights or something around the airlines, right? It could be around flights. It could be around booking flight tickets or airline tickets or something related to that. You cannot just have keywords like discount, etc. Food service is also not a good keyword, right? Because food service can mean around a restaurant, etc. So you have to make sure that it is highly relevant to the business, and only then your keyword will work for you. If not, it may not work that well. Once we identified these keywords, right, the next stage is essentially trying to determine the intent behind these keywords, and that is what I was trying to do as well. So when it comes to the keywords, and if as you saw, different keywords had different intent. Some keywords were informational. They were like they are just around providing information on specific topics, wherein like let's say what are the different fashion designs or what are the different lehenga designs.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is the click-through rate in digital advertising? And your options are the rate at which a website loads on various devices, the rate at which visitors leave a website after only viewing one page, or the rate at which user clicks on an ad to visit at a destination page, or the rate at which social media posts are shared by users. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
There's like navigational keywords. Navigational keywords are more about going to a specific website. So let's say if you are searching for, or maybe oftentimes what happens is people, they want to log into Facebook, but instead of going to facebook.com, they will go on Google, they will type Facebook login, and then they will go to that Facebook website. So those are navigational keywords, right? Wherein the purpose of those keywords is to go to a specific website or navigate to a specific website. So that is another intent type that is very common. And then there is a commercial intent. So commercial intent is more about before making a purchase, when there is a research that is being conducted. So for example, let's say if there was a purchase that I want to make for ACs, I would want to make sure that I'm comparing the different prices of ACs. I'm comparing or considering like what are the best ACs and all, right? So even keyword like best SUV in India, etc. Those are mostly like commercial intent, wherein people are trying to identify, like it could be a mix of commercial and informational intent, wherein people are trying to identify what are the good SUVs out there and how they can compare between two different SUVs or a few different brands of SUVs. And finally, then they would be ready to make the purchase. So those are the commercial intent, not to be confused with transactional intent, because transactional is directly about making a purchase. They are like, okay, offers for buying certain ACs, offers for buying certain shoes, or let's say making a purchase for a specific shoe, buy this shoe online or something like that. So all of those keywords are having transactional intent, which comes after doing the research for the commercial intent. So once you have done your keyword research, right? Once you have identified your keywords, the next step is to determine what is the intent of those keywords and then leverage that for determining what type of strategy you're going to build around it. So this is what a SEO plan typically looks like, right? So what you're doing in this SEO plan is you are defining what are the different keywords by adding a priority to them. These priorities can be based on the search volume or based on your business needs, based on the competition, anything, right? So based on that, you'll be defining different priorities, and then you would be mentioning a reason for the priority. Like, okay, this is like the core product offering. So, and it also has like a high search volume. This one has like lower search volume, but it is much more relevant to your customers, right? So similarly, you will be defining different priorities. And once you're done with that, what you're going to do is you're going to create a plan around how you're going to use that keyword. So, and this is going to dive a little bit into the overall how you will be implementing it on the website, etc. But typically on a website, there's like different types of content, right? There's one type of content which is like a home page. So, for example, let's say if I take Intellipaat, right? Intellipaat's website, if I take. So when I go to intellipaat.com, this is a home page. This is like a big umbrella of a page that includes or incorporates the entire website and the essence of a website. So this is like a normal web page, which includes like different details and content around the same. So that's like a web page overall. So overall corporate training, hire from us, explore courses, the course pages, etc. All of these are nothing but different content pages or the web pages that they have. Then there is something that is around blogs. So maybe you want to create blog articles for it, or you want to write some content around it. So that will be like a content type, which is blog. From there, maybe you want to create some landing pages. Maybe you are looking to create a page that is specifically for selling. So a lot of course pages that Intellipaat has, for example, let's say if I go to this business intelligence masters program training, this is a mix or a hybrid between a web page and a landing page, because the minute they create this, it has all the information that can be used to sell a course to someone, or to offer a course to someone, right? So that is what the content type is all about. And based on the content type, if you notice, all of this content is also written, and all of this content is also SEO optimized for let's say business intelligence on all of these things. So how are they written? They are written by defining what is their content type. So you cannot write a blog type of content for this page, right? Because as you can see, like there's so many different sections, there's so many different things that you need to keep in mind. So with that said, so it would include things like web page, blog, landing page, etc. Then once you have defined what is the content type, you would be coming up with what could be the potential URL of the particular content. In case of this business intelligence program, you can see the URL. It is intellipaat.com. So on the top over here, you see, right? Intellipaat.com/business intelligence masters program training. So it's like very clear. The direct keyword or the primary keyword that they are targeting is more or less mentioned in the URL itself. It will also be around. So let's say if house paints is your keyword, your current URL, your current URL will also include that keyword more or less in the suggested in the URL of your web page or blog or landing page, whatever it is. So it's all about making sure that it is properly included in a way that is natural as well. So you will be including that in your URL. And once that is done, you would be creating something which is called as the title of the page. So when I hover on the tab, you will see, right? Like if I just go put my mouse on the tab name, it shows something. It shows like a content, business intelligence master's degree certification program online. So that is a title of the page. So what I would want to do is I would want to create that title of the page as well in the SEO plan. So this title will include my keyword as well as what I'm offering along with that keyword, or what I'm offering for that keyword as a benefit on the page, right? So in this example of house paints, my current title is premium house paints for beautiful homes. And then I've also included my brand name in it. But make sure that your page title is not more than 60 characters in length. So for example, this one, right? This house colors one is 61. So that's bad. This is something that I will have to fix and make sure that it is within 60. Similarly, this one is also 75. So this also I have to fix and make sure it is within 60. So I've included the brand name. Maybe if I remove that, it becomes less than 60, right? So that's good. So this is how you would define the page title. And once the page title is done, you will look at the description of the page. So description of the page is not directly visible here, but instead it is visible on the Google search. So let's say if I search for this keyword, the second one is actually more than that. So I will also be striking that off and will be editing that later. So this way, what happens is overall, I have a plan created for each of the keyword that I defined. So every keyword that all of you just selected, right? You will now have a purpose for it. Like what are you using it for? What is how it is going to be used? What type of content to be created for it? And you will be mentioning that over here. Like what is the purpose? Is the purpose to showcase or sell something? Is the purpose to provide the pricing information or something like that? Offer quotation, offer guidance, offer information. You will be mentioning that purpose here. And finally, you will also be mentioning the target audience for the entire content. Like, who are you targeting? Are you targeting people who are searching for information? Are you targeting people who are like your direct customers, or they may be interested in becoming your customers? Because when you do all of this, right, this becomes like a very quick and easy way for you to define like what these customers are and how you can basically work with them as well, in sense of defining the content in the sense of what type of content you are actually going to share with them. So this is what an SEO plan is all about, and this is basically how you create it as well. What type of content you want to publish for those keywords. So web page can be pages that are like, let's say, the home page or about us page, or let's say in case of Intellipaat, even this corporate training page could be like a web page, right? So the type of content, if you notice, so I'll just take homepage as an example. In homepage, if you notice, the type of content is very different. On the top, you have like a very big header, and then you have like some more defining factors. Then it tells about different features and USPs of Intellipaat. Then there's like collaborators, programs, and after programs, you have all of these other information around success stories, etc. available, right? So the way that you define the content here will be different for those keywords. The reason for that is because overall, when it comes to like the type of content, so let's say if it is web page, the way that you write content for it will be different. Similarly, if you say it is for blog, if the keyword is going to be something that you are going to use for blog, then the type of content that you write for that is again going to be very different, right? It is going to be more about offering straightforward information around, let's say, colors for house, etc. And if it's for landing page, then again, it's going to be very different, wherein you're going to be more focused on providing very crisp and clear information to the users for the purpose of offering those information. So overall, the reason for using the type of content is to make sure that it is very clear when you're writing content for those keywords, what type of content you're going to put, what is the content outline that you're going to use, and how you're going to leverage the same. Now, one of the important factors when you're using the keywords is that you should not be stuffing these keywords. You should not be like filling that keyword across the entire content. You should make sure that it is added in a very natural way, wherein it is added only in a way that it is adding value to your content. So keyword should also be mentioned in the URL, as I mentioned. And finally, it is very important to reevaluate the keyword and its priority to make sure if it is matching the existing content or not, if maybe some of the keywords can be used for existing content, etc. as well. So for example, house paints in this example will become the main keyword, or in this particular content outline example, technical SEO is the main keyword. Now, sometimes what happens is your content that you're going to create for it will also be able to accommodate some of the secondary keywords as well. So these secondary keywords could include things like technical SEO, like technical SEO checklist, like it's an expansion of this, right? The reason it would be included here is because there's a high chance that you're mentioning the checklist in the content as well. If you're not mentioning that, then the secondary keyword should not be included or should not be leveraged. Then what is technical SEO, technical SEO tools, types of technical SEO factors. So the reason these secondary keywords are mentioned is because when you're writing the content for technical SEO, the assumption is you're actually adding content for all of those keywords in your overall content as well. So that's the reason these secondary keywords become an important factor overall. So it helps you identify if, in addition to the main keyword, what are the additional keywords you can go with. Once you have that, similar to the SEO plan, you can create the URL slug, or basically like what should be the URL, what should be the meta description. So ideally, it should be less than 140 characters. 150 is something that becomes too long. So I'm going to edit this, in fact. 140 characters long description, including the main keyword, and then the word count. So how many words do you want the content to have? This is something that you can actually define based on some of your competitors as well. So let's say if technical SEO is your main keyword, you can just do a quick Google search, check how long or what is the length of content that your competitors have. If they have, let's say 1,000 words, then probably you should also make sure at least you have 1,000 words. If they have, let's say 4,000 to 5,000 words, then you have to also make sure that you have similar numbers for you to make sure that you beat them as well. Finally, you will have the article, the title of the article, or whatever the title of the content is going to be. So in this case, it's like how to do technical SEO in 2022 or 2023 or whatever that is, free checklist, etc. Similar to what we defined in the SEO plan, right? And after that, this is the optimization checklist that you should be considering overall. So this optimization checklist talks about keyword density. Now, what is keyword density? Keyword density is, let's say, if you have 1,000 words, so out of those 1,000 words, you should not have more than 0.5 to 2% of the keywords mentioned. So what that means is, so let's say 1,000 into maybe you have mentioned 1% of the times, right? So you can mention the keyword only 10 times, not more than that. If you mention it more than that, then that's going to be more harmful for you. So it's very important that your keyword density is between 0.5 to 2%. However, this only the higher number of percentage applies only when your word count is also high. If the number of words that your page has is around 300 or 500 pages, then make sure that it is around 0.5% or less than that. Now, the second thing is each secondary keyword is also mentioned 2 to 7 times. So as I mentioned earlier, if you're including a secondary keyword, then it should also be mentioned at least 2 to 7 times. If not, it doesn't make sense. So when it comes to keyword density, what you would be looking at is the keyword count. So how many times the keywords were mentioned and total words, right? So let's say if the, so based on this, you will calculate keyword density, and this is a percentage number. So let's say overall, you have a few different type of content, right? You have content 1, content 2, content 3. Now in the first content, you have the keyword mentioned 5 times and the total word count is 1,000. In the second content, you have it mentioned 10 times and the total word count is maybe 1,200. In the content 3, you have the keyword mentioned 15 times and the total word count is 500, right? So what you will do is you will take keyword count and you will divide it by the number of words and you will convert this into a percentage. So basically you can also divide it by 100. So in the first one, it's 0.5%. Perfect. That's good. In the second one, it is 0.83%. It's between 0.5 to 2%. That's good. In the third one, it's 3%. That's very high. So you have to reduce it and make it lower. So probably 10 is max that you can go with, because 10 is where it is 2%, right? So this is how you calculate keyword density. And it is very important to make sure that your keyword density is within this percentage, within the 0.5 to 2%. Okay, so for example, let's consider this, right? This is like a big content article that Moz has written around SEO. So it has like a bunch of different details on what is SEO, etc. Now in this, the primary keyword that they are focusing on is guide to SEO, for example. So if I search in this guide to SEO, you can see, even though it has so many words, overall guide to SEO is mentioned only 3 times. So there's like the first time over here, guide to SEO, and then the second time over here, right? Like, okay, beginner's guide to SEO. That's about it. The reason for that is because they are like, this is naturally adding to what this entire thing is all about. So they have not stuffed it. They have not, like, after every other word, they have not added guide to SEO. They have made sure that it is appearing only when it is natural. So keyword stuffing will mean that on the header also you're adding like welcome to your guide to SEO. Then in the second paragraph you're again mentioning guide to SEO. Over here also you're mentioning guide to SEO. Over here also you're mentioning guide to SEO. That is keyword stuffing, right? Because you're like adding the that keyword just because you wanted to the content to appear more relevant. That should not happen, because it should be more in the sense of naturalness of the content than it being more, I would say, over optimized towards keywords. So that's the reason we maintain a keyword density of 0.5 to 2% and make sure that we don't stuff the keyword in the content. So with that said, obviously it is good to also make sure that when possible you include secondary keywords as headings. You also should have at least like 2 to 5 outbound links. So what this means is you should have links wherein you're providing a backlink to other websites. Some of you may be thinking why. The reason for this is there is something called as authority, right? Now, and the trustworthiness. Now, Google will check how trustworthy your content is. If your content, if this is like the first time you're publishing content around it, so in that case, Google will not be able to validate the trustworthy of it because you're completely new. So if someone is new, how can anyone, right? So even when it comes to experience and all, how can anyone know if that person, whatever the person is saying, is trustworthy or not, if there's any authority to it or not? So to ensure that or enable that, what we essentially do is we add some reference. We say like, okay, the content or the details of this was sourced from maybe some kind of a university research paper, maybe some kind of a government website, maybe some kind of a news media article, right? So whatever that is, we can take some of those high quality or high authority websites like education websites, government websites and all, and we can provide that as the source link in our content. So what happens with that is we are then saying that, okay, even though we currently don't have the authority for this, we are providing this content from others who are actually having the authority to share it or having the right trustworthiness of sharing this information. So this way, Google will be able to leverage that and make sure that whatever content you're sharing is also at or has some level of trustworthiness. So for that, you will also be providing URLs or backlinks to some of these websites as sources. So in the news articles, etc., also you will mention, right? You will see like, okay, this image was sourced from here, this content or data was sourced from here, etc. So that is what this outbound link is all about. And then it is also important that okay, so then making sure that there's like relevant internal links, so that like you have made sure that internally your website or the content is linked together. And then mention the keyword in the meta description, the description that I talked in the SEO plan, the title, the H2 headings, and page title should be between 35 to 60 characters. URL slug should be brief. So URL slug is this. So it should be small and simple, and it should also contain the keyword. And finally, make sure that for this keyword, you have never written any content before. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Like this is the checklist, and this is basically how you ensure that your content is properly optimized for SEO. So this is like a blog article that I have created in Carbon Lightning. Now, there's two types of links, right? One is external link, wherein you're linking to others' websites, and one is internal linking, wherein you're linking within your own website. So within my own website, within Carbon Lightning itself, I have different pages and categories. So I have like different pages for solar power and all. recycling, e-waste cycling and all. So what I've done is I have made sure that I have included that particular URL wherever I deem it necessary or I see that it can be a good fit. So for example, solar energy is something that I had as a word over here. So for that, within that, if you notice, it is a clickable link. And this is linking to the solar power category. And similarly, if I go down a bit, there will be others as well. So, okay, these are external links, by the way. Okay, in this, I have not added other external internal links. So, but similarly, I can also add, like for solar panel also, I can add a URL. For solar panel over here, again, I can add. For solar panel reviews, I can add to the reviews one. For let's say sunlight into electricity, high efficiency panel. So all of these different things, right? What I would be doing is I would be adding a URL. And that is what internal linking is. So I would be linking to my own website, and external linking is nothing but I would be linking to other websites. So in this scenario, for example, I have provided like solar panel reviews, and there's like different solar panels mentioned here. Now, is this information valid? Is this information relevant or not? So to make sure that Google thinks it is relevant, I have also offered external links. So SunPower's product, I have offered a link to SunPower. LG Solar, LG Solar's product, I have offered the link for LG Solar's product as well, so that they know like I have sourced it from this particular website. So similarly, I have added it for each of these so that it's very clear, like, okay, this is where I got it from, and this is the information that I got from this URL. So this is the internal and external link. With the search engines that you tend to rank on, so let's say if Google is your search engine, target search engine, you can use the free tool provided by Google, which is like Google Search Console, to understand and map your website and understand like how Google is sending traffic to you, what are the different search terms, and also like what kind of impressions you're getting for your search results, etc. So this is a very good tool. And once you have set it up, there's obviously different sections in the tool that you can use, like performance, indexing, understanding how things are getting indexed. You can submit sitemaps to it. You can understand the page experience that users are having, and so forth. So we looked at crawling. There's two ways that you can essentially control some aspects of crawling or what gets crawled on your website. So there's robot.txt. So robot.txt is nothing but a file that you put up on your website so that you tell the robots on where they cannot go on your website. So mostly the website is already open, but in the robots.txt, you basically say like these are the URLs that you're not allowing it to visit for n different reasons. Is nothing but an entire map of all the different important pages or content on your website. So when it comes to sitemap, so robots.txt, we looked at how you can generate it using Yoast SEO plugin. And sitemap is nothing but, as I mentioned, it's like a map of all the links or important content on your page, right? Website. So this is like an example of what a sitemap.xml looks like. So typically the URL for this would change, but you would essentially be submitting this sitemap on to Google Search Console. Even if you don't do it, Google typically identifies like, okay, this is a sitemap, and it will be using this to understand what are the different type of important links that are available. So this is a sitemap that was generated by Yoast SEO on a website called as Excel Dose. So every website has its own sitemap. And in this, as you can notice, like there's a post sitemap, there's a page sitemap. So these are nothing but different sitemaps that this website has created. And the most important for them or for this website would be like post sitemap and maybe like a page sitemap, right? So a post sitemap would contain all the different URLs for different posts or blog posts, etc., that are available, and what are the number of images in it, when it was last modified or updated. So for example, if I visit this first link, it will basically open that. So for a crawler, it becomes fairly easy to know like, okay, these are the different URLs that are available on the website, and these are the ones that it should also be essentially going through. So overall, when it comes to sitemap, these are the different URLs, right? Um, so when it comes to all of these URLs, for a crawler, it becomes very easy because as you can see, it's just a typical list of URLs that are available, and it will know like these are the ones that it should be like adding or indexing to its search engine. So similarly, this is like a page sitemap. It has like contact us, about us, terms, today's deals, and whatnot. So accordingly, based on whatever is important, the crawler will also be able to link it or essentially index it as well. So that's what the function of sitemap. When it comes to sitemap, you can using Yoast, you can just enable the feature on Yoast SEO, and it'll automatically generate it. Eugene, XML is a type of file. So just like there is like HTML file, PHP file, XML is a type of file which has all the different like code on what are the different URLs, etc. And that XML file is what a crawler reads. Now let's talk a little bit about indexing, right? In indexing, the main goal is to try to understand how the search engine indexes our own results. So if you look at this one, for example, it basically is like a code, right? Like a HTML code. And this is what the crawler will essentially see. So from that perspective, it is very important that it is very clear and we use some of those codes to ensure that we are properly communicating whatever we want around it. So as such, there are two things that we need to keep in mind when it comes to indexing, which is the canonical URLs and redirects. Now, what are canonical URLs? Canonical URL is nothing but the primary URL of any a specific page. So sometimes what happens is you may have the same content, but the URL of that page may be different. So maybe there is a page around some kind of a t-shirt or different colors of t-shirt, right? You have the content for that is broadly the same, but at the same time, only difference is there is an additional parameter. So there is an additional color parameter. So because of that, the URL might be changing. So in such a scenario, you can add a canonical URL. So this is not something that you would be typically looking at when it comes to like canonical URLs altogether. Most of the websites, like small websites, etc., like they don't typically add a canonical URL because they have just one page for the same content. Now, however, in some of the larger pages or some of the e-commerce websites or even some of the blogs or content which is created for different regions altogether, sometimes there may be duplication of content just because of certain different parameters. So in such a case, a canonical URL is used to identify like what is the main content. So let's say if there are 5 pieces of content and out of that, there are 5 pieces of URL. All the 5 URLs are offering the same content. Then we basically specify to crawler like we want the first one to be indexed, not the other 4. And whenever they are showing any search results, they should be showing it for the first one, not for the other 4. So that is how we use canonical URL. So we typically add it in the head sections. So as you can see over here within HTML, there would be like a head section, right? In that, you will just add link REL equals to canonical, and then you will add the URL that you want to be shown. So in this particular example, as you can see, there are like red shirts. So this page is around red shirt. However, the URL that we want the content to be taken from is a gray shirt one, because that the gray and the red shirt content pretty much is the same. So that's the reason this canonical URL was added. Now, similarly, there is redirects. So redirects is nothing but making sure that if you have moved your content from one URL to another, or maybe you have changed the domain, or there is some kind of an update in the URL altogether, in such a scenario, it is very important that you also update the URLs as well. You also update the redirects as well. More about making sure that Google knows that if you have moved your content, in that case, it is very easy to find where the new content is. So let's say you have an old page with the redirect, you're telling like, okay, this is the new page that it should be visiting instead. Okay, so let me explain it in a different way. So let's say you have a product page about the product page is about t-shirts, right? So maybe it's like t-shirts from Nike or something like that, right? So now what happened is content for this will be pretty much the same, right? So like when it comes to the product description of t-shirt from Nike, you will have some kind of a XYZ content for it. Now what happens is this same t-shirt, you will have different URLs for different colors maybe, right? So maybe what happens is URL 1 is like example.com/Nike t-shirt /gray. Just an example. This is not how it typically is, but for your understanding. So there's URL 2, there's URL 3, 3, and then let's see URL 4. Right. Now there are like 4 different links. So the first is gray, second is blue, third is red, fourth is, let's say, black. Okay. Now what is happening is the content is the same for all the URLs. So now in such a case, you don't want Google to get confused on which URL to pick for displaying in the search results, because the crawler will be like, there's duplicate content in all of these URLs. So now which one should I choose? Should I choose this one or should I choose this one? So accordingly, now what you will do is, because maybe you're primarily monitoring the content of the gray one, you will be like, okay, this is the one to choose. Okay, so you will be like, okay, Google crawler, when you're coming to any of these 4 pages, you should be looking at the content from the gray one. So what you will do is you will end up adding a rel equals to canonical URL for this gray t-shirt. So that is what a canonical URL is. Duplicate content on different pages, then which content the search engine should choose. In case you have only one URL and it has the same content and the content is unique for all the throughout your website, in that case you don't really need to worry about canonical. So regardless if you're making the content URL yourself or not, it's more about the content. If there is content duplicacy, then it is a good practice to use canonical URLs. And redirects also, I hope you understood, right? So it's basically making sure that if there is any expired page or any content that you have moved, etc., that it does not end up in an error. So you would be redirecting to the new pages. That's basically what redirects are. Now, indexing also includes something around rich snippets. So rich snippets is nothing but how you can display more details on a search results. So for example, YouTube displays the thumbnail of the video, a play button, along with the time stamp of how long it is going to be, and then the name of the channel which the video is, where the video is, and how long it was posted. So there are like different types of redirects. You can basically use something like a 301. So 301 is nothing but a code of HTML. I'm not going to too much detail on different codes because there's like n number of different type of HTML codes. But overall, for redirects, you would be using a 301 redirect, which is like a permanent redirect, wherein you're saying like this page has moved to a different place altogether or a different location. And you can use any of the different tools like let's say a redirect plugin in WordPress, etc., for achieving the same. So there is like n number of plugins for that. So all you're saying is, let's say if there is like a old page, and there's a new page, you're just redirecting that old page to the new page. So let's talk a little bit about rich snippets, right? Now, when it comes to rich snippets, as I mentioned, it's nothing but offering additional information about your content. So like, for example, the reviews, ratings, genre for song, or release date for movies, etc. And you can find all of those details in like schema.org, and also use all the different tools that I talked about last time on how you can generate those for your own website, and finally how you can test it as well. So these are some of the plugins for it, for the schema markup. And finally, we looked at the experience, or the page experience part, right? We understood like what are the different elements of page experience. There's LCP, largest contentful paint, for site performance, which is like core web vitals. There's LCP, which is large contentful paint, FID, which is first input delay, and CLS, which is cumulative layout shift. So we also looked at like how you can validate or work with all of those using pagespeed.dev website. So we went to like pagespeed.web.dev website, and then we helped analyze some of those different details around it as well. And after that, we looked at the importance of a website being mobile friendly, having no pop-ups, intrusive interstellat is that, interest alias, and finally the security part. So making sure that you are having a secure website. The admin of it is not the admin of it is not having like, let's say, very simple username and password or default username and password, and also ensuring that you are using SSL for your website. So that's pretty much on the technical SEO part. So when it comes to the security, right, it's very important that you don't use the same admin or username and password. It should be difficult, and it should be something which is not easy to crack. So you can use multiple password generator tools for that. And at the same time, it is also important that you use an SSL for your website. So an SSL is nothing but making sure that your website has has a valid symbol or a valid certificate on HTTPS. So if it does not have, it will basically not load at all, and Chrome will basically give you a warning against visiting that website on just HTTP. So there are multiple like different SSL certificate tools out there, like Let's Encrypt. It's completely free as well. So there are paid SSL certificates as well, but then there are services like Let's Encrypt, which makes it free and easy for you to install and secure your website. So as you can see on this image as well, it's basically HTTP versus HTTPS. So if it has that last S, that means it is secure. Okay, so let's move on to the next part, which is on-page SEO. Sorry, off-page SEO. Okay, so off-page SEO, right? So off-page SEO is nothing but the actions performed beyond your website for the purpose of improving the position of the website in the search engine results page. So by the way, SERP, the full form of SERP is search engine results page, right? So essentially, as we talked about in the first part of SEO as well, the on-page and technical is mostly related to what you are telling to Google. The off-page is mostly about what the other websites are telling, or in all the other websites are telling about your website to Google, right? So that's what it is all about. It's essentially trying to help ensure that you are building good, like essentially good reputation of your website across the internet. So there's like different ways that you can do it, and there are different things that you can do around it, but overall links are the primary ranking driver. So off-page SEO, the main thing is that we get a higher rank. Now what is the rank? Nothing but for a specific keyword in the search engine results page, in the SERPs, you get the top spot. That's basically what your goal is. So if you get the top spot, that's rank 1, the next spot is rank 2, the next spot is rank 3, and so forth, right? So the main goal with off-page SEO is so that you can accelerate those rankings. So there are definitely websites that rank well even with on-page and technical SEO, but with the proper off-page SEO strategy, you can accelerate those results, and that's the main thing. And the way that you can accelerate is by building links. Now, what are these links? These are nothing but backlinks. So backlinks are one of the most important components of SEO, right? And basically, if you are doing off page, that means you are building backlinks, plain and simple. So now, um, let's say, so that's what even this illustration says. Like if you have good backlinks along with your website, you get good ranking and traffic. Now, if your website does not have good backlinks, the search engine might not become like convinced of your authority that your website has, while it may have relevance. So because of that, it may not get a very high rank overall on search engine. So with that said, what is link building, right? Link building is nothing but getting those backlinks from third-party websites, or basically websites that are not your own, to point to your own website. So this is an example of a good backlink. Yeah, so this is an example of a good backlink, right? So a good backlink is, let's say this is your website. The website is about how to run a marathon. And now this website is getting a backlink from another website, which is Fitness Weekly. So this is like a relevant website, and it's nothing but adding a link to your own website on their own. So the third party website, which is Fitness Weekly, has added a link to your website. That's a backlink. So as I said, you need backlinks to rank. So backlinks are nothing but like votes. So as long as there are different websites that are giving vote or that are giving backlinks to your website, that means like it's good. And the search engine also understands that well. So each of these votes are actually essential for the search engine, because this helps search engine in understanding the authority of your website, and what kind of an authority your website holds in anything that you're talking or telling about. So you guys remember Google Eat, right? One of the thing was authority, and this is also one of the ways that you get good authority. So for anyone who doesn't know, it's basically oftentimes some of the domain names get expired and they have good ranking already. So people used to buy those domain names because of those good ranking, and then they would like spin their own content on it. So that is a practice that Google has like analyzed, and it was able to like make sure that people are not taking advantage of those as much as before. Of link building, right? Like I think we already talked about this a little bit, but basically link building adds like by when it comes to link building, it's like very important for your ranking overall. So by adding value to the page that it links to, basically it helps in the page authority, in the domain authority. It also helps the search engine understand the topic of your website, and also in sending or getting traffic overall. Understanding of this is that it is much faster with backlinks. And the second thing is, now let's say your website is ranking today for a specific keyword without backlinks. Tomorrow there will be another website which is basically like a competitor of yours, and they start to get more backlinks. There is a high chance that they will easily outrank you because you have zero backlinks. So it's nothing but if the content is more or less the same, then the next factor of competing becomes your authority. And if you don't have authority, then obviously you will like lose out to the competition. Understanding these things, right? So for example, when it comes to indexation, understanding what rich snippets are and how you can incorporate some of those things is a very good like contributing factor. Second is, it is also very important that you are using images that are not very heavy, at least like images that are easy to load, etc., to make sure that it is fast, and at the same time the content is easy to read, etc. So that's a bit of more on the content optimization side, but like from the technical SEO, I would primarily look at some of these aspects. So having a knowledge about these things will definitely make sure that you're adding value to whatever content you're writing. Let's proceed ahead now, and try to understand more about off-page SEO. Okay, so so far we talked about what off-page SEO is. We talked about why it is the primary like rankings driver, or how it helps with ranking, and what a backlink is. Now, overall, let's try and understand what kind of backlinks you should be building, right? So the backlinks you should be building are the ones that have high authority, or that comes from websites that have high authority and high relevance. Okay, so obviously you can get backlinks from low authority and websites that are kind of relevant to what your content is all about, but that will actually make almost zero difference, or very small difference if at all, like when it comes to your search engine rankings. So similarly, you can also get backlinks from some of the high authority, high relevance website, and those are the ones that you should be focusing on, because those are the ones that make a big difference. And then there are some links that can also hurt your rankings. So these are the ones that comes from, let's say, spammy websites, or link building or link farming websites. And there's also like bad PR, backlinks, etc. So when you do these, it can also hurt your ranking. So you have to be very careful on what type of backlinks you're building. Like there are two types of PR backlinks. So one is, so PR is nothing but press release. So press release is like, let's say when you are releasing some kind of a content to all the different media houses and publications. Now, good PRs would be websites like, let's say, some of the top media houses. So for example, New York Times or Times of India, etc. But bad PR backlinks will be more from websites that are just there for spinning content and just putting the content for the sake of putting the content. So these are not good websites overall, and the main goal or the main purpose of their website is to just make money from backlinks, or make money from press release backlinks, etc. So those are the websites that you should avoid. You should aim for a good PR backlinks instead, if you're looking for any kind of a PR method. So with that said, let's try to dive a little deeper on understanding what are the different types of backlinks, right? So there's the first thing and the most important one. This is the type of backlink that you should be getting. Okay, so the type of backlink that you should be getting is a do follow link. And a do follow link can come from, let's say, a guest post or editorial mentions, etc. And if you want to understand or see what a do follow links like under the hood, you can basically just right click on any link on that specific page or a web page. And if you see that it does not have the no follow attribute, so it should not have this no follow attribute, then it's a do follow link. So basically, as I said, it's like a simple normal link, right? So overall, this is what a link could look like. So it can have like, this is the HTML code for link, a href, the URL, and then the anchor text. That's it. This is a normal link. And as long as the website has this normal link, that's a do follow link, which is a good thing. Now, there is a no follow link as well. So no follow link are something that you typically find on blogs or forum posts, etc. So in fact, Wikipedia is a very good example of that. So you can go to any of the now, if you notice in this website, there's a bunch of text, right? But with all of these texts, there's a few URLs as well. Like this is a link, out of business. This is a link, and AMA hosted today. This is a link, accused. It is very easy to identify what are URLs or links because it's nothing but a text which is clickable. Now, in this URL, this is actually going to Reddit. How I can say that? If I look at the bottom of the screen, there is like a black text that gets shown, and it shows me the URL of Reddit. So what I can do is I can just right click on it, I can click inspect. And when I do that, it will load an inspect element window on Chrome. Now, within this, if you notice, this is a normal URL. This is the URL href. This is the URL, and then within this, there is no other like attribute that makes it a no follow link or something which is it is not supposed to be. So like it's basically like a rel no opener, which is like completely fine. This is something that is not relevant to backlinks at all. So overall, this is a good link because this is a like proper do follow backlink because it does not have anything else. Now, similarly, what is a no follow backlink then? So a no follow backlink has something called as REL equals to no follow. So as you can see over here in the bottom, if it did not had this, if it did not had REL equals to no follow, then it means like even this is a do follow link. So that's basically the difference of no follow and do follow. So when it comes to no follow, you basically find it on like blogs, social media, forum posts, etc. And in those different websites, let's say Wikipedia, for example, right? Wikipedia has a lot of citations and external links at the bottom of any page that you go to, and on those, if you like just click inspect element, same as in the previous one, you will find a URL. So ahref, it has that URL, but at the same time, it has a rel equals to no follow. These are no follow links. No follow links does not add any like it does not help with any kind of a ranking at all, because crawler will basically not consider that as a link where it wants to pass on the authority of that website. So for example, if you have your URLs or backlinks on Wikipedia, you will not get ranking from that. It is a good thing that you have a backlink over there. You can get some traffic from it maybe, but you will not get ranking because of it, because the authority does not get passed on for the no follow link. However, for a do follow link, it does get passed on. No follow link is used to make sure that a crawler is not visiting any specific websites that I do not want it to. Because when it comes to my website, and this is one of the primary reasons, right? Like when it comes to my website, I would not want to pass on my authority to certain links, or I would not want to pass on authority to certain bad links. So Wikipedia, for example, if it did not had a no follow, what will happen is everyone will use it for backlink building. Everyone will just go and add their URL as a source over there because they are getting ranking from that, which is a very bad practice. So for making sure that it does not happen, they make sure that all the links are no follow so that people are adding content to it because they genuinely want to share something and not just because they want to use it for some kind of a backlink building or their own gain, personal gains. So overall, that's the reason like comments on blogs, forum posts, social media, all of these websites will have no follow links because they don't want it to be something that is just used for SEO. Now, there are two other type of links that Google like started to look at and accept in the last couple of years, right? These two types of links are sponsored links and UGC links. UGC, so sponsored link is nothing but an advertisement or some kind of an advertisement content that is posted. So if you notice in here, like this is an example of an advertisement, right? Like something that was posted from maybe Tabola or something like that. If you notice at the bottom, there's like very small words written like sponsored as well. So for these URLs, if you click on it, it will actually take you to a completely different website because it's a sponsored link. And as such, in the rel section, it will actually mention sponsored over there. So this is nothing but a sponsored content. So both sponsored and UGC links will also not offer you any kind of authority and it will not pass on any authority. So even if you have links which are sponsored and UGC from any of the website, it is not going to add any value apart from just getting you some traffic. Okay, so the main thing that when it comes to backlinks that you should be building are the do follow links. So the reason I'm showing these is these are also some different types of links that you should avoid if your primary goal is to build backlinks for getting rankings. So for sponsored, it is like REL equals to sponsored. And then there's like user generated content, UGC. UGC links are nothing but things like, again, comment posts or forum posts or blog posts on websites like Medium, etc. And they would by default have like a REL equals to UGC in their content as well, because this is like user generated. So that's basically what are the different type of backlinks. So now that we understand what these different type of backlinks are, it is very important to understand what are the high qualities or the traits of a high quality backlink. What are the type of backlink that you should be building, right? So with that said, there's like 5 different things that I've listed out here. The first is that it should come from trusted and authoritative website. So you can basically check the domain authority of the website where you're getting the backlink from. And there's a website called as Moz. So this is what it typically looks like, right? So if I go to Moz, for example, within Moz, there's like free SEO tools, and it has domain analysis. If you want to know if a specific website has a good authority or not, you can go to Moz, and over here you can type a domain name. So let's say if I type reddit.com, I click check authority. Now Reddit has a domain authority of 92. So domain authority typically ranges from 1 to 100. And if you're getting a do follow backlink from Reddit, for example, that's a very good thing, because that's like 92 domain authority. You will also get some of those authority passed on to your website. It has almost 7 million domains that link to it. And at the same time, it ranks for over 18 million keywords and has a very low spam score as well. So spam score helps you understand if this is a good page or not overall. So similarly, let's say if I check it for my website, Carbon Lightning, I've never checked it, by the way, for my website. So it will be interesting to see. I doubt it will have any authority at all. Yeah, no data. So like in such a scenario, obviously you would not want backlinks from my website, right? If I'm giving it to you. So that's basically the thing about it. Like it is very important that you understand what kind of domain authority that website has. Now the second is the anchor text. So it is very important that the anchor text is relevant to what your target keyword is all about. So in the type of backlinks, if you noticed, there's like different anchor texts that are available, right? So over here, the anchor text is Trump shocks allies, and advisors with plan to pull US out of Syria. So this is like a very long anchor text, but it is still an anchor text, which is nothing but the text that shows up on top of the URL. So if you click on this text, it will take you to the particular URL, right? So that's the anchor text. So over here, the anchor text is an AMA hosted today. So an AMA hosted today. So this is an anchor text. Now this anchor text should also be something that is relevant. So if I go back to here, right? So the anchor text are very important to include maybe your target keyword if you're getting like a backlink. And even if it does not include the target keyword, at least it should have the context of your target keyword, because that becomes very important. However, this doesn't mean that you go ahead and then get like 100 links for the same anchor text, because if you do that, that will be considered as anchor text spamming. So it should appear natural. You can have like different versions of the same word, or like overall you can have a few links which are spread across different time periods, etc. But overall, when you consider all the backlinks that you have, it should not be just surrounding a single anchor text overall. So the only exception for this rule is if the anchor text is your brand name. So if it is your brand name, then it is still okay. If like out of 100 links, even if like 90 links are your brand name, that is still okay. But that is not okay if it is for the same anchor text. Now the trait number three is that the website should be topically related to your own. So as you saw in this one, right? Like this website, let's say if you own a website that is around running a marathon, the backlink that you're getting from that website should be at least like topically or within the same sector or industry as your own. So this website is about running a marathon and this is about fitness. That makes sense because overall both of these websites are related. So whenever you're getting backlinks, if it is topically related and if it is like comes under your same niche, then that's a very good thing. The fourth is do follow. We already talked about this, but basically making sure that the backlink is a do follow link. And fifth is that it comes from a new domain. So make sure that whatever backlinks you're getting are from new domains. They are not from like the old or existing domains. Because what happens is, let's say if the same domain gives you like 10 backlinks, that is not going to add as much value as getting 10 backlinks from 10 different domains altogether. So it is very important that you get a backlink from a new domain overall. So that's basically some of the traits of a high quality backlink. So far we have discussed like what is off-page SEO, what is link building, what are the different types of backlink and traits of a high quality backlink. The main thing that you need to understand about link building is making sure that you have, and this is like a very fundamental basic, right? This is like before you go out there and talk to people and all, you need to be prepared. And this is that preparation of your website. So when it comes to link building fundamentals, it's nothing but making sure that you have the pages for your popular products or services on your website. You have like some of the key pages or some of the content that can help with the process of generating those backlinks. And at the same time, it's also around making sure that that whatever content that you have available is directly relevant to the different companies that you're going to outreach, etc. Right? So overall, it's more about ensuring that your website itself is ready and prepared for building the links. So once your website is ready, and most of it actually includes ensuring like proper on-page SEO, but overall, once your website is ready, the next step is basically understanding what are the different ways that you can do it. So there are multiple strategies that I'm going to talk about, but overall, like there is something that you should know is link velocity. So link velocity, it's like an old concept, but overall, it's nothing but the rate at which a rate at which a piece of content or a page earns link over time. So this should appear natural. So as I mentioned earlier, this should not be like something like, okay, suddenly you just created a content today and all of a sudden like tomorrow you have like 10,000 links or 10,000 backlinks for your website. That is not how it should be. It should be completely natural and probably like having like 4 to 5 links over a period of, let's say, 1 month or 2 months is natural, right? Because these backlinks get added over time. So think of it from Google's perspective. Backlinks are nothing but votes for your website. So someone is not all of a sudden for a website that people are not even visiting is going to give like multiple votes to a website like at that same moment, right? So that's the reason it should appear natural. Over a period of time, as people maybe discover your content and such, that is how they add links. And that is the naturality that I'm talking about. The link velocity should be natural. And whatever, let's say if you're even going through the route of guest posting, it should be on a relevant website. I'll talk about what guest posting is, don't worry. And also make sure that you are using or analyzing your competitor, which is also something that we are going to cover shortly. So these are some of the main basic fundamentals that you should be ready with, right? So with that said, there are a few link building strategies that you can work with. Now, the first three are mainly different methods or ways that you can get links by working for it. And the last two are mostly related to, the fourth one is mostly related to creating content that people would like to link. And the fifth one is more about your competition, right? But when it comes to your competition, in one or the other way, you will anyways be going through or understanding your competitor's backlink strategy in like all of these different strategies. But when it comes to the fifth one, it's all about identifying if there are any opportunities that you can explore within your competitor. So that's what it's all about. With that said, there's link insertions. Link insertion is nothing but directly asking people to add your link to their website. Guest posting, which means that you would create a post or you would create some content for some other website. And in doing so, the other website would also add a link or a backlink to your own. Third is becoming a source. So this is a much more harder and tougher way, to be honest, to get links. However, any link that you get from this method is actually the most beneficial as well. So if I were to rate this from a matrix of the difficulty versus the amount of benefit that you're going to get, I would say that number 3 is the most difficult, but at the same time, it is also the most beneficial. Then there is obviously like creating linkable assets, so that this could be around creating sources or resources that people would like to actually link themselves. And finally, examining competitors. So now let's look into what each of these are. Link insertion, right? So link insertion is something that is also known as niche edit. It is nothing but a process of getting a website owner to include a backlink of your website in one of their existing posts. So the assumption here is that there are already like content that the website owners have created. And within that content, you want or you have seen that this content is relevant to your website. And hence, you want them to add a backlink to your website within that content, within that existing post. So essentially inserting a link to your website within their existing post. That's why it is called as link insertion. Now, there are a few things that you should keep in mind when you're going through the process of link insertion. The website that you're approaching is supposed to be topically relevant. So as we talked about the relevance of websites and all, it should be topically relevant. The post that you're focusing on or the post that you're targeting on should also be relevant. So if let's say you have identified that this is the post where you want your link to be, that should also be relevant. Third is that the website should have organic traffic. If the website does not get traffic from Google, then probably it is not going to have as much authority as well. And if it does not have as much authority, that is not as good, right, for you anyways. Fourth is making sure that the backlink is a do follow link. We already talked about it. And fifth is make sure if the link is marked as sponsored. So basically, okay, let me edit this a bit. Link is not marked as sponsored. Yeah, so the fifth is basically making sure that the link is not marked as sponsored, right? Because overall, if you just get like a sponsored link, that is not going to add much value for you anyways. So with that said, let's try to look at a little bit about what is the process of this altogether. So now website B has outreach to you. You're like, okay, I want a backlink in exchange to your backlink. So what will happen is both of you are giving backlinks to each other. So this is like backlink. So website A is giving a backlink to B, website B is giving to A. So this is a link exchange. Now in a link exchange, what happens is Google will directly understand like, okay, some kind of a link exchange is happening between these two websites. So in such a scenario, what do you do? In such a scenario, you would add a third website. So this is something that Google is already aware of, right? So to make sure that you are getting away from it, you would add a website B and a website C. And now with this, what you will be doing is you will be providing a URL to website C. Website B will be providing a URL to me, and website C will be providing to website B. Right. So this way, it's like an entire cycle altogether. So by doing so, there is like a completely different chain, and none of these websites will look related from Google's perspective. Oftentimes, a lot of website owners will also build this in terms of website D and E as well, based on what are the other websites that also agree for something like this. But overall, this is a very popular method that is currently like very popular among a lot of people who would want to do link building. So that's the main thing, right? Like basically creating a personalized outreach. As you saw in those emails as well, those were very personalized directly to me. They were directly addressing me, my name, and also mentioning like what they wanted, how they wanted to do it. Now, you can use outreach tools. There's like multiple outreach tools. Snow is one of the outreach tools to send 20 to 30 personalized emails daily at varied times to avoid spam filters. So again, even these emails should look natural so that they are going to the inbox of the person, right? And for making sure of that, you can also send it manually, but make sure that it is spread across entire days of time. It's not like you're sending all 20 to 30 at that same time. And ensure that the email content is compelling with personalized subject lines. So if you notice, some of the subject lines were actually very personalized, creative, and value-driven messaging. So that's the main goal of this altogether, right? Like when you're doing a personalized outreach, there's a high chance that you will stand out. And when you stand out amongst the crowd of other people who are doing these outreach, etc., you are going to get a lot. There's a high chance that you get the responses from the websites as well. So once you have done the outreach, the next and the last part of the process is, upon positive responses from these prospects, proceed with link insertion. But be prepared to negotiate. So this is what I was talking about, right? Be prepared to negotiate if they ask for compensation or have specific requirements for a backlink. So as I mentioned, some of them may want something like the ABC method that I mentioned, wherein they want to have like a link exchange with 3 different websites, or maybe they want some kind of a compensation in terms of like some kind of a money to place that link or add that link. All of these are very common things. And while like when it comes to industry, a lot of them, I mean, not a lot of them, but basically Google does say like that's not something that you should be doing. But at the end of the day, this is the only way for you to actually positively build links without having a lot of I would say a headache to go through. So link insertions is literally the most I would say, in terms of the easy to hardest, right? Link insertion is one of the easiest methods, but at the same time, depending on the website owner, depending on what kind of response they give, you can have low to high, like between low to high responses and low to high success. So, but overall, this is one of the most scalable one as well, because it's all about having to outreach with multiple websites that are relevant by creating a proper prospects. That's link insertion, right? Now, the next one is around guest posting. So what is guest posting? Guest posting is nothing but writing a guest blog. So if you notice in some of those outreach, even guest posting requires outreach, by the way. But if you notice in some of those outreach, what you would also be doing is you would be creating some similar posts, or maybe you will be sharing some ebooks that is created just for them, or some kind of an ebook that is more for them. Maybe there's visual assets that you would like to create for them. If you are from a creative agency, maybe you want to write some specific content for them. You would be doing all of these things for um, them in exchange for getting a backlink from them overall. So that's the point of guest post. So overall, guest blogging is obviously relevant, and it's also industry specific, but it gives you an opportunity to brand yourself as an expert also. So if you remember that Google Eat, right? In that, one of the thing was expertise, or basically having the expert. So when you're doing guest posting, oftentimes these websites will also add you as an author. So, and if your name as an author, along with your all your description and details, etc., are matching with your own website's author details, that gives you a boost from the expertise perspective. Okay, so in addition to getting the authority for your website, you will also be able to boost some of that expertise point of view, and by building a brand for yourself. And overall, since these guest posts will typically happen on websites that are already getting good traffic, you can also draw traffic to your own website by doing so. So that's what guest posting is all about, right? And similar to link insertion, it will also have like a similar process wherein you will be creating like a prospect for different websites that accept these guest posting. You would personalize the outreach for them, and then you would in the last phase, instead of like just link placement, you would actually be negotiating with them on the content. You will be talking about what type of content that they would like to have, and then you would also share with them the content along with the backlink. The only additional check that the guest post requires is in making sure that it is formatted correctly once it is posted on the website. So that's pretty much what guest posting is, right? A very simple and easy way to find websites that accept guest posting is just go on Google and search for something like this. So let's say if you are into travel websites, you can say travel plus write for us or something like that, right? So when you do that, you will actually get a bunch of websites that are accepting guest posting and are related to your niche. So this is one of the very easy way to identify some of these websites as well. Next is Haro, or basically becoming a source, right? So what is Haro? Haro is nothing but help a reporter out. So who is this reporter? Reporter is nothing but people who are a reporter for a news or media outlet. They may be journalists, they may be bloggers, just normal bloggers, but they are also like publishing details on different things around news, etc. as well, right? News or trends and such. So this is the website of Haro. They have two options. One is that you can sign up as a journalist. So if let's say you have a good website and you want content for it, you can sign up as a journalist and get some content from here. And the second is a source, wherein if you want to like provide content to these journalists, you can sign up as a source. So in terms of SEO backlink building, you will be basically going and signing up as a source altogether. So why is Haro so big or so important? So as I mentioned, right, as I was talking about the scale and all, guest posting is like I would say medium in terms of the effort that is required. If like I had like a low, medium, and high scale of efforts, guest posting is medium, link insertion is low, and Haro is actually higher. But when it comes to link insertion, you can get benefits between low to high. It's like a range. With guest posting, you can probably, there's a high chance that you get at least medium or high range of ranking. But with Haro, there's a high chance that you will actually by default get a like at least like mid high to high ranking only. So because of how big this is. And why do I say that? Because the media outlets that use Haro are some of these. There's Reuters, Fox News, Chicago Tribune, Time, the New York Times, Mashable, WSJ. So all of these are some of the very big media outlets. And as you can see, they have almost like 75,000 plus journalists and bloggers that are a part of this platform. So with that said, if you offer content to them and you also provide a source of that content, so let's say that source becomes your own website, that's a backlink. And how does it work? So overall, when it comes to Haro, once you sign up with by clicking on I am a source, all you need to do is you just need to go to my account section once you sign up, and this is what it looks like typically. And under that preferences, Haro preferences, you will have some of the different preferences as you can see here, right? So if you notice, there will be something like business and finance, lifestyle and fitness, gift bag, travel, general. So all of these are different sections or different type of industries that are available. You can select any of these, or you can like select Master Haro. Master Haro is like all the industries. So once you select this, what happens is you will start to get emails. So those emails will look something like this. So it will have like, okay, within this category, these are the different journalists that are requesting for something. So, and if you click on any of these, right, it will look something like, as you can see on the right side. So basically, it will be a query from some kind of a journalist or a blogger, etc. And this is what it will typically look like. So there will be like a summary, which is like, what are your favorite Shopify themes and why? So this is the article that was selected from here. What are number 4, right? What are your favorite Shopify themes and why? So if I go deeper into it, I can see like the category is business and finance. Email, they have added like a helper reporter email, and media outlet. So this is like the what is the URL of that particular journalist or where the content will be posted. So if I want, I can also run a quick Moz DA of this URL to understand like if this has a good high authority or not. And then it also mentions like a deadline and a query, like what are your favorite Shopify themes and why. This will be an extremely comprehensive blog, so please provide as much information possible and so forth. In guest posting, what happens is you are doing the outreach. In Haro, what happens is the people themselves are doing outreach to people who can provide the sources. But since these are going to be something wherein there may be multiple people who are providing it, you may also find some kind of a competition with that also. Overall, as you write content for these, right, based on the query and the requirement and all, and once you like basically send a good outline of what the content is going to be like and a good pitch, it can take some work, but overall, this is still one of the best ways to build backlinks at scale, because overall it will be time consuming. Overall, it will require a lot of hard work, but whatever content you write, whatever pitch do you provide, if those pitches get accepted, then you will by default for sure you will get a backlink as well with that content. So similar to Haro, there are some other outlets as well, like Quoted, Source Portal, and Help a B2B Writer. So you can also select any of these based on what your niche and category is, and you can work with this as well. So in this fourth one, it's more about creating assets that are linkable. So these are more towards assets that can earn backlinks naturally. So over here, the concept is to create things that are valuable enough that people will actually provide you backlinks for it by default. So how do you do that? What are those content? Some examples of those could be providing in-depth research, which is conducted by you yourself. So let's say if you are offering real estate services, right? Now, when you're offering real estate services, and along with that, if you have a survey or some kind of like details on maybe consumer survey for a specific location, wherein you have surveyed over like 1,000 people. I'm just quoting a number here, but let's say if you have surveyed maybe 1,000 people or like 100+ people and all, and from that you got some very important and informative data, that is a very unique resource, and that is a very unique resource that belongs to you. So if someone wants to use data from it, or if someone wants to get some insights out of that, whatever insights that you offer, that is something that they will most definitely do, because you have already done a lot of hard work towards those assets, a lot of hard works towards those building those research, conducting those research, getting that data, etc., right? So in such a scenario, they are more than likely to directly source from your own research than go out there and do this research themselves. And in such a case, they are also more than likely to also provide links or backlinks to your sources. So this is where infographics, research, guides, guidelines, processes, SOPs, white papers, case studies, all of these come into place, right? Once you have these different resources or different assets that others would like to link, there's a high chance that people will actually link it when they are talking about it. But what you need to make sure is that whatever you're doing is something that people in your industry and niche understand and would want to link to it. And a very easy and simple way to know like what type of product, what type of assets to create, and what type of different websites would actually provide links to you, etc. For that, you can just simply check your competitor's profile, right? So you just need to check your competitor's backlink profile to understand some of those content ideas, etc. So that's what creating backlink, or sorry, creating linkable asset means. Now, with that said, as I was mentioning, the main thing is competitive analysis. And across all of these different categories, in one or the other way, I have talked about competitive research. Now, what is it that you analyze on competition? What are the different opportunities that you can analyze with the competition overall, right? What kind of backlink profile that you can uncover from it, and how you can use it? So let's take a look at it in a deeper way, right? So there are multiple different websites or tools that help you with competitor analysis. I'm going to open SEMrush. Okay, so SEMrush, you can sign up with a free account also, by the way. So for example, if I go to subscription info, this is like a free account, by the way, and it will tell you like what are the different quotas that are available. So more or less, like there are some daily quota of I think 10 searches per day that I can do, or 10 reports per day, and every click I make through each report, it will count towards that. So I have a separate paid account, but in this scenario, I'm showing a free account because this is also what you would also be typically utilizing as well, right? So now, with that said, let's look at competitor analysis and understanding how we can go through the same. So let's see what kind of industry that I can actually take a look at. So basically, it's more about getting that research or doing that original research, and obviously all of these websites, right, JLL, CBRE, and all, they have high authority because they are known for such research, and a lot of people actually provide URLs and backlinks to these different websites. So now their main business is into research, so they obviously sell the detailed reports. But just think of it from the similar perspective. If you are able to drive the same thing across so many different industries, right? So there's like so many different things that you can do when you niche down on it. Building backlinks becomes that much more opportunistic in such a scenario. And that is what creating linkable assets means. So with that said, I am thinking of what could be a good domain to work with. Let's look at fitness and beauty, right? Or maybe TechCrunch. I was talking about TechCrunch right now. I'll just look at that one. So let's just look at TechCrunch, right? Maybe I have a technology, something related to technology blog or tech blog or something like that. So what I would want to do is I would like to understand a little bit about TechCrunch. Because I am maybe competing with that. Again, that's like a very big website. I will probably not be competing with it. But just as an example, I can definitely use it to understand what it is doing. So this is what SEMrush looks like, right? We have the authority score, we have the organic search traffic. It has like almost 3.5 million on almost every month. And then like they also run some paid advertisements, and they have like 145 million backlinks. That is massive, right? Now, if we look at some of the more further details in this, we can see like they get traffic from United States, which is like almost 46% is from United States. India is 18%, and then UK is 6.3%. They have seen a massive increase in organic traffic around September. I believe that was because of the Apple launch and a lot of other launches that typically happens in September. And then they also have good traffic around August. So I think we may see something similar in the coming times. And we have some organic details as well, right? Like what are the top organic keywords that they rank for, or what are the top organic keywords that they get the traffic for? What is the position distribution? So apparently, around 1,623 pages have one or three position, between 1 to 3 positions, but over 91,000 articles are actually ranking between 51 and 100. Still, they are getting so much traffic. And apart from it, obviously they have mostly information content. So informational heavy keyword makes sense. That is what it is all about. And finally, if we go down, we also get something called as competitive positioning map. Now, why is this important? It gives you a very good insights and idea into what are the different competitors that are also within the similar overall, you would say, spectrum. So as we can see, TechCrunch is somewhere over here, right? But the Verge.com is even bigger than TechCrunch, and it has TechCrunch has almost 1,68,000 keywords, whereas Verge has like 2,44 or 2,45,000 keywords almost. So that shows you like how big Verge is compared to a TechCrunch. And then if we go a little bit smaller, there's like Inc 42, there's CB Insights, there's Engadget, and then there is like also Deal Room. So even though Deal Room has like only 18,000 or so keywords where its search results show up, it is still getting like almost 30,000 traffic every month, which is still quite good, right? So this is what their competitive positioning looks like. Now, what I'm going to do is I want to understand more about their backlinks profile. So let's go to the backlinks overview. So this is a backlinks overview. And from this, I can understand a little bit about what their backlinks are mostly looking like. So if I look into this, right, there's like, these are the backlinks, some of the top backlinks that they have. It is coming from, for example, ma.tt. So this is like a website of Matt Mullenweg, I guess. Then there is like business latest news. So apparently like there is a website called as dailynewshighlights.com/business that also gives a lot of these. There's like anchor text. We know like what are the anchor texts that are actually behind these backlinks as well. And then we have like a very quick analysis of how many of these links are follow links and no follow links. So apparently almost I would say close to 83% of their links are follow links, and the rest are no follow links, which is again very big and very good. Then there is like, what are the anchor text? So apparently top anchor texts are empty. And then they have anchor text of SpaceX Falcon. Okay. no thumbnail, regulating agency. Okay, so basically like the top anchor we can consider as that there's like no anchor. Maybe they are adding those backlinks to images or something like that. So some in such a case, like there may not be anchors also. So that is what it looks like overall, right? So this is like a very quick overview of the different backlinks. Now, if you want to dive deeper into it, we can just go to view details. So now obviously TechCrunch will also be having a lot of different URLs to other websites, but these are the ones that is coming to TechLink's website itself. So now in this scenario, if you take a look at it, these are the backlinks, right? If I want, I can get a list of all of these backlinks. So obviously I need a paid plan for some of those, but this is like a very quick overview of all the backlinks that they have. So if I go to this website, for example, Z Ventures, okay. And in this, they apparently have something called as read more text or something like that. Okay, yeah. So, okay, so this is where they have some backlinks, right? So this is where it is coming from. So they have added backlinks to different websites. And probably one of these websites is for TechCrunch. Let's see, finance, AAA. Okay, so there's backlinks for the Hindu, India, India.com, Kuwait Times, etc. Right? So these are like technology or business related news that this website has, and it basically provides backlinks to all of these different sources. So this is also one of the other type of website. And in such a website, I'm sure like you can also like reach out to this particular website and get your website listed as well if you're offering any of these news. So that can be one of the guest posting or one of the link insertion methods that you can work with as well. See, they have like a contact link, right? You can just contact them and you can ask if they would like to include your link or your news in any of these. So similarly, there's like a bunch of different ones of these, right? So if, for example, now similar to this, I will also get like a complete list of backlinks, obviously. But apart from that, there are a few things that you can also do from it here. So for example, when you go to anchors, you can understand like what are the different type of anchors that they are ranking for and how many backlinks they have for those anchors. So apparently a bunch of backlinks don't have any anchors, but then there's like regulating agency, 30 billion. So these are some of the different ones that have like a lot of different backlinks that are available for them. You can understand what are the websites that are also offering these backlinks, right? So from here, you can build a list of websites that could also offer backlinks to you. So maybe a tech meme is a website that can offer backlinks to you. RSS Rabbit is more of, I'm assuming it is related to RSS feed. So maybe you can also list your websites within this feed. So you can have a backlink from there. SEO Book apparently has a backlink to that. InvestBrain. So you get a list of websites that are offering backlinks to TechCrunch as well, right? Now, in addition to these, there is another thing that you can do in with the competitive research is try to understand what could be some of the link building ideas based on your competition also. So if TechCrunch is my competition, I can go to this index pages section. Now, why is this index pages section so important? So within this, if I select this broken pages, right, what it tells me is it gives me a bunch of URLs of pages that are currently not working and how many backlinks it has and how many domains those backlinks are coming from. So this looks like a Twitter URL. So I'm not really interested in this one. This looks like from a subdomain, but this subdomain apparently has like a bunch of backlinks. Let's take a look at what this is. Okay, I'll just do a quick Google of this. So it's more like if the opportunity is there, it is there, right? It's not like it is going to be there for sure. Okay, so apparently this is where they manage their cookies. So that's why this URL is there. So, okay, this is also not good. Twitter doesn't work. Okay, so this is the one. So this is like a 504. So this is like an error on this page. This Samsung Galaxy Note 10 or something like that. So this is something which presumably is not working, but apparently it is, but it is still giving an error. Okay, maybe not a good one then. This page is not found, which is like the top 15 events that happen in space in 2016. That is very old. But still there's like 82 domains that are linking to it, right? So maybe this is something that we can take a look at. So the first domain is Wikipedia. That's a no follow link, but still it is good. But however, we can put a quick filter for follow and no follow. Let's just do that. Okay, so these are the follow links that are available. Apparently this one is lost, so no longer has a link, but there is this one link from this website like Cast Plant JE, and there is another one from Thomas C, some kind of an educational website. That's nice. So what this means is now you can contact both of these websites and tell them that okay, this URL is no longer working, and why don't you provide your backlink to me, because you are providing a more updated version of this particular content or whatever content this had. So in doing so, I'm assuming a lot of people have already done that. So that's why they have now lost it, because this particular website might have added that backlink to the one that outreach to it, and even this might have done the same, right? So similarly, what you can do is you can identify some of these different opportunities that are available, because maybe there is some issue with your competitor's website, and you can basically capture those opportunities. There's also a few no follow links. You can also, okay, so my free trial has ended. So you also have like a bunch of no follow links, right? Like the ones that we saw with Wikipedia. You can also use some of those and overall build your own backlinks from those as well. So this is typically what you would be doing, right? You would be trying to understand like what type of content actually gets them the backlinks, etc. Now, TechCrunch is a very big website, so obviously it will also have a lot of history, a lot of spammy content sometimes, or spammy backlinks, etc. But given the massive size of it, for TechCrunch, it doesn't really matter. However, when you analyze competitors that are much smaller in size, probably they have a DA rank between 40 to 60 or something like that, and then you try to understand more about what is getting the backlinks for them, that is where you will find a lot, many or more opportunities as well. So overall, it's all about understanding a competitor, understanding what type of content works for them, what type of style uh, of content they write, what are the different patterns around them, what kind of follow and no follow links they have, and overall, like what is the style of writing that is actually getting them those backlinks overall. So that's the idea behind this. So let's say if a user is facing a 404 error, but let's say if your website itself has a 404 error, then what do you do? So what is 404? First of all, 404 is nothing but when a website or a page is not found. So maybe the page is missing, maybe the page was moved to a different URL, etc. And this is where that indexing part comes to the play, right? If you have moved your URL to a different one or to a new one, you should make sure that you're putting the right redirects. As long as you have the redirects, it's fine. So that's the main thing behind how you can fix 404 errors. It happens because probably you have an old URL which people are coming to, and you have already changed that URL to something else. So in such a case, you can just put a redirect and make sure that it is going to the right page. That is something that I want to talk about in the type of backlinks, right? So any blog comment or any social media URL or any of those Web 2.0 URL, Web 2.0 is nothing but social media, forum post, etc., or directories and all, right? So if you're adding your links to all of these different places, your link will be nothing but a no follow or like a sponsored or a UGC content. So it will not be sponsored primarily, it will be a UGC or a no follow content. That is the how your URL will be marked, no matter how you put it forward. And the minute it is marked that way, it is not going to add any value at all. And even if it does add value, it what will happen with that is it is not going to actually help your website, because it will be considered as spam. So at the end of the day, the best type of backlinks you build are the ones that are as natural as possible, and at the same time it is coming from a reputable source and a higher authority source, and also making sure that it is a do follow backlink. So basically these 5 things that I've mentioned, right? Making sure that it comes from a high authority website, making sure that it has the right anchor text, making sure that it is related to your website, it is a do follow, as well as it has come from a new domain. So in the scenario that you're mentioning, it will never be a do follow link at all. Okay. I know I'm going through a bunch of different slides, but yeah. So these are the link building strategies overall, right? Now let's move on. And I think we have already done this. We just did the backlink analysis through a tool. So basically we just talked about SEMrush, so I've already covered this. Apart from SEMrush, as you saw, SEMrush has some limits, right? You can also conduct a website audit using a website like SEO Optimer. So this is like a free website analysis tool. And what it does is it provides you a proper analysis of an entire website from the SEO perspective. So if I put like TechCrunch, I'll just say audit. So while it loads, it also has this image. So it basically gives you like a very good analysis of the different things or parameters of your website, from the on-page SEO to the links to the usability, performance, and social. So a lot of the different things that you want, you can like get it very quickly from this website. However, one of the challenges that obviously the content will be a little limited as well, right? But as a free tool, it still works. Yeah, so apparently you've run the maximum number of, I did not even run any report today with this. Very odd. I think because of TechCrunch as a website. Okay. Maybe people have run it for TechCrunch. It's very slow for some reason. I think it could be my internet also. Okay. Let's see. Let's look at a different website. Maybe my own website. I doubt it'll have good insights. So while I try something else, I'll also show you this website, which is Small SEO Tools. It's basically it runs on advertisements, but it is still pretty good. Like as a free tool, it still offers like decent insights that you would want. So it has a bunch of different tools, right? So it has something like text analysis tool and image editing tool, etc. But for SEO, the keyword tool is what you may be using. So like keyword position, density checker, research tool, suggestion tool, etc. And then there's like a backlink tool also. But be warned that a lot of times it has very limited data. Still, it is like good data for you to take a look at. It also has like a website management tool with like, let's say, page rank checker and all. So you can also use some of these different tools that it has. As the name suggests, these are some of the very small SEO tools that it has created, and it has actually grown it quite big. So as we can see, it gives like a very good understanding of what are the things that is good and not good. So on-page SEO, apparently it gave it a ranking, so which means like it is doing most of the things very good. Links, apparently it does not have any backlinks, so that's why links it got 0. Usability, it got a D-. I think we can take a guess why, but we can definitely look into the details of why as well. Performance, it got a B+, which is okay. Social, it got a A+, which means like it is doing very good with socials. So let's take a look at the results properly, right? So for on page, it tells me like, okay, there's duplicate H1 tags, and I can improve the load speed of the website. And there are some of the low priority things as well, like optimize page speed for mobile page speed insights, using main keywords across important HTML tags, and etc. Right? Set up and install Facebook Pixel. Apparently, it has put this here. But again, like it's more of a low priority thing. It's like if you need to, you can do it, and then it gives you like a very quick thing on what your SEO on-page SEO is all about and what are the things around it. So it says the title tag is good, meta description is good. This is a snippet on the search engine results page. The like how you're using the language of HTML. So with WordPress, these things get taken care by default. The frequency of using H2 to H6. So apparently H2 and H3 is being used most, which is perfectly fine. Keyword consistency, right? So apparently it talks about like your main page keywords are not distributed well across the important HTML tags. So it says like Excel is properly distributed, but apparently the other keywords are not properly distributed. And same with the phrases, amount of content. So see, as you can see, like it's a very a detailed analysis of a lot of small things, but you get a very good idea. And then it tells me like what are the pages that I'm ranking, so what are the keywords I'm ranking for, what how much estimated traffic I get from it, what is the position for my website overall, then links, how many number of backlinks there are. So apparently there's like almost zero backlinks. On page link structure, there will like a lot of internal linking, friendly URL. So like some of your links do not appear to be friendly. So similarly, there's like so many different things, right, in terms of usability as well as in terms of the performance. So it gives you a very good insight across all of these different things. So if you want to just do a very quick audit of any website, instead of going through multiple tools, this can be like a one tool that you can directly utilize for it as well. So these are the two tools that you can basically use. Now, when it comes to SEO overall, um, how do you actually measure success for SEO? So SEO, obviously, it's like you are doing a lot of processes, right? You're doing on-page SEO. So overall, we looked at on-page, we looked at technical, we looked at off-page and all. But how do we know that whatever we are doing is actually succeeding or not? So that is what this is all about. So once you have done so many things, once you have looked at so many different aspects and areas, the next thing is to understand how you can measure the success as well. So overall, what you should be looking at is making sure that you're measuring the data across anything that you can do. So there are certain challenges with measuring as well, right? With measuring the success, etc., which is like a lot of times you don't own the SEO data. A lot of these backlinks, etc., the analysis that you did, the SERP rankings, etc., we did, all of those things we are doing it through third-party tools because we don't own any of the data. And that makes it much more challenging when you're measuring the details. And obviously, if you don't have enough experience in-house to measure these details, if you don't have proper tracking setup, if you don't trust the measurements that you have set up, etc., in all of these cases, you would be facing challenges. The main objective of all of this is making sure that you're properly measuring your SEO success. So in addition to installing a Google Search Console, it is also important you install an analytical tool like Google Analytics for your website so that you're measuring everything properly. You need to define your business objectives and KPI along with that, and then configure the analytical solutions to track the website goals and business objectives as well. So these are some of the key metrics that you should be tracking. So the first is keyword ranking. For your SERP result, what kind of ranking you're getting for your keywords, you can do it from Search Console. Backlink quantity and quality. So you can do it through tools like SEMrush, Ahrefs, etc. what kind of organic traffic you're getting. You can do it from Google Analytics. Time spent on page. So all of these you can do from Google Analytics, like time spent on page, bounce rate, mobile traffic, and click-through rate. And finally, domain authority. This you can do it from any of the websites like Moz, Ahrefs, and so forth. So yeah, once you have, as you're doing all of these things, right, it is important to track all of these metrics and then measure the status of how these metrics are working overall and what kind of progress you're seeing with all of these. And that's basically the essence of SEO. Like, obviously you're doing all of these things, but unless and until you're communicating these metrics to the relevant stakeholders, be it your boss or your clients or whoever the stakeholders are, they are not going to understand anything. So that's why it is very important that you measure the success as well, and you keep comparing that success week over week, month over month, to see like how it is working overall, which will be local SEO.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is a term for the practice of tailoring content and experiences to specific individuals or narrow segments? And your options are mass marketing, one size fits all marketing, niche marketing, or personalization. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics, and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel, whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
So let's look at understanding what like exactly our goal with this is, right? The basic agenda when it comes to social media marketing. Like, obviously we have all of these social media and we are utilizing those social media platforms to market what we want. So be it a business, be it a service, be it ourselves, because there's also like personal branding and so forth. That is basically what social media marketing is. And the main goal for this particular course is to sort of help define or understand what a business's goals around social media is supposed to be. Because what happens is, every business, when it comes to social media, there will be different goals. Not every business wants to like get the most sales, and there's a reason behind it, right? Because sales is not everything. And when it comes to marketing, oftentimes I see like, okay, how many number of sales did you get, or all of those things as top questions asked. But uh, for a business to grow and for a business to establish themselves as something which can sustain for long time, is what uh, is something that will help improve the lifetime value of a customer. Now, what do I mean by lifetime value? Lifetime value is nothing but how many or how much is the customer paying you in the entire lifetime of your business that it exists, right? So, for an example, right, take Zomato. I don't know how many of you remember, but Zomato basically ran these 50% off promotions or marketing, right? Wherein, like, for any food or anything that you order, you would get like 50% off, and they ran it for quite some time. Now, obviously, those 50% off discounts were offered by Zomato itself. What that means is they were paying the rest of the money and the cost to cover it up. The reason they were doing that is because of the customer lifetime value that they were looking at. Essentially, what happens is, because they got people addicted to Zomato's ordering service, people started using it more. And even as they slowly stopped all of those offers, we still use it whenever we think of ordering a food online, right? So if you want to like order some food, there's either Swiggy or Zomato or none of the other names actually come to my mind either. So that is how it is. So it's like when I want to order food, I just go to them. Now what happens with this is, uh, over a period of a year, for example, and in this period, take for example this year itself, right, 2022, um, these platforms are no longer running similar offers, and they are actually making some or the other level of profits from the orders that they are getting. So over this period of time, the number of orders that I place essentially becomes the value of mine for this particular year. So they calculate their promotions based on how much I'm willing to use these platforms. Now, one way is obviously you burn money by doing all of these things, right? And all of us know like how that is not such a great idea. Another way is to have people recognize you as a brand. So, as an example, right? So, let's say when I talk about online shopping, what are the brand that comes to your mind first? See, this is what I'm talking about, right? Because we know about these brands, and how do we know about these brands? Through different level of engagement, through different level of us talking to them, right? So there's like different like stages of a marketing. There is the first one, basically. Okay, so like basically there's like different stages of marketing, right? So in that, what happens is there is one stage wherein you look at engagement. There is obviously awareness. Actually, let me just pull up the audience. So this is what basically a funnel looks like, right? So now what happens is um, conversion is obviously a very huge goal for a business. Loyalty and advocacy happens after the conversion, and this is where I was talking about the lifetime value, because of the conversion, the loyalty increases, and as people keep like have the loyalty, they'll keep ordering and or more. And advocacy comes when in they tell others like, why don't you use this platform, or why don't you keep using this platform? So similarly, what happens is even before all of this, there are two stages. One is awareness and another is consideration. So now for us to make sure that the customers are aware of our brand and they are also considering our brand, social media today is one of the key resources or the key methods to do that. Now, why is that? The minute you think of any social media, you see so many different brands talking about their offers and services. But at the same time, one of the things that they do is they also look at engagement. How many people are actually engaging with their posts? Let's say if you're liking their post, if you're viewing their post, if you're commenting on their post, even if you're doing all of these things, as long as you're engaging, you sort of have this mental image that, okay, this is a brand that you actually like engaging with. So the next time when you actually are in a stage wherein you're in the market looking for different products, what happens is if you see the same brand which you're engaged with or which you have engaged with in the past, you're more likely to consider that brand than in any other brand. The reason is because you know that brand, you have interacted with that brand, and you sort of build that sort of a trust with that brand. Okay, that even though that brand might not have certain specifications or it might lack in some of the product areas, you will still go for them because you understand that, okay, probably after sales service will be better, or maybe their brand is better, or because just you have interacted with them, right? So that is why every business, every company will have a different social media goal. So some of them are just looking to make sure that customers are able to see what are the different products or services they have, or some of them have like a post goal as well, that they should make n number of posts in a day. And I'll talk about some of those brands as well. Then there are some who are looking at engagement as a goal. There are some who are looking at sales as a goal, which is quite obvious. So there are different goals of a brand. So it is very important that we define that. Second is for like basically for you to have a good social media strategy, you need to create one. So that's what it is all about. So we look at creating a social media strategy, what it looks like, and how to audit one if it exists, right? So we'll sort of touch upon that as well. Next, we'll look at improving or creating a social media profile. So we'll look at a few platforms and essentially what are the different things to look at in that. We'll look at creating a content strategy. Essentially, we'll look at a content calendar. And also, we'll sort of touch upon analytics, like what are the performance or what are the things that you should be looking at. Okay. Now, with that said, I think we already understand more or less of this, but the key important thing is previously what used to happen before the era of social media is all the information was shared by companies to users. That's it. It was not like users could properly interact with the company. So a good example of this is, let's say you take any website. Before social media, it was like they were just putting or sharing information with the users without knowing what the users wanted or what they were thinking of it or what their sentiment around that content was. Before social media, we would essentially receive information through, let's say, different offline sources as well. And even in those cases, for a business to know like what the customers are thinking of or what their reaction to it is almost not founded, right? But with social media, there's been a big shift. Essentially, the shift is from one to many. So this is what model I was talking about, from one to many model, right? So essentially, it's like both the brands, and I'm not talking about just a single brand, even your competitor brands, all of you are interacting with users. Then you're also interacting with yourself in the sense like each other brands. You're also engaging with different areas. Your users are engaging with brands are engaging with users, brands are engaging with brands, and obviously users are also engaging with users, right? So there are so many different type of uh, uh, combinations that you can look at, and the reason that has happened is because of social media, and that is something that you should also focus on when you're doing a let's say social media marketing altogether, right? So there is obviously a formal definition around it, which is like it allows people and businesses to communicate with each other and share information, basically what we already know and understand, right? So obviously, there's no proper defined set of rules, and social media is ever evolving. So it's all about making sure that uh, you think of it as a community, right? Like an active community, and that you can sort of look at a way to sort of interact with each other and talk with one another. And that's what social media is all about, creating those networks and identifying ways to create those networks. A good example of this is how YouTubers often interact with users or take feedback from users in the comment section, right? You will see like they are responding to different comments, and they are also like talking about or like improving their content based on the different comments that they see. The reason is because um, the people who comment, they see that they are actually providing active feedback to the content creator. And by content creator implementing them, they think that they are a part of a community wherein they are actually working with the particular person as well. And this goes hand in hand. Because of this exchange, what happens is there's an active community that gets built, and the engagement that comes through from that is the true essence of what social media is all about, right? And that is where you see a lot of engagement. Now, obviously, when it comes to social media, there are like different like the entire landscape of it has different things based on what you're trying to do or what you're trying to get at and all of those things. So if we look at this particular image, you can see like the vast landscape that there is around social media. You will see that when it comes to learning, listening, adapting, what are the different platforms that are available? When it comes to images, obviously there's Instagram, which is quite popular. I don't know how many of you remember that there used to be Flickr. Then there is obviously Snapchat that is there. So there are so many different platforms available, right? So similarly, when we come over here, crowd wisdom, we can see like there is like Reddit, which is quite popular. Then there is like BuzzFeed and all of these other platforms. When you look at, let's say, uh, discussion forums, obviously there is like Facebook groups. 4chan is also one of the popular forums. Then, so that's the thing. Like when you look at the entire landscape, oftentimes what happens is we get so focused on some of the top platforms that we tend to forget of when how different businesses or different platforms exist based on what their intent is. A good example is also music, right? So or audio is what I would say, wherein there are different streaming platforms available wherein you can upload your audio to Spotify, you can upload it to SoundCloud, you can upload it to Google Podcasts and so many different areas. And that is also a sort of social media because over there, users are interacting with you. They are commenting, they are liking your podcast, they are clicking on links and going to your brand and so many different things. So that is how huge social media landscape is. So it's not just limited to the top platform. It depends on what you're trying to achieve and how you're trying to get there. Like when it comes to overall social media marketing, like we were just talking about social media here, but when it comes to social media marketing, right, it's basically the point of it is to reach your target audience. This is the key important thing, knowing your audience, right, by utilizing relevant messages. So the first is target audience, second is your content. So, and then by basically building trust, interaction, and sales. So these are some of the key goal that your businesses can have. Obviously you can have like different type of goals. You can have like you can look at creating awareness for your brand and so many different things, right? But the key thing is for any platform, defining your target audience properly and then utilizing relevant messages or relevant content to reach these audiences. Okay. So like basically businesses can promote different things. Restaurants can upload their different images, they can promote their different offers or promotions for the day. Like there's obviously Facebook and brands uploading some of the promotions. So this is like a Christmas promotion that they have around Starbucks. I'm not sure like how many of you know, but Starbucks actually have these red cups which were so popular that essentially for Starbucks there was like a backlog of the number of orders that were. Then there's like different ads. Obviously, then there's LinkedIn. So essentially, if you look at it, the vast majority and the areas where social media is there, like it is huge, and we already noticed that with the landscape. But the way that the brands uses is what is so different, right? Like over here, you can see this is more about creating or sharing a promotion of Starbucks, and they are trying to use the holiday season for that, so that users can get different things, brand sharing their offers. This is another offer. There's like ads. There's a sponsored post, promoted post ads. So there are different ways that brands use social media, and these are just some, like I would say, drop in a bucket of a method that you're seeing here. So this is, I think, more or less clear to all of you, but I'll just go through this. Uh, for social media, like one thing is, and in fact, like when you're pitching, like why someone should invest in social media, these are some of the important things that you should tell them, right? First is that you actually get access to your target audience. So what this means is, uh, in the traditional media or in any other media, what happens is you don't have such a huge access to the type of target audience that exists on social media. You can target them, you can reach them, you can segment them, you can recognize what are the different types of audiences, what are their different interest, intent, so many different things, right? And at the same time, it is like a gold mine of data. In addition to having proper access to the ones that you want to target, you have so much data available, which can be leveraged for good marketing. And at the same time, it's also something that um, basically does not disrupt whatever you're trying to do. You can target your demographic, be it like whatever location they are in, what type of, let's say, income they have. You can target also people based on who they are or what kind of levels of, let's say, education they have. There are so many different things that you can target with. And when you compare it with the traditional marketing, social media is very cost effective. So, like, and this is something that I'm sure most of you know, but let's say if you're running a TV commercial or a commercial on a radio, it may cost you like 1 lakh, 10 lakh rupees or whatever that is. But at the same time, the same amount, if you put it in social media, and when you compare both of them, right, the amount of results that you will get in social media is huge. And by far, like it is like the best when you look at it overall. And then obviously you can leverage social media to coordinate with other marketing channels. So it's not like very exclusive, wherein you just use that or you don't use it, and it is not interacting with any other channels, right? So even if you have an offline event, you can actually drive more awareness using social media. You can give them their social media handles. You can run a promotion. Whatever emails you collect, you can create an audience around that. You can work with that and target them as well. Then finally, you also get a good competitive insight. So, and the best way for doing this is just go to any competitor's page, see what type of posts they have, what are they doing, how customers are reacting to that, what are they, how they are actually interacting with them, what is working for them, what is not working for them. There is vast amount of data available, and these insights then also help you drive your own marketing tactics or marketing initiatives that you're carrying on, right? So that is like, these are some of the top reasons I would say, like, why you should invest in social media. Now, when you look at it closely, right, there's essentially four pillars of social media marketing. So the first one is social listening. Okay. Like when it comes to LinkedIn, the best way I would say is you can just send them a connect request. You can add a note in that. That is how you can get around the premium thing. And there's obviously a limit to it. I would say don't just spam it, because LinkedIn will then sort of identify that what you're trying to do and abuse it and such. But there are certain LinkedIn automation platforms, like Phantom Buster is one that I recollect quite well. Let me see if I can share the URL. I personally like Phantom Buster because I've used it. It seems like they are also running a Black Friday offer, but it's quite good. They also have a free version that you can use. Similarly, there are other platforms as well, but yeah, this is one of the top ones that I can suggest. So when it comes to social media, it's more about having access to like your target audience, right? It's like when you're doing the organic social media optimization or social media marketing, for you to make sure that you're able to optimize towards your target audience is through your content. essentially making sure that your content is more relevant to your target audience. So a good example of this is, let's say if you are focused on people who are engineers and who are aged between, let's say, 25 to 45, then you get a sense like, okay, probably these are engineers aged between this. Then you next add a mix of the location to it. So let's say maybe they are from India, and then you add another layer to it. So something like, let's say if they are currently having a job. So based on this, you start to build a user persona, right? You utilize this user persona and then you create content towards what this user persona would engage with the most. And that is how you will define like or imp- like improve the access to the target audience that you want to build upon, or engagement that you want to build upon with this target audience. Like that is how I would do it in the organic setting. When it comes to advertisements, obviously, like you can directly select it within campaign settings and such. It is like a no-brainer. You just like select some of the buttons and that's about it. So that's how it is. Usually I've seen that when it comes to B2C, especially Facebook or Instagram and all of these different social medias, even after the iOS update, is still cheaper than Google Ads. However, because of the third-party cookie blocking and such, there are some reduced relevance to the ads, but it is still like cheaper. However, now there is another however here, which is like in Google Ads, they are also improving the different targetings that they have. And they also have different type of channels and networks and all. So like I would say even today, social media is still like cheaper. But if you want to do a proper marketing for any business, even your own business, you should not leave out any channel. You should, because at the end of the day, it's more about like what are the businesses that you can actually factor in, or based on your budget, like what is the best ROI that you can gain. And it will differ based on the networks. From For a good example of this is Facebook can help you develop your mid funnel audiences. So as I was talking about the consideration stage, awareness stage, and so forth. And Google Ads, for example, if you're looking at search advertisement for so in that case, you can directly leverage the lower funnel audiences, wherein like you target the lower funnel keywords and then get your audiences from there. So while social media is cheaper than Google Ads still is very important because of how it gives access to the lower funnel audience. And frankly speaking, it also have a very good monopoly over that. Okay, so this is an interesting area, right? So when it comes to Instagram and Facebook, I would say both has decent amount of traffic or decent amount of users. But the trend that I've seen so far, and in fact, which is happening in today's day, is Facebook usually has people who are like middle-aged or elderly. So, and if any of you are youngsters who are using Facebook, no disrespect, I'm just talking about the majority here. So what I have usually seen is like Facebook has people who are at least like 25 or older, and Instagram is mostly it has youth. So people that has like, let's say that are more than 15 years of age and less than 25 is the majority like users of the platform. In fact, I would tweak it to 15 to 35, and then like it starts to sort of stagnate from there on. So it all depends on who your target audience is, and based on that, I would say like that will determine like what will bring you most traffic. I hope that answers your question, Pavitra. Now, when it comes to a target audience, right, it all comes from a business. So let's take e-commerce. Okay. So now there is one around, let's say, home interiors. Then there is one around fashion, which includes accessories. Then there is like electronics. Okay, so let's just look at fashion over here as an example. Now, when you look at fashion, right? So let's just consider what type of fashion do you have? So is it that you have women's clothes? Is it you have men's clothes? Or even between those, then what type of age group are you focused on? Is it kids wear? Is it youth wear, which like current generation likes? Or is it something that probably is for office goers or just a comfort wear, whatever that is? Then based on that, so let's say now you are targeting um, office goers as an example. Okay. So office goers, you're targeting both men's and women's wear, as well as at the same time, you're focused on different types of products. So that essentially starts to build your target audience, right? It's like one is you're focused on people who are interested in fashion or clothes. Second is people who are office goers. So office goers, what is the age group? Most of them you will find between aged 25 to 45. Then within that, you have to identify, because this is e-commerce, you'll have to see that these people are someone who are internet savvy, or at least understand how to make payments over internet, because you accept like payments online. Maybe let's say you don't have cash on delivery at all, right? Just as an example. So then you will narrow it down further to people who have internet savvy behavior. Then you look at like people who are from specific cities. So over there you will look at let's say tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities. What are the places where you can deliver? So these are the different things, right? And all of this circles around your business. It all depends on what your business is, what your business is trying to do. And based on that, you determine who is the right user persona, who is the right audience for you, and what age group they belong to, who are more available to buy your product or service. So at the end of the day, because that is how you develop your messaging, that is how you develop your content. And when I say content, it can be your website content, it can be your social media content, it can be the posts that you create, it can also be the messages that you send. What type of messages to send? Should you add emojis to your messages or not? That also depends based on your user persona, right? So if let's say you're talking to people who are youngsters, probably using emojis will make them feel more included. They'll be like, okay, this company is something that I can relate to. But if you similarly send emojis to old people, they'll be like, what is happening? Maybe the only emojis for them that may work is the what do you call it? I've usually seen this in WhatsApp, wherein people just put that namaste wala emoji. So like probably those are the ones that would work for them, right? So that is how you basically determine who your target audience is, and that is how you sort of work with it. I can see that a lot of the conversation that we are having is sort of more advanced in some terms of like what we would be looking at hands-on. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through some of the parts of this slides to make sure that all of you are aligned with what like social media is or the strategies around it and such. And as we go through it, it is very important if you guys feel a need for me to explain in depth about any of these topics, let me know. Or if you want more examples around some of these topics, let me know as well. So I'll be able to cover that. Okay, so when it comes to social media, right, there's basically like four pillars of social media marketing. Now, these pillars essentially determine what you're trying to achieve through social media and how you can achieve those different goals. So when it comes to social media, you can do social listening, you can listen, you can engage with consumers, and this can be a part of customer service as well, right? So oftentimes Twitter is what a lot of users or people use for customer service these days. They just like tweet to a business or a brand wherein they're like, okay, this is an issue I'm facing, I need you to fix it, and they then sort of fix it. But what happens is, because they're using social media, that also gives us a platform to listen to what they are saying, what they are talking about, and how we can make sure that the reputation is good around that, right? So by taking those feedback and just utilizing that and improving the service that we are offering, or the products that we are offering, or let's say the delivery of it, the transportation of it, whatever that is, just by doing that, customers will feel involved. And that is what social media and how social media is important, right? It's like you're listening to your customer, you're listening to your community of customers on social media, and leveraging what feedback they're saying to improve the product and services that you're offering to them. So that is one of the very important pillars of social media. Now, second is social influencing. You can use social media to essentially share different type of content, different type of information and all, right? So this is something that all of us know, but all of the information that we share can also be used to influence a lot of like decision making. And social listening, for example, if you combine social listening with this, what happens is you can create content by saying that you have listened to them, you understood there were problems or issues somewhere, and you can respond to that by utilizing social media and the content around that, and tell them that you can influence people to know that you are a business who is pro customer, who is pro consumer, and listens to them and implements what they are saying. That builds the brand, that builds or influences people to use your brand more. And that is basically the second pillar of social media, right? Now the next is the networking. Now as you're influencing, as you're listening, another aspect to it is being able to network or identify individuals who can engage with your business, right? And you can also leverage this to talk to other businesses. You can also create engagements, and there are so many different things that you can do in social media altogether. And social networking is just a part of it, which is like one of the very important crux altogether. So for example, let's say if you're trying to do some kind of a survey, you can do that through social networking. If you're trying to find people who would review your products, you can even do that. Or there are n number of things, right? And more or less we are aware that how different ways social media can be utilized for networking with others, engaging with others, or identifying, in fact, like influencers to help promote our products. Now, the fourth is social selling. This is essentially generating leads or sales from the existing customers based on whatever we share on the social media. So, when and this is something that I talked about earlier as well, and we saw some examples as well of that, wherein customers would uh, get influenced. They would like look at some of the offers or promotions that we are doing, and through that they would make purchases, or at least like sign up or become a lead, right? All of that can be done through social media, and that is what social selling is all about. Share content around it, that we identified that there was challenges around supply chain, or there were issues with delivery, and we have started to improve upon it. Let's say last month there were around 1 lakh issues with delivery, but in this month we have noticed that we were able to reduce it to only 50,000, or let's say 10,000 issues overall in the month. So what happens is, when you share that, customers will get influenced that you are actually listening to them, and they will then start to trust you more. And that is essentially what this is all about. It's establishing your authority that you are a good brand who listens to your customer and are able to like work and utilize those feedbacks in terms of like improving the service that you're offering. So that is what social influencing is all about. That is just one example of it. Other ways could be you just doing an engagement, you sharing some useful content, telling them like, okay, probably there are like top 10 products, and out of that, why those are good. Or let's say you're telling them why certain product is bad as well, right? There are different ways of social influencing, and that's just what it is. A lot of influencers, you can take example for that. So let's say if you consider some of the influencers around technology or mobile phones, they have built an authority of themselves on the social media, that okay, if you want to know about something, they will know about it, and they have been able to do that by utilizing different contents, right? So that's basically what social influencing is. Okay, so let's look at social media strategy, right? So we understood what social media is all about, and why it is important. At the same time, like what are the different entire like landscape for it, and the pillar about it. Now the next part about this is um, understanding the social media marketing strategy and how to create one. So I'm going to talk about that as well. Um, like in like we'll actually go through a calendar ourselves right now. Okay, so this is something which is actually a huge problem, right? When it comes to social media, what happens is a lot of businesses fail using it properly. Oftentimes, their pages are driven without any planning, any structure. They don't know what kind of strategy to have, or how to basically make sure that their efforts are properly aligned with the goals of the business, right? Now, um, what happens is, and this is very true, I have seen more than 95% of businesses, or not just businesses as well, right? Even individuals who are trying to make it big on social media fail. I'm sure the number is probably bigger now. The reason is of because of so many people out there now, but that is the truth. And the reason it fails is because one, people don't know what the goal is, how to measure the success of something, how to work with the goal or create content around the goal, and then utilize it to help build up your social media profile, and essentially work around with it, right? Let's say I have a social media platform, like profile. So maybe let's say I have a Facebook page, and let's say what happened is, I was able to, like, basically I was able to get almost 10,000 people. Okay, so now let's say I have a Facebook page. I created a post. Okay, in this post, I got somewhere around 10,000 likes. Okay, and then comments, there were somewhere around, like, let's say 800 comments or so forth. However, in terms of sales or purchases, I was able to get only one sale. Okay, now this page, it actually has let's say 1 lakh total followers and likes or whatever that is. So now in this case, and the more number of posts that I'm making, the similar results I'm seeing. So let's say 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever these posts are, I'm seeing similar kind of results. Maybe there's a slight change in them, but overall, this is what is happening. So now with this, what do you think I should do? There are two options, right? Option A is I say that social media, right? Because what is happening, for each post, I'm spending so much time, I'm getting so many likes and comments, but it's resulting in only one sale. And option B is it's all about being someone who analyzes data and identify ways to improve whatever you're trying to achieve with social media. Right now, when it comes to analyzing data, what is that data? It's nothing but what you're trying to achieve. This data can be impressions, this data can be traffic is nothing but people visiting your website. This data can be sales, it can be any of these goals. It can also be engagement. Now around these goals, you will basically build like, okay, maybe in 1 month you're looking for some level of impressions or sales or traffic and all, right? Now based on this goal, you will then start to identify strategies to achieve these goals. You will see what is working, what is not working. You will identify ways to improve it. You will identify ways to scale it, basically making it bigger and bigger every other month and every other day, right? So that is how it works. So no matter the best copy that you have, no matter the best content that you have, or whatever the challenge is, it's all about analyzing data, identifying ways to improve it by determining the goal, having a good strategy, and then going forward, right? That is what the social media strategy is all about. So now with this particular problem, uh, oftentimes businesses then start to give up, right? And that is because they don't have that strategy at all. They don't even know like how to build that strategy, what kind of plan they should have, what kind of calendar they should have. They're not even aware of that. So overall, it's all about having that sort of a document or definition. So if let's say you're a single marketer who handles the entire marketing, let's say you're a a single person who's handling the entire social media of a business. What will happen is, maybe you know like what you're trying to do. Maybe you are organized well enough, but as you scale up, as you hire more people to work with you or work under you, what ends up happening is they will not know exactly what they are supposed to do. Similarly, then there are going to be people who are you are going to work with. Maybe they are going to be content creators. They are going to be salespeople. There's going to be a product team, right? There's going to be a technology team. There are so many different teams. So for all of them to know what your goal is, what you're trying to achieve, how you're going to achieve it, making this plan and making this strategy is very important. So and creating that document is also important. So I have a like a template of sorts that I'm going to like play around with and show you as I do that, so that we can look at an example of what it looks like. But basically, it's all about determining that best strategy, right? Like best practices around what you're supposed to do, how you should address your business goal, how you should utilize the resources that you have available, defining your target audiences, defining your industries, the channels you operate, and so many different things. So that is basically what the document should have overall. Now, when it comes to defining your target audience, we have already done this like exercise just now, but let's do it in a like over at this spreadsheet itself, right? Now, when it comes to an audience, what are the different things that you would look at? There are multiple different things. You would look at the channels. Channels can be, it can be obviously social media is a channel, right? Then there is going to be, let's say, search engine as is a channel. Then uh, there is email marketing. Then when you also look at offline marketing, there are so many different other channels, right? So there are multiple channels that are available. Now within social media, you will have platforms. So you can have a platforms like, let's say, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, all of these different platforms, right? So now what you will be doing is to determine your target audience and determine like what channel and platform to use. You will start to identify who your user exactly is and where you will find them. And this is again something that we have already sort of touched upon, but let's do it through this. Now, in an audience, right? User persona, let's just call it. Now, in this particular audience, what are the different parameters? Let's just look at that, right? So one parameter is going to be uh, age. Then there is location. Then it would be on like profession or education, right? It would also be around, let's say, gender in some cases wherever applicable. Then there will be income. Apart from this, there will be interest. Um, there will be more behaviors. Maybe you can look at some of the behaviors. Okay, so around this, you will determine your user persona 1. Then you can have user persona 2. So a single business can have multiple user personas. Okay, it's not limited to one. This depends on what you're trying to do or what type of like area you're trying to focus on. So now around these, let's take a business, right? So we were talking about fashion. Now let's take the business of fashion. Now within fashion, um, what do you think this business should sell? Let's just see. What do you think we should look at within fashion? Should we go with clothes, accessories, shoes? What do you think we should look at? So let me do two areas, right? Let me look at one, which is accessories, and second is perfume. Sorry, clothes in general. So general clothing, and second is accessories. So this will include things like perfumes. I wouldn't call it perfume exactly, but basically, let's say different type of accessories that comes under it, right? So we have user persona 1, which is like general clothing, and another is accessories. Now, uh, we need to determine what are the different parameters that we are looking to target around these user personas, right? So we will look at, and this will determine the target audience for us. So we are going to look at age. Now, the first thing is, what is this business all about? So let's look at that business as well. We are saying that this is into fashion, but let's just say this is a e-commerce business. Okay, so now, okay, so it's basically into fashion. It is an e-commerce business. It only accepts payments online, has shipping across India. Okay. Let's say clothing. Now let's determine like what the business is all into, right? And this is something every business will be into. So like I'm not talking about big businesses like Myntra and all, but when you look at even Myntra, if you let's just go to Myntra, right? And we'll get a good example from there. Let's just see. Okay, so Myntra, let's just look at something over here. Let's just look at some shirts. Okay, now in this, if you see, this is Roadster, right? So Roadster is a business. When you look at Roadster, they have shirts for men, women, boys, girls. So these are different, I would say, demographics that they are looking at. Second thing that they have is, let's see, okay, so these are shirts. Let me see if I can have a filter for brand over here. So as you can see, they have shirts, t-shirts, shoes, jeans, and so many different things, right? So now with this, what I understand it, let's say if we take Roadster as an example, they are into fashion, they are an e-commerce business. Maybe they also have their own website. Then they accept payments online, has shipping across India. So now with all of this and the type of like clothing that you see, what would you say is the ideal demographic in terms of age? What range do you think it would fit under? 20 to 30, 25 to 35, 15 to 30, interesting. 18 to 40, 18 to 35, 18 to 40. So basically, like the first thing that I like about what you guys told is the majority where they would end up. So when you look at different age groups, right? Usually we start when it comes to age, we start at 18 to let's say somewhere around 25, 28. People have different ranges because these are the people who are still studying, let's say for example, or young professionals, right? Now, from here, we have 26 to usually it's around 40 or 35 or something like that. So in this case, I'm just going to consider this. Then there's like 41 to let's say 55, and finally 55 plus. So and below this is obviously like usually we start with 13 because that's like the legal age for people to use some of the services online, but obviously this can be even lower. So now when you look at all of these different ranges, right? So you get an idea like what type of products that they're offering. And from this, you also understand what percentage of users are more likely to buy these type of clothes. So in case of Roadster, what we understand is there is, let's say, if we have like 100%, right? So out of 100%, there is a chance that maybe 35% will be okay to in this age range will be interested here. Maybe let's say 30% will be interested here. And over here, maybe that's more like 25%. And then whatever we are left with this, we understand that if we are going to target people with age between 18 to 40, we will cover over 60% of the market, or at least over 60% of users who are relevant. This helps us define and refine what we are trying to target, right? These are not like defined in stone that you cannot change. It will differ to different brands. Now, how do you get this data? You can actually use whatever data is already available of the brands and leverage them. If there is no data available, you can look at some of the different industry trends to start with, and then you can slowly also change it. One of the best thing about determining your target audience is that this is live. What I mean by that is this keeps changing based on your business needs, goals, and all, but this helps determine or document what you're trying to do. And that is what this is. We are just creating a document to make sure that we know what we are trying to focus on. And similarly, if someone else in the business looks at it, if the finance guy looks at it, for example, they'll know like what we are trying to do. If the CEO is looking at it, the CEO will understand like, okay, this is what we are trying to achieve, and there is a reason behind why we are trying to do it, right? So that's basically what it is. And if let's say you yourself is a CEO, then probably your investors might be interested in looking at these numbers. Just talking about it, but this document helps you determine it. So similarly, location, we already know we have shipping across India, but since we are e-commerce, which accepts payments online, the probably we will initially limit our targeting to tier 1 and tier 2 cities. So now next is profession and education. So since we are looking at these people and the type of clothing we have is mostly, I would say, casual. And there's also like women's clothing and such. So probably we can go with students and working professionals, right? So this is just to narrow down our target. We may also ignore this, wherein we can just say like this is not applicable in our case or something like that. Gender, like because we have for both men and women, this is again not really applicable. Income. Okay, so again, based on these parameters and based on the pricing of the product, you need to see like what kind of income grade these people come under. So obviously, like since you're already targeting tier 1 and tier 2 cities, there's a good chance that these users already have decent income, but this will also help you determine the type of messaging, etc., that you would want to do, right? So let's say, for example, in this case, because this is a clothing brand, probably you would want to have people with cities of India. If you just do a quick Google of it, you will find a list, right? So for example, if you see like there are like 8 metropolitan tier 1 cities in India, which is like Delhi, Mumbai, Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Ahmedabad, and Pune. Then there are like 104 cities that are categorized as tier 2. So you have like all of those information available online. And this basically helps you determine like what type of let's say economy these cities have, what type of opportunities these cities have. And when it comes to internet and their penetration, and not just their internet's penetration but also penetration of people paying online and all, that is majorly happening in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, which as you can see the list over here. So that is the reason we chose this. Okay, so there's another question. As of now, you have taken both option of age group because of the ratio, right? What if we have highest ratio for 18 to 25 only? In that case, we'll only go with that. So the primary goal of defining the target audience is to make sure that the marketing is very focused towards the high, like towards people who are highly likely to make the purchase. So what will happen is all the content that you also create will be around that. Again, when you are defining a target audience, this is more for your consideration. Some of these options may or may not be available across social media, but at the same time, this will help you determine what type of advertisement you should build, what type of content you should build, what type of, let's say, a blog post you should be creating. So let's say if you're a fashion like when it comes to Roadster, maybe you're marketing for Roadster. What you will do is, because now you know what type of income these people have, you will start to create content around products which these people can afford. People with, let's say, good income or something like that. Obviously you will have to play around with this live. In some cases maybe this may not even be relevant at all, but in some cases maybe this is relevant. So it's all about the type of content that you will create, the type of products that you will promote, and the different things that you will be sharing, right? So another thing about income is you can probably also look at another piece of data that businesses already have, which would be uh, the purchasing power, or basically, so customer purchasing power is something that we commonly look at. Now, what happens in this is you basically determine usual customer for Roadster. What is the like average range of how much they are willing to purchase for? Right. So in this case, probably you'll be looking at what maybe they are willing to make purchases between 700 to um, uh, 2000 rupees. So that's the range. So based on this, then you will also be looking at identifying the products and all. So this is just one of the ways that you sort of create a target for yourself, like, okay, this is what you're going to focus on, because that is where your major market share is, or major revenue comes from. So let's say in a single day you saw that these are the overall sales that have happened. So now based on this, what you can do is you can directly do the first thing, which is equals to minimum of this, right? So you will get like what is the minimum value. Then you can look at the max. So max, it is at 2500. Now similarly, what you can do is, so this is like, let's say, order number, and this is like order price. So now what you will do is, this is like your minimum and this is like your max. Then you will have your average. So is equal to average, you enter it, and you understand like, okay, so overall from all of this, what is the minimum, maximum, or the average price ranges that these users basically have, right? So we got those numbers now. So now from this, what we will be doing is we'll try to analyze like overall from this, where the numbers actually stand. A very quick way for doing that is just taking a small graph of this, but you can also like determine like what are the overall average numbers. So as you can see, like this is the graph, right? So I'm not able to add a line over here. Okay, so but if you were to draw a line, right, you can see like the orders are mostly around this region, right? The price point is mostly around this region. So based on this, we can understand that uh, the maximum orders are coming between above 1000 rupees and below 2200 rupees, right? Again, this is just like an assumption, But this is how you sort of determine, like, since this is where most of your sales are coming from, that becomes your average range of products that you would look at. And that also determines like what is the maximum sales value you're able to get. So it goes a bit deeper into statistics and all, but if you have a finance guy, that guy can pretty much tell you like how to look at it. What are these? Maybe these are, some of them are party wears, casual wears. So based on those different things, you can also add other interests and all that they may have. And similarly, even in terms of behaviors, you can look at like what they would like to do, or what are the different things. So now in terms of interests, you can also add different hobbies and all. And similarly, in behaviors, you can be like, okay, what are the things that, what type of behavior they usually display? So there is, in fact, a behavior category in Facebook ads, which is called as like, um, um, it's basically for someone who's like a compulsive shopper. Literally, those are people who keep making purchases very regularly. So this is typically like how you determine your target audience. And once you do this, right, this becomes like a document for you. Similarly, for accessories, the age range, maybe it will be a little bit different. You will see that, okay, maybe people between 25 to 35 are the ones who are probably more interested in it. For location, maybe people only in tier 1 cities of India are interested in it. Then similarly, all of the customer purchasing power may be very different for them as well. Maybe in accessories, they are more interested in spending somewhere between 200 to 1500, or let's say 1000 rupees or something like that, right? So similarly, you determine like what exactly it is that your targeting is and your target audience is. And once you do this, right, every piece of content that you create, every piece of advertisement that you make will focus on these as the primary target. You can have other secondary targets, but the primary targets will be around these. So let's say the message or the type of language that you will speak will also be related to people who are within this particular age range, or who are within this age range. Uh, Maybe for tier 1 and tier 2 cities, you can use English and a little bit of Hindi. So English as an language, but when you go deeper into it, maybe you're looking at tier 2, tier 3 cities, then probably if you want to look at more of, let's say, Hindi, Telugu, Tamil, and all of those different language based on their regions, then only the customers might be interested in making the purchase, right? So all of these things determine the content that you create, the strategy that you will make. And this is basically the user persona, which helps you know like who your customer exactly is. Let's just assume that probably you are building a content plan. Now, as I mentioned, like you can have different business goals. So you can have like different business goals. Maybe one of the business goal is to increase brand awareness. Second business goal can be like growing sales. So as you know, like when it comes to social media, there are multiple goals that you can achieve, right? Now, to achieve these business goals, so this is where you define your top level business goal, the main thing that you're trying to do. That is what you will define here. So for this particular business, let me actually consider this one. Yeah. So for this particular business, because they are a fashion and such, let's just say that their strategy is one, to create brand awareness. So let's just retain this one, business goal one, increase brand awareness by whatever the percentage is. So this percentage will be determined based on what you already have. So it can be, let's say, if currently your total, the number of people, or the total brand awareness based on the brand study, you identified that in a specific city or in a specific let's say country, overall somewhere around 1 lakh people are aware of a brand. So now your next goal is to make sure in this particular year, which is like let's just change it to 2023 now. So in the year of 2023, your goal is to add or increase it by at least 50%. So you'll be like increase brand awareness by 50% is your first goal. Now the second is you want to also grow sales. So maybe in the year of 2022, the brand had somewhere around, let's say, 1 crore rupees of sale. And now you're looking to grow that further by 50%, which is like add more 50 lakhs to it. So total sales you want in the next year should be around 1 lakh, sorry, 1.5 crores, right? So that is your goal now. Now, based on this goal, you need to determine what you're going to do in social media to achieve some of these, right? So now we are going to look at 2023 social media goals. So maybe the first goal that you have is increase web traffic from Instagram. This is just an example, but it will differ based on what you're trying to do. So now by increasing web traffic, there's a good chance your sales will grow. Second is to double Instagram followers in like this particular year. So maybe if you, let's say, have currently somewhere around 50,000 followers, second goal can be to make it to 1 lakh. And if you are able to reach 1 lakh, obviously the more number of people will engage with your brand or your Instagram profile. And the more people who engage with it, the more traffic you get, the more awareness that gets built and so forth, right? So that is like one of the goals that you can look at. Another can be like getting more number of views. So let's just say Insta Reels, because that's the replacement that we have in like India, right? So, this is like how you determine the goals. This is your top level goal of what you want to achieve for the business. And this is your next level of goal, wherein you're determining what you're trying to achieve on the social media that will help you achieve these business goals, right? Now, based on this, what you will do is you will try to create pillars of content. These are not content itself. These are more like categories of content that you want to promote. So you can have one pillar around, let's say, um, education, infographics, right? Another can be more around sales or promotions. Another can be more around, uh, let's say, social wellness. I wouldn't call it social wellness. Basically, let's say more around, yeah, helping the helping the earth, helping nature, and all of those things, right? So that's where I'm coming. I'm missing the word here, but basically, this pillar helps you determine like and make it broader on what you're trying to go around with. Okay, so another can be more on social, and then another can be more of let's say memes or entertainment, right? So now what happens here is, as you can see, based on these goals, we understand that these are the type of content pillars that will help us. Okay, so these are like the higher level of categories of content that you would create. Obviously, you will need sales or promotion related content, which will be more focused on promoting some of the products and all. You can have some of the educational or infographics. This can be related to some level of data of what type of clothing, let's say, customers prefer, or what type of clothes they actually want to buy and such. You can talk about social like CSR, basically like what you're doing for the community, how you're driving or resolving some of the societal issues that there are there. And basically that will also help grow your brand, right? And then you can have some basic memes or entertainment. So you can just look at anything which is trending, create some memes around that, because that is something that a lot of brands do as well, and you would want to be a part of that. So all of these will, one, help your brand. uh, Basically, let's say this will basically help create awareness or improve awareness of a brand. This will also help in awareness of your brand, and also at the same time help people recall your brand more. This will help you generate or curate interest from users, which will end up increasing your overall, let's say, it can help you engage with the users. And finally, this will help in actual sales of the products, right? Now, based on this, what you will do is you will create some cornerstone content. So content pillar is nothing but, think of it as the broader thing, the top thing. So it's more like a category. It's not the content or it's not the post. It's a category. Cornerstone content is nothing but the main piece of content or the main source of your content. So for example, let's say if you have an event, so that event will become a source of your content. If let's say you're launching an ebook, that ebook launch will become a source of content. If let's say you have a new product launch, that will become a source of content. Now next thing what you will do is, from that content you will create like posts for across different social media formats that you want to put upon. So in a single cornerstone content, you can have like 10 posts, or and in fact, like you can have 2 blog posts, a few videos and whatnot, right? A good example for that is look at any of the, let's say, mobile phone releases. iPhone 14, uh, India gadgets. So, okay, now if you look at this, right? So there is gadgets 360. So now what they have done is there is this particular launch. So now for this launch, they have one page. This is basically like a cornerstone or basically category for them, right? Now within this launch, they have a lot of content around what the summary is, what is the pricing and all of those things. On top of that, there is also something around news. Okay, so when you look at this, you will see like these are the different type of content that they have created around iPhone 14 itself. So it's not a single piece of content. So if you look at this, there are like so many different type of content that they have created around iPhone 14. There is design leak. There is some kind of a operating system information. There is like an assembler information, discounts around it. It can also be some kind of a news about, let's say, increasing supply or decreasing supply. So there are so many different type of contents that they were able to create just around iPhone 14, right? So this is just one of the examples. Now the same content, what they will do is they will put it on Facebook page, they will put it on they will create a YouTube video around it, they will publish that video, then they will also like add some podcast around it, they will share it on Twitter, they will talk like create just for this one blog post, they will create like so many different type of Twitter posts, right? So that is what this is. It's like this iPhone 14 is basically like a cornerstone content, and from that cornerstone you're creating so many different type of contents across different type of platforms. Content pillars, again, this is like a top category. In case of iPhone 14, the top category of this is basically mobile phones, right? Or let's say it would be more around like what you're trying to promote on this. Maybe you're trying to promote some kind of a news around it. Maybe you're trying to promote some kind of a pricing information around it. Whatever that is, that becomes your content pillar, and within that you have your cornerstone content. So in this case, it can be, let's say, some kind of a event that comes up. You can also have, let's say, news announcements, maybe white papers. So this is very useful for B2B businesses, right? It can be ebooks and so many other things. Then obviously like web series is one of them. Then you can also look at interviews, right? You can interview prominent people. So and that can become one of the cornerstone content from you. From there, you can then expand on different type of content. So like I just remembered there was this post on Twitter, basically a collaboration, right? So there are so many people who do collaboration and so forth. Okay, so moving on, right? Like then there is like the social media format. So now you have different cornerstone contents based on the events that are happening. And for those content, you can determine like what are the formats that you're going to use to publish that. Are you going to look at, let's say, a carousel post? Are you going to look at Facebook post? Maybe you want to do some kind of a partnership, story, reels, whatever that is, right? Like so many different formats that you can determine. So with this, what happens is, anytime there is a event or anytime there is a cornerstone content creation, you'll know exactly what are the formats you need to create the content in. Anytime you're creating some kind of a sale or promotion, you'll know what are the formats that you need to create it in. And let's say if some kind of a trend is happening, what are the formats you can use? If there is some kind of like information that you want to share, you'll know what are the format to use. And this way you will have a very high level, again this is a high level view, you will have a very high level view and understanding of what your entire social media strategy is, right? Basically what happens is we then look at different areas, like this is where you sort of start to go more granular around it, right? You create a content calendar around it. So you can have like a monthly calendar. So this is like, let's say in a single month, what are the content pillars that you're going to actually focus on. Now, what are the key dates that you're going to focus on as well? So let's say if you're going to focus on certain events that are going to happen in that month, what are those events? What are those holidays? And then from there, you will also look at what are the different cornerstone content that is like you are going to publish for that particular month, right? So let's say if you're going to put some blog post, some kind of a promotion, what that promotion is, what are the events? If let's say you're running any contest, that will also come under here. And obviously, like you can create, insert a row above, add your own, like whatever you want to add, and then uh, modify it, because at the end of the day, this is a live sheet. And what I mean by that is, this is a sheet that will change depending on your business, what you're trying to do, what you're trying to achieve. So there are like social media tactics that you can look at, that you can work on different stories, what are the different formats, and you can basically talk about like create a list over here. So this becomes like a very good plan and a very solid plan for your upcoming year, right? And if you go deeper on it, you will you can also create like a weekly view, which talks about in like a single week. So let's say in the week one, what are you actually planning to do, right? So for this platform, at what time, what is the content that you're going to put up, and is it going to be around education, is it going to be a promotion, or whatever that is, right? So you can basically customize it further to determine. So let me actually update this. So now, as you can see, like you can select over here, like what are the content pillars that you're looking to target. So let's say if you're trying to do some kind of a promotion, if you're trying to promote some kind of an education or infographics, memes or entertainment, for example. So you can essentially like determine like whatever you want to do directly over here, and based on that you can determine like what are the things that you're going to actually do with them. So what is this cornerstone content going to be for that? What is the content format? What is the, let's say, content going to be all about? And what is the status of it? Link assets to the link to the assets, right? So you can put all of these. This is again like a template. You can customize and modify this based on your own what you're trying to do and how you're trying to move ahead with your social media content. And once you create this, right, you will have a very good view and of what you're trying to do, how you're trying to schedule it, how you're going to like work around with it, or what are the different type of content, what is your strategy around it, why you're even making a post, right? Everything is available for you to view, and that makes it like super easy for you to go ahead with. And as a next part, we basically have something called as like a evergreen content library. So this is nothing but, let's say if you have a point in time wherein you are running out of content and you want to post something, you can just create some of those over here, put them over here. And whenever you think like there is a gap, you can just leverage these. Or at the same time, you can also create a repository of all the different type of content, right? So that's what this is. And like that's something I would say like gives you a decent sense or handle of what you're trying to do. And when I say, and as all of you selected, right, the option B, analyze data and identify ways to info. So this is the first set of data or the foundational data that you have to create to make sure that you're able to at least get a sense of what you're trying to do, what is your strategy, how you're trying to move ahead with it. And based on that, then you can further determine like how you're going to actually work around with it, what is working, what is not working, how you can improve upon that, and so forth. Basically, what I would say the social media calendar or a strategy could look like, right? Like you can create it, you can make sure it is live, and it gives you a proper sense of where you're at with it, where you're at with social media, what you're trying to do, what you're trying to achieve. You will have a list of every content that you have, and that helps you gauge exactly what you're trying to do, right? Any business that you work with, or let's say even if you're an agency, or even if you have a job or a full-time job, this calendar is what will determine your strategy for the entire year. You can create a yearly strategy, you can create a weekly strategy, monthly strategy, but overall, leverage this template to create your own strategy and calendar so that you can sort of make sure that you're able to um, show to your prospective customer, or let's say people, or whoever your the business that you're going to work for, or for the jobs, right? You can actually leverage this to share the information and knowledge that you have and what you're trying to do or achieve. Now, apart from that, let's look at some of these websites that I basically recommend. So these are not, I would say, the only websites. There are like thousands of websites these days, right? Probably more than that. But these are some of the websites that are very popular around social media. So I'm going to open a few. Let's open this one. So social media today is primarily about social media, but it also has like a library of different white papers and ebooks and so forth that you can utilize. Someone was asking for ebooks. They can definitely look into this. I'm not sure if all of these are free though, but you can definitely like find a lot of helpful resources over here. So there's like a webinar, there's like a playbook. Yeah, I think it's more or less free, but yeah, like you can leverage all of these resources, which is quite good. And you get like a quick bit of what they're trying to do. There's like also predictions for what will happen in next year that they have. What Elon Musk is doing, for those who of you don't know, Twitter is like all head and tail now with what is happening. So I find it quite funny to find this image over here saying like what is happening, saying on the Twitter's own profile. So that's quite something. And overall, like you get a very good gist of different areas, right? Similarly, there is this ad week, which is more focused on ad, but it also have good content on organic marketing and such. There's like Reddit and other platforms that it also talks about. There's this Mashable, which is a little bit more, I would say, engagement focused content, but at the same time, it gives you a good insight onto what is happening over there. There is okay, Social Bakers has apparently changed a bit, but these are some resources that Social Bakers has. Apparently, they are now called as Amplify.io. This is new to me. So they have like a bunch of resources over here that you can leverage to understand like what are the trends, how to go live on TikTok, empathy, customer service. There's a bunch of resources, right, that you can use for your business. Hootsuite. Now, Hootsuite itself is a very good tool for social media. I think I already talked about this, but their blog is also quite good. It has like different strategies. It has different news that is available. Obviously, this news is not that recent, but it gives you a good idea of what is happening. Then platform's own news channel, right? So like within FP, which is like Meta, you will get news for Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, all of these different things. So this is something that you should definitely keep an eye on what is upcoming and new across all of these platforms and what they're trying to do. Search engine land is again one of my favorites. You have like different like areas that it covers, but most of the things you will find in search engine land. You can also sign up for the newsletter, which I actually recommend. You get like pretty updated with what is happening and all. So it's pretty good. I would say like you also like check this one out. So these are like some of the like resources and sources that you can probably leverage for your social media and essentially getting the updates, insights. Obviously, this does not cover everything. There is this guy, in fact, on Reddit. So I use Reddit quite a lot, who basically gives a summary of what has happened last week on social media that you can also follow. So I don't think I've added the link over here for this guy, but probably I'll do that. But again, like it depends all upon what you find useful and if this is something that you guys would like to use or not. So this basically gives you a good summary of what has happened, what are the top 5 updates. Google, TikTok, Instagram, Meta, Twitter, everything is available here. You can like do a quick read through for all of this. So basically, when it comes to the calendar, right, let me just talk about some of the different aspects around it first. So when it comes to a calendar, you'll have to determine what you're trying to do based on your business goal, and then sort of break it down into what is the each social media's goal. Then you come at content pillars. Content pillars are nothing but like what is a category of a content that you would like to work upon. Then you come at cornerstone content, which is nothing but like within the broader category or the broader aspect of the content, what are the different aspects or specific items that you would like to work on. So it can be an event, it can be, let's say, a specific, let's say, if you're into technology, we looked at mobile phone launches yesterday. We looked at iPhone 14 yesterday. Then from there, based on the type of content, you then sort of determine like what are the social media formats that you're going to utilize to promote these different content, right? So this is nothing but a quick breakdown or a high level view of what you're trying to do with when it comes to your social media strategy overall. So this is a social media plan wherein he has identified 2 business goals. The first one is to increase the brand awareness by 50%. So assuming, let's say, whatever brand awareness was there in his particular market, they are now looking to sort of increase that by additional 50%. So maybe in an overall industry, they had a brand awareness around 1 lakh people. That's just an assumption. Usually you do a brand lift study or a brand study to understand this. But let's say 1 lakh people were aware of it. Now his goal is that 50% more are aware. And this is a business level goal, right? Like what the business is trying to do. So basically, when you look at it, it's more like making sure that hospital. I'm guessing that this is more from the hospital's perspective or a healthcare sector. So from that perspective, it's more in terms of ensuring that the capacity of the hospital is better utilized, and there is an increased number of people who are aware of it and also get the surgeries done. So with that said, like it's more in terms of one, increasing the revenue, and second in terms of increasing the brand awareness. Fair point. So now let's look at the social media goal, right? Like when it comes to social media, he has defined 3 goals here. The first one is increasing the number of surgeries and OP conversions by 50%. Okay. And through SEM platforms. Okay. So the first thing when you're trying to write a social media goal, right, make sure it is around a specific social media platform. So when you say SEM platform, that's like mostly on the search engine marketing, right? Let's say, for example, Google Ads, etc. So try to, because this is more from the perspective of social media, the expectation was to have it on the social media side, but you can definitely create a separate plan altogether for your own like benefits, or based on what you're trying to do as a business as a whole. So second one that you have is to rank in top two positions for top at least eight top monthly search volume keywords in Google My Business. Fair point. And second, the third one that you have is double the Instagram and Facebook followers. Okay, so these are good goals overall. I would say like these are good digital marketing goals that you can have. In terms of social media goals, like this is a good example of a social media goals, right? So one thing that you can also look at is basically trying to increase engagement, or trying to look at how you can better engage with people to understand like some of the challenges or some of the issues that they're going to. Because when it comes to healthcare, the main point for anyone to believe in any kind of a hospital or any surgery and all, the main thing is that they should have a trust with the brand. And to build that trust, you need to, one, have obviously have good brand awareness, and second is also make sure that you're having good engagement with the audiences. It can be by sharing any content and all. So probably engagement is one of the goals that you can also look at. Now, then content pillars, you have added awareness, educational, that's good. Then the second pillar is healthcare days, posting and offers. Okay, so these are basically promotions of the business, which is good. Success story of surgeon. This is actually quite good. Achievements. Then you're talking about festivals and related day offers. Okay, so basically promotion around healthcare and let's say other related days. Okay, fair enough. Then you're talking about content pieces, right? So you're talking about testimonials, which is good, actually a good one. Blogs. So I would try to determine like what type of blog a little bit deeper. Like let's say if you're looking at blogs related to certain symptoms questions, or like surgery related questions, or whatever that is, right? Obviously when people have questions, only then they would be reading a blog around healthcare.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, which of the following is an example of a key performance indicator in digital marketing? And your options are the number of likes on a social media post, or the color scheme of a website, or the font size used in an email campaign, or the number of followers on personal account. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.
So try to specify a bit more about what type of area that you would do this, but this is still good. Then you're looking at briefing about related surgery. Okay, this is nice. Trending health questions is good. FAQs. Okay, so I'm guessing surgery FAQs, which is good. And then subscription for newsletter. So subscription for newsletter, I would say, is more of a goal that you can have of a digital marketing, wherein you're increasing subscriptions. I'm not sure if that would count as a like piece of a content or a cornerstone content. Probably you need to define it better on what exactly the category or what you're trying to do here. It can be newsletter, but not subscription for newsletter. Subscription will be more on the goals, but newsletter, maybe if you have any specific newsletter, right? So let's say it can be a success story newsletter. So success stories of the week can be one of the new things that you can have in newsletter, or you can talk about tips of the week from the doctors or top doctors or something like that, right? Or specific surgeon related tips that they would want to share with general people, or people in general who are suffering with some of the top diseases, for example. Those can be some of the topics around newsletters, and then you can like sort of look at that. So when it comes to content piece, don't add a goal directly, just make sure that you add what you're trying to have as a content or a category of a content. Then finally we have the like different post or the format of posts. So here, as he has mentioned, like SEM, so which makes sense, Google search ads, display, Facebook, Instagram, brand awareness and lead generation, which is fine. Like, so in this case, I would actually like, while this is something that you have customized in a social media plan, the expectation here would be like, what are the formats of the content that you're going to utilize? So let's say, for example, when it comes to the patient testimonials, right? What are the different formats of the testimonials that you're going to use? So as you mentioned, videos and posts. So now videos, where are you going to post that video? Are you going to put that on YouTube? Are you going to put that in Instagram Reels? So what are those different formats, right, across different platforms? That is what you're expected to sort of put here, so that you have a clear understanding of the formats that you will need for your content. So this is basically the content, right? And then this is going to be the format of the content. So I would try to like talk more about those specific areas. So essentially what will happen is, whatever cornerstone content that you have, or whatever pillar that you have, you will try to use this pillar to create cornerstone content around these pillars. And then you will use the cornerstone content to create specific post or specific formats of post across different platforms. And that is what you're trying to sort of mention over here. So that's pretty much what this like strategy is all about. And from here, then you can like further build a calendar wherein you mention like what are the different key dates or key things that you would do in the particular month. What are the different content that you're going to produce in the month? What are the different tactics that you're actually going to use? And in a weekly view, you can basically create a proper timetable across different platforms, and at what time, what is the content pillar that you're going to put, what is the post type, and what is the copy of that, and all of that you can basically manage and maintain over here, so that it becomes easy for you to strategize your entire social media marketing strategy as well as calendar, right? And this is more in terms of just a quick like evergreen content library, wherein like if you think like you have a drought, or let's say sometimes you're not able to find something good to post, you can beforehand you can create all of the content over here, put it over here, and then leverage that. We are going to talk about Facebook and Instagram ads, to be precise. And we are going to look at like what are the different areas around Facebook advertising. So now it's no longer called as Facebook advertising, it's meta advertising, because it basically controls ads across its platforms, which is like Facebook, Instagram, and so forth, right? So overall, like basically we are going to look at all of those different aspects in this. P top and FU funnel. So that's like tofu, then middle of the funnel, which is like mofu, and then bottom of the funnel. So bottom of funnel. So it's like tofu, mofu, bofu. That is what it's called as. Like that's what like a lot of people refer to it as. And if you want, you can like it's easy to remember this way. But the main thing about this is, the top of the funnel is more for the awareness stage, wherein like you're trying to create awareness about your brand, about your product or services that you have. Middle of the funnel is where you're trying to have people consider you as a brand instead of someone else. So a consideration stage for a customer, from the customer's point of view, it's more like, let's say if they are trying to buy something, they would compare across multiple brands, right? So this is the stage wherein you are trying to establish like why you are better than your competitor, or why what are the USPs that you have, what are your unique selling points, and what are the reason that a customer should go with you rather than a competitor. And finally, bottom of the funnel is wherein you will have the customer actually make the decision. So here it will be more related to some of the case studies so that customers can relate themselves. You'll be providing demos, you'll be providing trials so that they can try it out. You'll be doing consultations and so forth, right? So that's the bottom of the funnel. And then there's something like after purchase, which is more like once they have already made a purchase, you would try to form a relationship with them. You will try to build a sense of advocacy with them so that they then uh, form a loyalty to you and also then sort of help you build as a brand, right? So that's the entire like marketing funnel. AIDA is nothing but awareness, interest, desire, and action, and that's pretty much what it is. So this is another way of talking about it. As you can see, awareness, consideration, you can talk about that as interest, and then decision, and after that, like action. But more or less, like in a general marketing funnel, like these are the three that you will hear a lot of people talk about. So even when you're having a conversation, they'll be like top of the funnel, middle funnel, or let's say bottom funnel. But more or less, it's the same. There are different ways people approach it. Let's dive into Facebook, right? So like basically when it comes to Facebook, obviously, uh how many of you have actually created a page on Facebook, right? So like maybe a few years back or something like that. Have you seen a decline in the organic reach? So let's say even if you have, let's say 10,000 likes, maybe only 10 people or 100 people actually see the post, right? There is a big reason behind it. Obviously, a lot of people say that it is because Facebook is trying to make a lot of money, and that's the reason they have decreased the organic reach. That is partially true. But don't quote me on that, okay? However, the reason I say that is because obviously, while there is a decline in the organic reach, the primary reason for that is because of the huge influx of the content. So the amount of content that people are creating is increasing every minute, I would say, or in fact every second. So if you would just pull up a chart, I don't know, probably Facebook has that, but the number of posts created in a day has been increasing quite significantly, and it keeps on increasing like almost every day. So because of such an increase in the posts creation, what happens is the number of posts that a user can see in the news feed will also become very huge. And due to that, Facebook started filtering stuff, or Facebook started filtering content based on the relevance that it might have to the user. And that is the reason the entire organic reach has declined. So, okay, so that is the reason the entire organic reach has declined, right? So it's in basic sense because of the amount of creators that are there, the total reach is reduced, plain and simple. So it's similar to how you look at supply and demand in a way. But at the same time, because of this, the requirement for a business to have a Facebook ad or utilize advertising on Facebook has increased significantly. Obviously, there are quite a few reasons, and like some of them are mentioned here. Like you can, anyone can advertise. It's not like you have a limitation on who can do advertisements. It's easy to set up. You can define your audience define your target audiences. You can do remarketing, which is like, let's say if you have the data around your customers or something, you can actually do remarketing around that. And then at the same time, you can also like look at some of the different ad solutions, budgets, and so many different things, right? So when it comes to Facebook ads, obviously there are multiple reasons, and yeah, like overall there are different type of ads. This is where I will actually stop the slides, because overall I think I will go directly with the platform itself to talk a little bit more about what Facebook ads is, and like where it is right now, because uh, the platform keeps changing, right? The platform keeps updating itself. There are so many different things. Okay, so the first thing is, like, obviously there are multiple reasons and different type of formats that are available when it comes to Facebook ads. The best way to understand like what type of formats are available, what are their examples, is to directly just go to this URL, ads guide. So this basically provides you like what are the different type of ad formats that are available on Meta, and it essentially gives you a good idea of what to expect with different type of ads. Even though they have, this was posted like one day before, the amount of engagement that they have is so less. This is lower than, I would say, even some of the pages which have like 1,000 or 10,000 likes would receive, right? So that is how bad it is in some cases. And this is a very good example of it. Like one of the reasons that when it comes to advertisement, obviously this is, if your business wants to have that or receive or achieve the goals of whatever social media goals that you have, and you want to achieve it faster, advertisements are the way to do it, right? Organic reach, obviously it works, but because of the decline, one or the other time you may have to get into ads. So with that said, let's look at some of these formats to understand a bit better. So when it comes to image, as you can see, one of the best things about this particular URL is that it actually has a good, I would say, good content around what are the best practices to follow in terms of design recommendation, the file types, the ratio of the image, the resolution, what should be the number of characters and primary text, headline, description, and then like when it comes to technical recommendation, which is like what should be the file size, what should be the minimum width and height, aspect ratio, tolerance. So all of these different things are provided for all the different type of formats. So in this particular case, as you can see, like it says apply now, then if I say book now, so these are different call to actions that are available for me to utilize. There is like different objectives that are available. So if I want to use traffic, then what are the different call to actions that I can actually utilize? Maybe I want to have app install, and these are some of the app install call to actions available. So accordingly, Facebook actually gives you a very good idea of what are the different formats and what you can do with them, what are the best practices to follow around it, etc. So let's say if you look at the placement as instant articles. So instant articles, you can see like this is what it would look like in an instant article. Then stories, this is what it would look like on a story. There is reels. So it says like banner ad would look something like this. And as we are selecting, you can also see like the text recommendation and all is also changing here. It tells you like what is a good recommendation based on the format of what you're trying to promote. So we saw Facebook, right? Similarly, there's also for Instagram stories, Instagram Explore tab. Like this is an ad on the Explore tab. Then similarly, there is like audience network. Then there is like messages. Messages is basically the messenger part of the Facebook, right? So within Messenger, like how you can do some advertisements or send messages to the users directly. So then there is this Messenger stories, Messenger inbox. Here you can see this is an ad. right? So this gives you a very good idea of what are the different formats, and you can see those similar kind of things across video, carousel, like collection, and all of those different things. And these icons basically tells you like where those are available. So it's like Facebook, Instagram, Audience Network, Messenger, and so forth. I don't think like the change in the branding has actually impacted the organic growth. The reason is, while Meta is a parent company, the reason they did that was because of metaverse and all. The actual genuine users of Facebook or Instagram, right? They are still using the same app. The app is still called as Facebook. The app is still called as Instagram. That has not changed. For them, probably I would say most of them don't even know that there is something called as Meta, which is like the parent company. And for them, it's like they are just using the app, or they are just using these social media platforms just as they would normally. So overall, there hasn't been any change in the behavior of the consumers. And in terms of the platform itself, there may be a decline in organic growth, but the reason for that is not because of the branding, it's because of the number of people who are making the post. So as we talked about it, right, it's like a gradual decline that is happening, and this is happening all across social media. So while we looked at Facebook, this is also true with YouTube as well. This is also true with Twitter as well. The amount of organic growth that you have will keep declining over time as the platform itself grows. Because if the platform grows, the number of people trying to take advantage of the platform will also increase. And as the number of people trying to do that increases, what ends up happening is the number of posts increases, the number of usage of the platform increases, and hence, because of that, the number of views to each of the posts will also start to decrease, right? That's the reason. Factors like what are the targetings of your ad, what are the campaign type, what is the settings, what is the business that you're into, what is the creative that you're utilizing, right? And trust me, I have worked with some of the brands that are like that offer similar services, but for different brands, different type of ad copies or creatives have actually worked. So um, most of the time, videos and images are like the top, I would say, engaging ads. Videos are obviously overtaking these days because people actually have good internet connections to be able to view the videos. But at the same time, I would say the results for your business might surprise you and even me if let's say I was managing your ads. So it all depends upon what type of ad it is, what type of business it is, and what you're trying to achieve. At the end of the day, it's more about testing out different creatives and seeing the results of for your own junk rate. That is like a separate a thing, or the way to tackle that is different from how you manage your let's say advertisement campaign, right? So I'll talk about both of those as well. So one of the things, I'm not sure if we looked at that, but one of the things that if possible when it comes to real estate, I would try to suggest that you try to this 360 photos, because people having some kind of a view or understanding of what kind of let's say if you're into apartments, as you mentioned, luxury apartments, for them to see like what type of apartment it is will be more important. And second is, I would then also try to maximize my efforts around these plus image and video content. So probably if you already have good content, I would say like go with it. Now the second thing what I would do is, uh, I would try to make sure that the leads that I get, I add some of the questions around that, which will qualify my people, or the people who are actually filling it. So essentially making it harder for them to fill. So the reason junk rate happens is because oftentimes people are like they just fill it for the sake of filling it, or sometimes there are literal like bots etc that fill it, just to sort of promote that okay, probably their page or their feed is working better. Then there are different areas of I would say people just filling it, but they sort of forget about it sometimes, or people just fill it for the sake of doing that. So the best way to tackle that is try to add some roadblocks or some hurdles wherein you are also validating who is actually filling it. So for example, you can put in something like the budget that they may have for making the purchase, or the area, and instead of having them actually select the area, maybe you can just have them uh, uh, type out a description as well about what type of features they are looking for or something like that, right? So think about it, test it out is what I would say. With real estate, obviously social media is going to be one of like the top things in the future. We are already seeing that trend happening, but keep testing it out and see. And another thing I would suggest is as you run these ads, also try to work with some of these influencers, because for real estate businesses, these influencers might also, like the broker influencers and all, right, they might also be helpful in getting some of the genuine leads. The top of the funnel and middle funnel can be built very well using Facebook or and Instagram ads. So you can have make sure that people, now obviously when it comes to any businesses, um, they spend their time on platforms like LinkedIn and all for sure, but at the same time, in their off time they will be utilizing these platforms as well for consuming social media content. So over there, you can use like brand awareness and create a brand awareness for yourself by sharing some of the blogs, metrics, and such. You can also share some of the informational or infomercials or something like that, right? Which talks about, or you can also utilize infographics, white papers, webinars, and whatnot to sort of have them at least sign up through their email or something like that, and provide a consideration. So these are the two which would work very well in Facebook and Instagram, or in fact, like any of the social media advertisement platforms. Uh, you can also test out to see like if you're able to get capture some leads, but as you mentioned, you may not be able to get a lot of those. So for focusing on these two funnels or these two parts of the funnels, it's still pretty good across different funnels or different stages, right? So you can actually utilize the content pillar that you created. So for a specific content pillar that is talking about sharing advices or success stories, probably you can be or go with an open audiences, wherein like don't go with like a completely open audience, but keep it at a broader level, which has like a decent audience size. And when it comes to specific like lower funnel, you can probably then go for detailed targeting and see like how well it works, so that you're able to make sure that your leads are at least getting from the focused people. And as you go through it, obviously keep testing it, keep trying to modify the audiences based on their performance, based on like how well some of those different segments are working for you, and that is how you can identify the sweet spot. Yeah, we basically looked at the different formats that are available, right, for the advertisement. So there is like images, videos, carousel, collection, and I would definitely suggest that you guys go to this to understand a little bit better about what are the formats, what can work for you and all, or if you have any like specific questions around some of the formats, recommendation on what kind of size to keep, etc. Now, the reason I suggest that you go to this is because this is their own resource, right? And given the amount of changes that keeps happening to the platform, this is going to be the best link wherein you will find all the different details. Now, similarly, they have also provided other resources on business type, platform, and all. You can just go through it if you want, as per your business goal. There are some campaigns that I had dummy campaigns that I had created, but we'll definitely try out a different type of ad. But before I get into this, like overall, this is called as a burger icon or a burger menu. You just click on that and you'll see like what are the different things that are available in this, right? So you have one which is ads manager. Then there is like an events manager, which is more for, let's say, managing different events, or this is more in terms of the events that occurred through your pixel. So we'll also talk about some of the analytics and around pixels and all, so that you can understand that a bit better. Then there is something called as Creative Hub, where you can manage your ads and the type of ads that you have. You can also utilize this to create a mock-up or create your ad over here itself. So as you can see, like you can just work with it. You can determine like what is the type of ad that you want, and then you can create an ad around that. Apart from that, there is settings, then there is audiences. So audiences is important. Once you, let's say, have a pixel, you can go to audiences section and create a custom audience or create a lookalike audience. We'll talk briefly about these as well, which can actually help you reach to different type of audiences in a much better way. Billing is more for managing your overall billing. Then there is like brand safety, business settings, and so forth, right? There's also like shop locations. Overall, when it comes to Facebook ads, they have provided like bunch of tools that make it easy for you to manage what you're trying to do, what you're trying to work with, be it running experiments, be it having the creatives, getting the reports around it, getting insights, traffic analysis. There are so many different things, right? So it's all about, for them, it's more about trying to make sure that you have all the tools necessary so that your campaigns can be a success. Because if your campaigns are success, then you're going to use Facebook ads a lot more, and by that like by doing so, Facebook makes more money, right? So that's how it goes. Now with that said, let's look into campaign creation. So as all of you remember, we had a funnel, right? The importance of funnel, you can actually
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question is, what is a conversion in the context of digital marketing? And your options are the process of converting traditional marketing materials into digital formats, or the act of turning a website offline temporarily or maintenance, or the act of a website visitor taking a desired action, such as making a purchase or signing up for a newsletter, or the act of redesigning a website to be more user friendly. Please mention your answers in the comment section below.
see over here. So as you can see, there is awareness. So let me zoom in a bit as well. There's awareness, there's traffic, there's engagement. Now awareness comes at the top of the funnel. Traffic is more in terms of a mid funnel. Sometimes it can also be awareness depending on your goal all around it. Engagement is mid funnel, leads is lower funnel, app promotion can be, I would say if it is installation of app, it's lower funnel, or bottom funnel, that is. And then sales is obviously bottom funnel, right? So in fact, if you notice, what happens is the first thing when you're creating a campaign, it asks you to select a objective, and this objective actually is determined based on the funnel of the audience itself. From top to bottom, this is like the top, and then this is like the mid, and this is like the bottom objectives, right? So all of these, if you see, each of these will have some good for as well. What is good for? Basically, it says like what this will help with. So it can help with reach, it can help with brand awareness, views to a video, store location awareness, right? Similarly, traffic, it can help with clicks to the link, landing page views, messenger, WhatsApp, calls, so many different things, right? So similarly, engagement. So you have a very good understanding of what you can get out of it. So by looking at this, then we sort of proceed further on what we are trying to do. What happens is in a campaign, you select the marketing objective. So as we selected like traffic, so similarly you select like what exactly you're trying to achieve as a marketing objective. There's page likes is no more, it's called as engagement now. Within engagement, you can select like page like as one of the options. Then you within campaign you can have multiple ad sets. Okay, so that is what we have over there. So there's like ad set 1, ad set 2, ad set 3. You can have like hundreds of ad sets. Obviously I wouldn't say like you have unlimited ad sets, because it depends on what type of budgets you set on the ad set, what type of budgets you have, and so forth, across the campaign and all. So one of the recent update that Facebook has is, previously you could set budgets only at ad set, but now you can also have budgets at campaign level. Okay, so there's campaign, then there is ad set. Now within a ad set, you will have multiple ads, or you can have multiple ads, right? So you can have, let's say if you're trying to do a test between different types of ad copies, or maybe you would like to try out different varieties of ad. So you can do all of that within a ad set. Okay, so you can have like multiple ads within an ad set. So this is the structure, or you can say like this is what the entire structure of the Facebook ads campaigns look like. So campaign, ad set, then ads, right? And as I said, like each of them can be multiple in number.
So let's start with the first question, and the question is, what is digital marketing? So when an interviewer asks you this question, you will answer something like this. It is a domain that involves scaling brands and products online to bring about value addition by making use of plethora of concepts such as SEO and channels such as emails, social media, and many more. Now let's proceed to the next question. The second question is, what are the types of digital marketing in the industry? And the answer is, there is a wide variety of concepts pertaining to the digital marketing. So here are some such as email marketing, social media marketing, search engine optimization, and affiliate marketing. Now let's move to the next question. The next question is, define SEO in brief. And the answer is, search engine optimization, or SEO in short, is a structured solution to the requirement of an increase in incoming traffic to a web page. This directly correlates to an increase in the number as well as the quality of the traffic generated based on certain criteria which are used to attain it. This would be a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move to the next question. The next question is, what are keywords and why are they considered important in this domain? And the answer to this question is, keywords are literal key search phrases which users use to search for a product, brand, or anything of their choice. This forms to be a primary entity which is used when working with the concept of search engine optimization. A keyword has the utmost importance when used well and analyzed diligently, and it also has the ability to draw a lot of organic traffic. This directly results in user landing on the website which is optimized for keywords in any search engine, and that's why they are considered important in this domain. This will form the perfect answer to this question. Now let's proceed to the next question. The next question is, where can all the keywords be used to drive more traffic to the website? And the answer to this question is, keywords can be used in a variety of places, such as the web page title or web page URL, or you can even do it on the meta description, website content, and headings. This will form the perfect answer. Now let's proceed to the next question. What are the two main ways of digital marketing? So there are basically two ways of digital marketing, that is inbound digital marketing and the outbound digital marketing. And you can give this answer as, there are inbound and outbound marketing techniques. In inbound marketing, the main focus is on customer centric and the content created around it, such as your blogs, social media channels, and many more. Whereas the outbound marketing leads with the direct need of the product, which is usually distributed to a wide band audience through billboards, televised advertisements, and magazines, which forms a perfect answer to this question. Guys, this is one of the most important digital marketing interview questions, so you can remember this question and the way to answer it. Now let's proceed to the next question. The question is, what is pay-per-click advertisement? So, the answer to this question is the pay-per-click advertisement is a digital marketing methodology which involves the advertiser paying the website owner a discussed amount of money every time the advertisement is clicked by a user. Most pay-per-click advertising is of the three types. They are search ads, display ads, social media ads. Search ads are found on platforms like Google, Bing, or Yahoo, whereas the third-party apps have display ads and platforms like Facebook, Instagram, which are for social media ads. Pay-per-click, along with the cost per impression or CPM, is used to evaluate the cost effectiveness and feasibility of internet ads and to keep the cost of conducting ad campaigns as minimal as possible when meeting the defined goals. So this would give it the perfect answer to this question. I hope so. Guys, it's clear to you what is pay-per-click advertising. Now, let's proceed to the next question. The next question is, name some PPC tools. And the answer to this question is iSpionage, SEMrush, SpyFu, Unbounce, and AdBeat are some of the most important PPC tools. Okay guys, I hope so it's clear to you. Now let's proceed to the next question. The next question is, what is Black Hat SEO? Black Hat SEO is a method that hunts for the soft spots in the algorithms of search engines to find a way to get the content rank. This creates a surge in the ranking, but it is short-lasting. It is considered unethical because it does not comply with the guidelines set by the search engines altogether. Strategies such as link spamming and addition of hidden links are often used in this methodology. I hope so guys, it's clear to you what is Black Hat SEO. Now let's discuss the next question. The next question is, what is White Hat SEO? White Hat SEO is considered to be the most used SEO techniques across the globe, which makes use of various techniques to get a web page rank in search engines. The creation of top-notch content and HTML optimization, among others, are the key White Hat SEO. It also creates a steady growth in the rank that lasts longer than the other methodologies. I hope so guys, it's clear to you what is White Hat SEO. Now, let's discuss the next question. So, the next question is also in the same pipeline, which says, what is Grey Hat SEO? Grey Hat SEO is a mixture of both Black Hat and White Hat techniques. These techniques are basically used in collaboration to switch from one to another in an attempt to get a web page rank. In the majority of cases, the outcome is a hit or a miss with this technique. I hope so guys, it's clear to you what is Grey Hat SEO. Now, let's move to the next question. Can you mention some methodologies that can be used to improve the conversion rates? If the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. For improving the conversion rate, one can make changes to the visual aspects of a web page, everything from styling to modifying the page layout and functionality. Try these out and it will ensure you that there is an increase in the conversion rate. I hope so. This forms the perfect answer to this question and you can answer this question by this. Now, let's proceed to the next question. The next question is, what is Google AdWords? So, you can answer something like this. AdWords is an advertising service which is provided by Google, which is used to cater to companies that are looking to assess their market outreach. It is considered to be one of the most widely used PPC systems today. A structured pipeline ensures that the companies can go about setting a thresholds on payments, budgets, and more when users click on their advertisements. I hope so guys, it's clear to you what is Google AdWords. So the next question is, explain how Google AdWords work. So if the interviewer asks you this question, then you can answer something like this. AdWords is in charge of advertising framework. If the deal is expensive, your advertisement will appear on the Google tab. Pay-per-click advertising is handled by AdWords, which means that you pay the amount you specified if someone clicks on your ad as a result of a web search. So, this forms the perfect answer to this question. Now, let's move to the next question. The next question is, explain AMP in brief. So, you can answer this question something like this. AMP or Accelerated Mobile Pages is the brainchild of people at Google. and the popular social media platform called Twitter. Basically, it is an open source library that helps users to come up with a lightweight web page, which enables quicker loading. Therefore, the main intention here is to ensure that there is a sharp decrease in the load time of web pages when viewed through multiple platforms and a variety of web browsers. This forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's proceed to the next question. The next question is why digital marketing has become so huge as compared to the offline marketing. Sometimes interviewer can ask this question to test what answers or what opinions you have for this industry. So you can answer this question something like this. Digital marketing has shown tremendous potential in the past few years. And here are some of the most important reasons. The first one is that it directly relates to the customer needs. Second, there is a good exposure to product outreach and analytics. Third, an easier way to tap into the multiple regions across the globe. And finally, changes can be implemented almost immediately if they needed to be. So, this forms the perfect answer to this question. This is actually one of the most asked questions in the interviews. So, be aware of this and you can answer your question in this structured manner. Now, let's proceed to the next question. The next question is, how can you assess the impact of social media marketing? Now, you can answer this question something like this. There are multiple ways to gauge performance growth in the area of social marketing. And some of them are like followers, likes, leads, or you can go for direct engagement, content sharing, brand outreach, and subscriptions. So, this forms the perfect answer to this question. Now, let's move to the next question. So, if the interviewer asks you a question, something like this, why email marketing is considered the most effective way of digital marketing? So, you can answer this question something like this, that email marketing has proven outreach where emails are exchanged between customers and providers. It has been one of the strongest used methodologies to ensure that leads are converted into customers quickly and effectively. So this forms the perfect answer to this question. Now, let's discuss the next question. The next question is, what social media channels are popular today in terms of digital marketing? And the answer to this question is, there are many channels in this pipeline and the most popular ones are LinkedIn and Facebook. With onset of influencer marketing, Instagram is showing wholesome potential as well. And you can mention these as some of the popular social media channels. Now, let's discuss the next question. The next question is, how return of investment is calculated? This is one of the most asked questions in the digital marketing interview. So you can answer this question something like this. The return on investment is a simple difference between the sales amount and the investment in marketing, or ROI is equals to sales minus cost of advertisement. This says that this equals to the return of investment. I hope so it's clear to you. Now, let's move to the next question. The next question is, what is click-through rate? So, this is one of the most important interview for digital marketing. So, you can answer this question something like this. Click-through rate, or CTR for short, is a number of times a user made an entry on a web page through a promotion or advertisement or an event. So, this forms a perfect answer to this question and you can answer this question something like this. Now, let's discuss the next question. What is the difference between page session and page views? And you can answer this question something like this. A page session is when a user makes a visit to a website where every single time, and a page view is when the user clicks on one or more pages present on a website. So this gives it a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and let's discuss the next question. So this is one of the most asked questions in the digital marketing interview. So if the interviewer asks you this question, why is your interest in the field of digital marketing? So first you need to understand the objective why the interviewer is trying to ask this question. Here actually the interviewer is trying to assess the level of commitment and understanding you have towards this field. It is very vital that you portray a good amount of interest, commitment and your ardor toward digital marketing, in which you can answer something like this because it had something wide scope and you can tell the journey about learning the digital marketing and your level of commitment to learn the technologies involved in digital marketing, which says that you are a good candidate for this job role. You have to answer this question in this way. Now, I hope so it's clear to you what this question portrays. Now, let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what is the difference between do follow and no follow links in SEO? This is actually one of the most important interview questions for digital marketing. Basically, do follow links allow redirects to users where they use a search engine and follow through a land on a website, whereas no follow links alongside the associate policies of the search engine ensure that hyperlinks used should not be an influence on the rank of a particular search engine. So, this forms the perfect answer to this question, and you can frame your answer something like this. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, can you differentiate between direct marketing and branding? So, you can answer this question something like this. Direct marketing is a marketing technique that involves direct interaction with the target audience through the various technologies such as Google Ads, Facebook Ads, email marketing, etc. These are the types of direct marketing. Whereas branding is also a marketing methodology where you concentrate on exposing your brand, website, or application to the world and make your customers aware of your advertisement. The brand marketing includes pamphlets, catalogs, billboard signs, and networking events, which forms a perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. How can YouTube as a platform be used effectively for digital marketing? So the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. With YouTube, you can build brand awareness to directly deal with the customers who might be showing some interest in the product, which is the goal of the campaign. This can drive a lot of healthy traffic directly to the websites and boost ranking as well. The creation of elegant, good-looking and informative videos are the driving force behind the successful YouTube campaign. And this forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, which platform is used when candidates want to post or refer to job-related ads? And the answer to this question is, LinkedIn is one of the most famous among the active job seekers and professionals. There are other sites such as Naukri and Indeed, and there are same goals of bringing the recruiter and candidates together. Apart from this, you can mention some of the other websites also, which are Monster and Indeed. I hope so it's clear to you how you have to give answer when an interviewer asks you this question. Now we will move forward and discuss the next question. How can you measure success of the social media marketing campaign? So, if an interviewer asks you this question, you can answer something like this. Success can be measured by making use of multiple metrics, everything including the number of clients, leads, traffic, sales, and conversions can lead to assessing and analyzing the success of a campaign. Direct comparison between requirement and the goal on metrics such as likes, subscriptions, and share counts also relatively impact the working rate of the campaign. I hope so it's clear to you how you have to give answer if the interviewer asks you this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, why anchor tag is used in SEO practice? So, if the interviewer asks you this question, so you can answer this question something like this. An anchor tag is a text which is used in hyperlink format. It is basically used to assess how the content ranks on the multiple search engines. So, this forms a perfect answer to this question and you can answer in this short way. Let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, what are some disadvantages of digital marketing? So, if you are a fresher, this can be your one of the first question if the interviewer asks you this. Even though there are plethora of advantages surrounding the world of digital marketing, there are certain downfalls. Here are some of them. First, digital marketing creates a high transparency ratio for pricing and competition. The second can be globalization results in direct worldwide competition. Third disadvantage, you can give something like this. Digital marketing can create security or privacy issues. And finally, you can answer that it can be expensive to set up marketing pipelines in the nascent stages. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. This can be one of the advanced questions if the interviewer asks you this. And the question is, can you define the life cycle of a shopper on the website? The answer to this question is, as soon as the user lands on the website, they become prospects when looking around the site to see something interests them. If there is something that they are interested in and they interact with the website by providing details or adding them to the cart, they become the leads. Leads gets converted into customers or sales when they successfully complete the transaction. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. So, if the interviewer asks you, what are the webmaster tools? You can answer this question something like this. These are the tools which can be used for the variety of tasks, including obtaining information about incoming search traffic, asking Google to crawl and index a website, reading crawl error reports, and so on. These are basically the webmaster tools. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. So you can answer this question something like this. YouTube trends help marketers understand what kind of content is the audience watching. This can help identify the audience's desires. Marketers can develop similar content to reach the maximum audience engagement. Whereas Instagram Reels have become extremely popular with the people. The audience is consuming Instagram Reels in huge numbers, and it is important for marketers to use a platform for their benefit. You can use it to educate your audience about your brand and highlight your brand values, personality, and distinguishing features. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The question is, can digital marketing replace the traditional marketing? Here, the interviewer is trying to understand and gauge your knowledge with this question. Cite real-world examples and provide validations to that, preferably in numbers, from any valid source. As a general train of thought goes, digital marketing has a very strong footing in today's world, and companies and customers are trying to bring about the best by making full use of this. It can be said that instead of overpowering each other, traditional marketing and digital marketing are going hand in hand by adding value to each other. This makes it the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, has your prior education helped you with digital marketing? This is a question that relates to the latest course you completed in the college. Do talk about the degree you have obtained and how you plan on putting what you have learned to full use in the coming days, which will form the perfect answer to this question. I hope so clear to you that how you can answer this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. The next question is, how can you create the new leads for marketing pipeline? If the interviewer asks you this question, you can answer this question something like this. Effective creation of new leads can be done by having an understanding of the concept of sales funnel in the digital marketing and the techniques that follow them. Everything from customizing the content to the process that involves automating the market channel will also be discussed here, and this will form the perfect answer to this question. You can elaborate on these instances and answer this question. Now, let's move forward and let's discuss the next question. Next question. The next question is, what is viral marketing? Viral marketing is a methodology that involves customers sharing information and details about a product, brand, or company using the internet. It is a very effective form of marketing that helps in getting the word out to the friends, family, and other individuals, thereby creating the surge in growth. So this is exactly what is viral marketing. This forms the perfect answer to this question. Now let's move forward and discuss the next question. What do off-page and on-page SEO optimization method means? The answer to this question can be, off-page optimization involves a process that makes use of external links to directly boost traffic and help index better on any search engine. However, on-page SEO optimization deals with the structure and content present on the website. I hope so it's clear to you what's the difference between off-page and on-page SEO optimization method. Now let's move forward and let's discuss the next question. Can you explain some scenarios where bad links are used? So this can be your next question, and it is one of the most important questions in the digital marketing interview. So you can answer this question something like this. There are many scenarios that often lead to the use of a bad link, and some of them are uses of paid links, using unrelated or far from a topic at hand, or you can answer making use of links that are considered to be spam or flagged, posting from various link exchanges sites and media, and finally making use of the same anchor from multiple sites. So this forms the perfect answer to the scenarios where bad linking can be used. I hope so it's clear to you. Now let's move forward and let's discuss our final question. So this is the final question of our digital marketing interview. So the interviewer can ask you, what attracted you to the digital marketing industry? And you can answer this question something like this. Here, basically you have to first understand what interviewer wants to know, that how are you serious about digital marketing industry. As a result, it is critical to demonstrate the complete dedication and passion for the industry. But you can answer this question by confessing the factors that you really like about the industry. For example, I enjoy bringing people together using different emerging online technology. And I also admire how a company can entice a target audience with the latest digital marketing technologies. You can also discuss the opportunities you see in the digital marketing. In short and long term, it will demonstrate you that you are well informed and knowledgeable about your chosen profession. I hope so it's clear to you how you have to answer this question if the interviewer asks this.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers advanced certification in digital marketing and analytics designed by industrial experts and IIT Madras faculties. The advanced certification in digital marketing and analytical program aims to help you understand business problems, marketing principles, branding and PR communication. You will also gain digital marketing skills that are crucial for excelling in marketing domain. The program is designed to help you master skills such as understanding the key fundamentals of marketing as well as essential digital marketing skills like organic marketing, paid marketing, marketing analytics and more. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimony on our Achievers channel whose link is given below in the description. Without a doubt, this course can set your careers to new heights. So visit our course page, link given below in the description, and take the first step towards the career growth in the field of digital marketing.